students, and it's demonstrative of their resilience and their commitment to what they do, and we're certainly looking forward to an exceptional performance by them here today.
Indeed, and no doubt they will bring in their A game, as we say. They've come today all equipped. They've gone through the preliminary round, they've gone through the semi-final round, and it means that we have the best athletes on showcase here today. And no doubt each of these schools will be trying to prove themselves to be the top and the top of the top, as we say, in terms of their positioning and the level of athletics prowess that they have individually. So we look forward to the keen level of competition today.
Well, it was just a matter of 1 point which separated first and second last year in terms of the Stephanie Brown primary and the Kingstown Preparatory. The Kingstown Preparatory has a large contingent here this morning. Haven't seen the Stephanie Brown because when we took our walk they were not yet here, but definitely anticipating that we will see them. So we just see the Lomans Leeward Anglican and the Lomans Winwood school here as well. Just really a hive of activity, lots of splendid colors. All the schools, most of them have banners depicting the names of their schools. The Paget Farm Government School is just behind Lomans. That's a school, of course, from the Grenadine Island of Beck with the Island of Clouds.
Yes.
And we're so happy to have them here this morning. The schools have sponsorship, some have unique names. I see Red Hornets is the name of the Paget Farm government, and I know there's some other interesting names which we will share with you once the banners come across the screen. So once more, we're grateful that you're joining us and you're part of our broadcast this morning, brought to you in association, of course, with Tusty Water. This is a production of the Agency for Public Information, VC3 Television, and the National Broadcasting Corporation.
And we are indeed coming to you from the St Vincent Beach National Athletic Stadium at Diamond. This stadium was opened in actually 2020 on November 7th, and the construction cost at $5 million. So quite a well put together facility, and over the last few years there have been 3 to 4 phases of upgrades and additions.
I think you need to make the point that that's the initial
yes,
the
that's
initial
the initial
cost. Yes, it is important
cost.
Because since then the government
Indeed.
has done a lot of incremental and additional work, and there's some work that's taken place here at the facility which we will tell you about as we go through the broadcast today. And the government's thrust as it relates to sports and education in St Vincent and the Grenadines, of course, they're at the forefront of that and has made it clear that 100% support for sports, the education revolution, and the same holds true for sports as well, sporting development. And this is evident through the construction of this facility, the St Vincent Beach Athletic Stadium at Diamond, where it is the students will be running on the synthetic track here today, and it is anticipated that there will be further enhancement to this track, and we'll tell you about that as we go through, as we share the changes which you're expected to see in terms of the coming on board of the concessionary stands, the administrative center which is being built, the change rooms, the washrooms, and all the like. And we see the Stephanie Brown Primary School here. If you're just looking on, you'd see them in the yellow track suits. And when you look at all of this, it looks like we have more than 200 athletes on the track here.
Well over 200. And it seems we're moments away from the ceremony to commence officially the proceedings here. We've just completed the march past, or heard the order to come to a stop, which means that we're preparing for the next part of the proceedings here, the ceremonial opening of today's event here in Diamond.
Right, so what I want to do at this time is to say hello to Khalil Cato. Everyone know him as Groove, and he has a special task here this morning. He will take you through the races along with Lawrence Hooper. Groove, good morning. What are your thoughts on what you're seeing thus far?
All right, yeah, good morning, Dion and Colvin. Good morning to our viewers, listeners as well, and thank you so much for joining us here this morning here from the St Vincent Beach Athletic Stadium at Diamond for what is undoubtedly day one of the biggest sporting spectacle on the school's sporting calendar here in St Vincent and the Grenadines, the International Lotteries Authority Inter-Schools Athletics Championships. Of course, today being the first day of the primary schools, well, the day of the primary schools championships. Tomorrow will be the turn of secondary. As Dion said, it is an absolutely magnificent day here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The athletes are out, and this is a day, of course, they look forward to since probably about, I'd say late in the first term, which is when the schools start to have the primary schools, that is, start to have their inter-house athletics championships, to get themselves ready and to use that as a base to select their athletes for this, what we call IPSAC, Inter Primary Schools Athletics Championships. As stated, the Stephanie Brown Primary School, the defending champions, and who got in just ahead of the Kingstown Prep, but those two schools tend to be the juggernauts that go head to head. Eyes cannot, of course, be taken off of the Paget Farm Government School, who, if memory serves me correctly, has won this competition before, and also the Canawan Government School, who has been steadily rising over the last 3 or 4 years, from their inception to the competition to finishing. I believe they were third last year. If it wasn't last year, it was the year before, but they have been making steady strides. Kittel's government always produces some fantastic athletes, so too does the Lourdes Primary School, and of course the athletes that are sprinkled across St Vincent and the Grenadines. So for those folks who are viewing, of course, unfortunate that some can't be here because, of course, it is in the middle of the week, but we're glad that you've taken some time out to at least catch the live stream here today, and we can basically guarantee some scintillating action on the track here today.
Well, thank you so much for your thoughts, Khalil Groove Kato. At this time, the Master of Ceremonies, Keith Joseph, is at the lectern, and we're expected to hear this morning from the officials, and we're definitely going to take our microphones across to Mr. Joseph at this time.
Pastor Shakika Fraser, who we will now invite to invoke God's presence.
Thank you so much. Please permit me to adopt the protocol list that has been established. I'm asking those in the stand, if you could stand with me, please, as we pause for time of prayer. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We are about to pray. Can we have some reverence, please? Let us pray. Our gracious God, we are so grateful today to gather in this place for a beautiful celebration and exhibition of academic abilities and giftings. We ask, O God, for your blessings upon these proceedings. We commit every athlete to you today, dear God. We pray for strength. We pray for endurance, God. And we pray, God, that you will protect every athlete as they perform, God, as they display the gifts and the abilities that you have granted unto them. May today, God, be a reflection, God, of their hard work. May it be a display of teamwork and sportsmanship. God, we ask that you will bless us all. Protect us, God, the officiants, God, the athletes and the spectators alike. And may today be a day where we'll all celebrate. Help every athlete to give off their best, God. And even when there are areas, God, that they may not be satisfied with, may it be dealt with in a professional manner. Thank you, God, today for covering everything that will take place here. And we give you thanks. We give you praise. May you, O God, give us suitable weather for these proceedings. And we ask all these blessings in the name of Jesus Christ, O Lord. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Shakita. Could we ask the audience to please remain standing as we Royal St Vincent and Grenadine Police Force Band performs the national anthem. Thank you very much. Put your hands together for the Royal St Vincent and Grenadine Police Force Band. And before we get to the speeches, we'll ask the teams if they could just turn around so that you face the protocol team when they're speaking. Just turn around, put the younger athletes, the smaller athletes in front so that they can all be seen. Dear friends, protocol having been established, we welcome all the teams, we welcome all the supporters, principals, staff, sponsors, to what promises to be perhaps the most historic of our inter-primary schools championships thus far. This is the 35th edition of the inter-primary schools athletics championships. And what a journey it has been. But today, it all belongs to the athletes. We are here because of the athletes. And we have seen in the preliminaries and the semifinals that this edition promises perhaps to be the most competitive, showing the progress of the PE teachers, of your schools, your principals, and your parents, as well as the coaches who may have added to that. We wish you all the very best. And from our vantage point, we encourage you to give of your best and to show at the end of the day those at home and abroad just what you are worth in the field of sport as you combine it with your striving after academic excellence. It is my pleasure, therefore, as Master of Ceremonies, to welcome Mrs. Neva Phillips-Cordis, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Sports, to address you.
Honorable Orlando Brewster, Minister of Housing, Youth and Sports, Deputy Chief Education Officer, Mrs. Joycelyn Blake Brown, SEOs and EOs of primary schools from the Ministry of Education, principals, staff, Ms. Simone Richardson, person in admin control at the Department of Sports, students, athletes, Reverend Shakika Fraser, members of the public, volunteers, and the media, a very special good morning to all. It gives me great pleasure to welcome everyone to this, the 35th National Lotteries Authority Annual Inter-Schools Athletic Championship. Today, we will witness our young boys and girls of the primary school in action as they compete with each other. I want to encourage them to do so in the true spirit of sportsmanship, with love for one another and respect. May the best team win today. And I must say at this point that all of the teams are well clad and you look so lovely in your uniforms. I pray that today will be a very good day for all of you and that each person would put their best foot forward. Again, I extend a very warm welcome, especially to our primary school athletes. Today is your day, and I trust that you will do so very manly and with much respect, as I said earlier. And may you have a very exciting and fun-filled day. May God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Neva Phillips-Cordis, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Sport. We invite Tyler Hercules of the St. Mary's RC to deliver the athlete's oath. Tyler Hercules.
In the name of all competitors, I promise that we will take part in these games, respecting and abiding by the rules which govern them in the true spirit of sportsmanship and for the glory of our teams.
Thank you, Tyler. Roxanne Williams to deliver the official's oath. Roxanne Williams.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. In the name of all officials, we promise to perform our respective duties and responsibilities with the highest degree of honesty and integrity in the true spirit of sports and fair play. Thank you.
Thank you, Roxanne. We now invite the Deputy Chief Education Officer, Mrs. Joycelyn Blake Brown, to address you.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony, Mr. Keith Joseph. Pleasant good morning to all, especially the Honorable Minister Brewster, Housing, Youth and Sports Minister, your Permanent Secretary, Acting Director of Sports, Pastor Fraser, principals of all primary schools and deputies, teachers, parents, well-wishers, and especially our athletes for this morning. Let's give a shout out for all the athletes this morning. Yes, they need your support, you know. They need to feel the excitement. We all know the importance of sports in students' school life. Hence, it should not be neglected. And I'm very pleased this morning to see so many athletes all decked out. You look fabulous. Let's hear it once again for our athletes. And we must give the recognition to the coaches, PE teachers, and all those responsible for these athletes this morning. Sometimes physical education is neglected, but more and more we can see how sports and athletes can take our students far and wide. So I just want to encourage our PE teachers to continue to feature physical education prominently on the school curriculum so that we can have more holistic students who are more disciplined and focused. And you'll be surprised how this can be reflected in their academic performance. So on behalf of the entire Ministry of Education, and let me pause a minute to apologize for the absence of our Minister King and our Chief Education Officer, Mrs. K. Martin Jack, and P.S. Burke, all of whom are involved at this moment in a very important meeting and will join us during the course of the day. So once again, on behalf of the entire Ministry of Education, we are so proud and excited to see all of you present here to celebrate our students' athletic performance and skills and talents. I encourage you to cheer them for every single event. We must hear your voice echoing far and wide. Athletes, we encourage you to play fair. Don't be afraid. Just demonstrate all of your talents this morning. And even if you fall, even if you are behind, don't give up. The race is not for the swiftest, but for those who endure to the end. Thank you very much. Have a pleasant day.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chief Education Officer, Mrs. Joycelyn Blake Brown. The next speaker, and the one who will eventually declare today's proceedings open, was an athlete. He was involved in athletics. And when he left here, we were still running on grass. And happily, he's here today, not as an athlete, but as a minister responsible in part for sport. And I'm sure he will tell you about his pride in seeing our athletes so appropriately dressed for the occasion and on a track that is comparable to those that we have around the region and indeed around the world. It is my pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce the Honourable Minister of Housing, Youth and Sport, Dr. Orlando Brewster.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony, Mr. Keith Joseph. Allow me to acknowledge Permanent Secretary acting in the Ministry of Housing, Youth and Sports, Mrs. Neva Cordis. Allow me also to acknowledge the Deputy Chief Education Officer, Ms. Joycelyn Brown, Acting Coordinator of Sports, Ms. Simone Richardson, Pastor Fraser, senior officials from the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Housing, Youth and Sports, and other ministries who are present here today. I also want to acknowledge our young superstars who are on the track currently representing their schools, and I want us to give them a roaring applause for representing their alma mater with pride this morning. Also, I want to acknowledge the officials, members of the media, the parents and the well-wishers who came out today. Today is a good day. It is the day that the Lord has made, and we will rejoice and be glad in it. I want to first express how proud I am as a former athlete, a former physical education teacher, to see all of the schools present here today. I'm also proud of the work that this government has done, as expressed by the Master of Ceremonies, to provide the necessary resources for our students that are developing and our athletes as well that are developing. When I was an athlete, I never had the privilege of running on a synthetic track here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. But I promise you sometime this year, I will be running on a synthetic track. I don't know when, but I'll tell you later on the date and time so you can come out and witness that. But I want to say that I have a keen interest as the minister with the responsibility for sports in the development of sports here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And it starts with our very young athletes. And I was so proud that when I was informed that we had participation from a special school in Beckway, the Sunshine School, who is known as a school for persons with disabilities, but they came out and they performed in our semifinals here at the inter-primary school sports. And that is the direction we are to go. We ought to have a spirit of inclusion with all our schools, no matter the athlete. They may have some disability, but I'm sure that apart from that, they have a number of abilities that we can harness. So I don't want to be long. I want the sports to begin. I want to thank all of the stakeholders, the officials. I want to thank the national lotteries, all of the stakeholders involved in making today a reality. And we pledge and promise that this government will continue to support sports here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines as we go forward. and it is my solemn pledge as the Minister of Sports to continue to provide through our government all of the necessary resources required so that we can continue to develop our athletes and the talent that they have. So again, I want the athletes to have an injury-free day. I want you to go and put your best foot forward today, literally and figuratively. I want you to make sure that you leave everything on the track and do your very best. So again, I have the privilege of declaring the 2025 35th edition of the National Lotteries Authority Inter-Secondary School Games open, the primary school games open tomorrow. I don't know if I'll be doing the secondary, but I will be here again tomorrow. So they have given me a starting pistol, and they said I have to fire the first shot. So may you enjoy today, and I declare this 35th edition of the Inter-Primary School Sports open. And may God bless each and every one of us. Thank you.
There you have it, the conclusion of the brief ceremony here at the St Vincent Beach Diamond Athletics Stadium, and we've just had the Minister of Housing, Youth and Sports, Dr. Randy Brewster, declaring today's event open and a start to the inter-primary schools athletics meet at the St Vincent Beach Athletics Stadium at Diamond. Now, the government of St Vincent and the Grenadines, Colvin, through institutions like the National Lotteries Authority and the National Sports Council, they provide support for athletics, including granting duty-free waivers for equipment and funding for facilities and athletes. And within recent times, we've had the naming of several persons as sporting ambassadors. Of course, cultural ambassadors are named, but for today's broadcast, we'll concentrate on the sporting ambassadors. And one of the most recent declarations of sporting ambassadorial conversions to Shafika Maloney, and of course outstanding Vincentian, outstanding athlete. And this Shafika, of course, the pride of Vincentians last year when she went to the Olympics and did outstandingly well and made us all proud here in St Vincent and the Grenadines. And this was evident in the number of persons who turned out at the various venues across the island where the race was shown, that Olympic race was shown.
And as we're on the item of Shafika Maloney, she's been a great inspiration for many of those who are here today. As a matter of fact, we had a visit from one of the primary schools, and they asked the question, when is Shafika coming to the studio again? And that reminded us that the youngsters are really looking up to Shafika as one of those who has set the pace in terms of athletics and being a young person that they can connect to. And no doubt going forward we'll definitely hear more about Shafika as she goes into the various competitions later this year and beyond.
And another name you'll hear tomorrow is that of Handel Robin,
yes,
and as well. And we thank the companies who are pledging their support to ensure that Shafika gets the necessary support to represent St Vincent and the Grenadines. And this just really has been a grand spectacle. If you drive across the country, you'll see so many billboards of Shafika, and it makes you really proud to see and to know who she is. Everyone recognizes her. I'm sure the youngest person in St Vincent and the Grenadines is able now to identify her with the number of billboards that we're seeing
now a household
across the country.
Yes.
Well, it certainly has been an exciting, a very warm day, but very exciting. And we have Crystal Oliver, who is making her way across the stadium here at the Diamond Athletics Stadium, the St Vincent Beach Diamond Athletics Stadium. And we're going to connect with Crystal just in a moment. In fact, Crystal is ready. Is she ready for us? In fact, so we're going to take our microphones across to Crystal. Crystal, how are you doing?
Thank you so much, Dion. Like Dion said, my name is Crystal, and we're coming to you from the stadiums. There are 3 of them, and they're about 98% filled. Behind me are so many parents and students and supporters. I see the Chateaubelair Methodist. I'm going to get closer to Paget Farm, where you're going to see so much more. You're able to see on television, but to see the students, so many of them so beautifully dressed and ready and eager and excited to take on today's activities is really heartwarming. We hope that you enjoy and support your school, support your alma mater, support the school that your student, your child, anybody is going to. So stay tuned for more from the ground.
So much, Crystal, and we'll be checking in with Crystal and other persons who we have across the ground here at the Inter-Primary School Athletics Meet. You're not missing anything on terms of the field of play, as the athletes are now marching off to their respective where they'll be housed here at the grounds, and then we're expected to see the action on the actual field of play. You've heard from Khalil Groove Cater earlier on, and I would like at this time to introduce you to one of the voices you'll be hearing throughout the day. Lawrence Hooper, good morning. Welcome. How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing fine. I'm ready to go with the commentary.
You're ready to go with the commentary. What are you looking forward to most, Lawrence?
There's going to be a lot of excitement, especially from the schools, from the Grenadines. Canawan seems to be one of the favorites today. Union Island, that's Stephanie Brown. They're the defending champion, and they're not going to be any easy walk over here today.
All right. On the actual field of play where the students will be running on the track, coming into today's meet, we had about 14 records being broken thus far. You anticipate that we'll get some more of that today?
Definitely. The weather is fine today here, and I'm quite sure the athletes are going to enjoy this weather. And the track is in good shape, good condition also, and I'm sure they're going to take advantage of it.
Okay. Groove, as someone who's intimately involved in the Ministry of Sports, what are some of the things that you have to do behind the scenes to get things ready for today's meet?
Well, where do I start? But I think, of course, one of the main things is ensuring that our officials are, fully versed in terms of the rules and execution of the rules for the various sports. They vary in terms of what happens for primary schools as what happens for secondary schools, and in terms of minute details, across the board, there's just some general rules that are applied. Of course, we have to make sure, as you mentioned, the tents that are being provided there by, the National Lotteries Authority and another private entity there who, provide and have made up the Athletes Village, as we tend to call it. There are also several other private entities where we have some innovations that we're doing for the sports for this year, which I won't get into. I'll allow for those things to just unfold naturally. But it is a ton of work that goes into it, and it's an all hands on board approach. So we of course also work on getting the schools, getting their passes, for the athletes and also staff, to get to the facility. Transportation is one of the major things, and also one of the major hiccups that we have as it relates to getting teams here, because of the transportation system that we have here in the country. Something that really needs to be addressed, but because something like that affects so many other facets of daily life, and our athletics, well, not just athletics, but our sports meet is one of the main things there. But all in all, it's a fight that we go through every year. We know the things that we have to do. We expect them. We anticipate them. We're always in a place to overcome any struggles or any problems that might rise. And of course, at the end of the day, we just want to make sure that we have a successful championship put out there for the people of St Vincent and the Grenadines, but especially for the students of the schools?
Well, of course, it is a success story for what we're gathered here today. And you mentioned the Athletes Village where the students and the athletes are being held. And I'm happy to say that today, as we see the shots, the aerial shots of the ground, that you will see the admin center, which is being constructed, the gym and the changing rooms and the lockers. And all of these are expected to be completed, I am sure, within good time, to ensure, hopefully by next year, God's willing, when we have this activity, the conditions would be different and better for them. Of course, and all of this is positioned for us to start hosting regional and international athletics meet. And you take into consideration that the hotel that is just located just a couple footsteps away from this facility, the Holiday Inn Express is there where they could be accommodated. So everything is nicely set up, if you ask me, to ensure that this venue, in terms of the St Vincent Beach Athletic Stadium, takes off as the venue within the region where you can come and have all of these sort of athletics.
Of course, the entity with responsibility for the facility now, which is the economic planning, will always let folks know that officially this is still an active construction site. Right, because as you see, well, there was a shot on the screen just now where you saw the building that you just mentioned under construction. And as you said about hosting regional activities, as a matter of fact, later on this year, the first regional activity will be held here. For this facility, and as we're back on the screen there, that's the admin building up in the background there. The Windward Island School Games is going to be held here in St Vincent and the Grenadines from I don't know the exact date, so I don't want to say dates, but I know the last week of July into August. And the first day is the track and field competition, which will of course take place here. And the Holiday Inn Express, I believe, has been pegged as the base, the billet for all athletes will be staying there. This meet was to have been hosted here last year. It was the turn of St Vincent and the Grenadines in 2024. But of course, because of the emphasis and efforts that were going into recovery from Hurricane Beryl, we had to shift back, and the other Windward Islands were quite understanding and accommodating. So they understood that St Vincent wasn't able to hold it last year. It is to any Windward Island that hosts the competition. It's a great environment for any island to host. So instead of just moving it to another country and then moving it to whichever country was to have hosted it this year, which would have been St. Lucia, all the Windward Islands came together and said, all right, well, we'll just push back the games to this year and we'll still leave St. Vincent as being the host country. So once we get out of our track and field competition here, the next big thing on the event calendar for the Department of Sports and the Ministry of Sports would of course be the continued planning and the hosting of the 2025 Windward Island School Games.
Well, that's all great news. And as we continue to look at the expansion of this facility as well, they're getting ready to build a storage room. And this is actually taking place on the southern end of the stadium at the moment. The foundation work has commenced already for that. And we anticipate that we will see that structure rising. And we anticipate that we'll see that structure rising as well. I understand that there are plans in train as well, Groove and Hooper, to resurface the track. I think I think the expression I got was some rubber pebbles. You guys would probably know the scientific name to that, but there is a plan in train to actually resurface the track. I don't know if you guys can speak to this.
Well, I more than likely can. In my capacity as Vice President of Team Athletics SVG, the governing body of sports in St Vincent and the Grenadines, the track's World Athletics license is set to expire in January of 2026. So for the track to be recertified, there are certain things that will have to be addressed. In terms of the surface itself, it's not worn. It's we are 5 years into use. It's not worn.
But it's a natural progression for it, right?
Yes,
so
right.
that has to take place naturally.
Of course. I mean, the use, regular wear and tear, it is an all-weather track, but of course, weather takes its toll on anything.
Correct.
So over time, the cleaning of it, so for example, as the shot is here now on our screen, you can see some areas that look a little brighter, some look a little darker, right? A little power washing elements will do that. There are some areas where the lines have to be repainted.
Right.
So it's not tremendous work that has to be done, thank God. I remember back in my day when I was an athlete going to, I believe it was Trinidad, where at some points on the track it was actual concrete because the track was completely eroded and eaten out. So as I say, it's a good thing that we are not at that point here. So whatever enhancements that has to be done on this track will not be of any great significance where it will put any major setback on hosting any sort of activities here.
Right. I had an opportunity. In fact, I must say that this is the track that I do my walking. In fact, I just love to walk here. And every time I come out here to do inter-school sports, I usually make a lap around the field. And I took with me Colvin and another team member here just for them to see actually the intricacies of the ground and really how it is. And I was explaining to them the difference about walking here and the surface on your knees and on your ankles and on your feet as opposed to walking, let's say, on the tarmac, for example. Chalk and cheese. Really lovely to walk if you're looking to do that in terms of health. And as the expansions to this facility continue, there's a nice group of persons who work very early in the morning, just after 4, after 5 there. It's really nice to come out here and walk. I noticed as well when I was doing that this morning that the grass in terms of the football field, it's been regrassed and it's really taking taking on a nice shape, and very well you have this in addition to what's at Brighton and Annisvale. And speaking about that, we have some football here in St Vincent and the Grenadines on Friday.
That's right. CONCACAF qualifications there for Vinci Heat, Team SVG. They'll be taking on what a lot of folks over the years have described as the powerhouse in Caribbean football of Jamaica. They're going to be here. They haven't been here for a good couple of years, so and the buzz has already been sparked because of course Jamaica does have some players who play professionally on the international scene. Names like Leon Bailey, for example. And as a matter of fact, I'm trying to remember where exactly it was, but I believe it was at the semi-finals, primary school semi-finals, and there were some little boys. The anticipation that they were there talking about the fact that Leon Bailey was going to be here in St Vincent and the Grenadines, so they're going to see those athletes of that caliber. As you mentioned about development, one thing I also want to mention, and one thing that I know a lot of folks are looking forward to, would be the installment of lights.
Yes,
which I believe Minister Camilo Gonzalez had made mention about at some point. I can't remember when it was exactly, but saying that would have been the next major, major installment. So hopefully by our inter-school championships next year, lights will be in place, so we wouldn't have to compete with the heat of the sun. Of course, if we have lights, we have a chance of moving the sports later into the evening, which I know a lot of folks would appreciate. The athletes, of course, would appreciate that as well. So it's something that we in the track and field community are eagerly awaiting, and just once we get the Diamond facility lit, it's something that will even take this championship even to another level, because you get the opportunity now to have more people coming out, because now that you can shift the time of the competition to a time when folks won't have to be competing at work and peeping at their phones or laptops like you guys are doing now. But that's all right. We encourage these things. It's sports, and it's support for sports here in St Vincent and the Grenadines.
Well, when you make mention of the lights, and the lighting here will be similar to that of what is at the Annisvale Sporting Stadium. So just to put that into context with you, and as you look at that, and in terms of what you can do here, once the lights are here, you move the sporting events to evening, where the parents could come. So then there would be additional bleachers would be on that side as well to complement the existing, providing more seating for those who come to the facility. And if you have an evening sport, you just have to look at Victoria Park, for example, when the Bethel, I know a lot of the schools on the leeward side of the island have been having evening sports. And when you look at the crowd and the overwhelming support at Victoria Park for sports and athletics, you're just really waiting with bated breath for for the expansion of the St Vincent Beach Athletic Stadium and all that you can expect to happen?
Yes, actually, from what I was told in initial plans is that the bleachers that are currently used here as the seating will eventually be moved over to the opposite side. So where we're seeing the tents on the screen right now, the bleachers will be on that side, and then where these bleachers are now, we should have a permanent pavilion. Or grandstand, if you will, to be constructed in this entire area, just right of where the bleachers are, going back out to the fence, which would also incorporate a parking area, the dressing rooms, restroom facilities, all the other amenities that are needed for the hosting of various different competitions, be it track and field or football. So as we say, this is why the Economic Planning Division has still on the books has this labeled as an active construction site. But of course, because of the impact that the use and access to the track can have, not only just to athletes and athletics, but of course to persons like you, Dion, who like to use it as a little fitness facility. So access to it was granted. We are allowed to host our different meets and activities. Schools can have their track and field meets, but still there's still a lot of work to be done, and the work is ongoing.
Well, just want to concentrate now on today's actual field events, and we're getting ready to start. I am hearing the call for those who would be involved in long drum. So what are the activities we expected to see today, and how many events we can anticipate?
Okay, so there will be, if memory serves me correctly, I see that looks like the athletes there for the high jump competition. Those look like girls. So as a matter of fact, let me just get the under 11 girls high jump. Yeah, is getting ready to take place. Of course, down at the southern end of the facility.
For the 600 meters girls.
Also, the 600-meter girls will be the first track event on the track, as we are seeing them there on screen. 8 athletes getting ready to face the starters pistol. This will be followed by the 800 meters open boys, and then they move into the 300-meter series. There are several jumps, so there'll be several high jumps and also, I believe, long jump competitions. I'll have to consult the program for confirmation on that, but of course we'll be bringing all the information to you as we get them and as we go along through the day.
How many laps? The 600 meters?
So 600 meters will be a lap and a half. So it's a 400-meter track. They'll be running a lap and a half. So they start at the 200-meter mark and they go around the track. Of course, once they get to the finish line, it will be 1 lap from there. It's a race that's run out of lanes, or as we say in the term, scratch race. So the athletes are not required to stay in their lanes. Right? It's something that the starters always remind the athletes about. Sometimes they tend to forget and still stay in their lanes.
And they're off, so it's over to you both.
All right, well, thank you so much. So yes, folks, that is the first event on the track here this morning, the 600 meters open girls. Your competitors for this event from Patchett Farm Government: Marina Grant, Skylar Byron of St Mary's Roman Catholic, Janet Jordan, Sandy Bay Secondary, who is at lead in the moment, Tiana Scott of Georgetown Secondary, Casey Hooper of Fitzhughes, Rashida Burke of Clare Valley Government, wearing number 17. And there we're hearing the bell telling them that's 1 lap remaining. Alexandria Ned of Kittel's Government and Kayla Patrick of the Pamela's Burke Government. Kayla Patrick looks to be the athlete who is in 2nd place there. So it's Janet Jordan, your leader here of this 600 meters open girls. They just got just over 300 meters to go as we see movements taking place down at the bottom bend there. Just on the outside, Tiana Scott of Georgetown Government looks to be trying to get up close to the leader. She's going to be followed there by Skylar Byron of the St. Mary's Roman Catholic, but it's still Janet Jordan of the Sandy Bay Secondary. First event on track. Here now we see the change of lead. Tiana Scott of Georgetown Government, who are running in brand new uniforms actually this year. And that is, of course, always a highlight and something great to see. The investment put into these teams by the schools. So athletes being well decked out in their uniform. So this is your leader, Tiana Scott. Just about 100 meters to go as she comes into the home stretch. She's followed there by Skylar Byron, who's in 3rd. Janet Jordan, your initial lead of Sandy Bay Secondary, is in 2nd. But it looks like it will be Tiana Scott of Georgetown Secondary who will comfortably take this first event here on the track for the 35th National Lotteries Authority Inter-Primary Schools Athletics Championship. She goes across the line, a flash time of 1 minute 52.7 seconds there. This is the girls' open race. And open, by the way, just to give you an idea of what the terminologies mean. Open means that any age group and a female of any age is eligible to compete in this event. Hooper, of course, we see some athletes who you yourself may be familiar with, being from the North Leeward area.
Very familiar, but I'm looking at the time that was done by the young athlete from the Georgetown Government School, and that seemed to be a record. We haven't had the officials giving us any update in terms of that, but she came into the finals with the best time here. And looking at the clock there, young athlete from the Georgetown Government School, Tiana Scott, seemed to have had a record-breaking performance at the first race of the day. We're just waiting for that from the officials.
Okay, well, yeah, we'll take a while, of course, once all of the athletes come through and get the rest of they'll get the rest of the finishes in. But I'll just see if I can pull up our records here for the meet, just to confirm whether or not that time would be adjudged a record for this event. So the existing record is 1 minute 53.20 seconds. Delissa Stay of the Kanawon Government School. It was set in 2023. I believe we saw 1:52 being the time run. So yeah, that unofficially from our ears, first event of the track on the track today, resulting in a record event for the 600 meters open girls. Here this morning. So again, it's Khalil Cato here with you alongside Mr. Lawrence Hooper. Going to be taking you through the events here for this Inter-Primary Schools Athletics Championships here for 2025. The next event on the track, as we see them making their way out, will be the boys taking part in the 800 meters open. And these will include, just at the front of the line there, wearing the number 46 is Keverson Kidd of the Paget Farm Government. Behind him is Umar Pear, Chateaubriand Methodist. He is then followed there by Rokino Jackson of the Layu Government School, and something special about Rokino, we'll let you know about that in a minute. That's Cordell Bailey of the Kittels Government. Number 11 there, Junal Lachman of the C.W. Prescott Primary. Then, of course, we have the other athletes to be set there. So just a word there about the young man there from Layu Government School, Rokino Jackson. Now, Rokino is actually a student of the Stephanie Brown Primary School, which is located in Union Island. And of course, we all in St Vincent and the Grenadines know about the effects of Hurricane Beryl, which basically totally decimated Union Island. A lot of those athletes or those students have been placed in schools here on the mainland at around different places, and Rokino Jackson is one of them. For folks who might have been following the championships over the past few years, he's of course a name that has been one of the better performers representing the Stephanie Brown Primary. But he has now been relocated, of course, due to the effects of Hurricane Beryl. He's now at the Layu Government School, so he'll be competing for team number 34, Layu Government School. That's Rokino Jackson. Just finishing out the rest of the, I think we just missed one, that would be Trevon Letine of the Dixon Methodist School, school number 20. Those will be your competitors there. And we missed Jaquan Collis there of Kanawon Government, who will be taking part in this next event, event number 2 on the track today, the Boys Open 800 meters. Of course, the 800 meters will be 2 laps around the track, and this gets the athletes, you know, as we go through the age groups, we start at the under 7 and go all the way up to over 11 or under 15, as we might say. The events tend to extend. The younger athletes, under 7 and under 9, basically the only events they do are the 50 meters and 80 meters. Then we have the under 9 athletes who do 80 meters, 150, and from there going up, we have the under 11 and over 11 who will do 80 meters and also 150, 300s as well. And then these different relays.
Magoof, picking up back from what you talk about Rokino Jackson from the Layu Government School. I'm speaking to the coach from the Stephanie Brown School this morning. There were a lot of factors influencing the way they practice this year for this competition. They had no surface at all, so you got to do a lot of training on harder surfaces like basketball courts and so on because of what transpired with the hurricane in the southern Grenadines in July last year. So they have been a really a sort of like setback for the school, but they are still here today in a large contingent. And I'm quite sure they're going to do a good showing here. I'm sure Rikino wouldn't mind having to run for you this time.
Well, being a young boy, I think once he gets to run, that might be his first goal, of course. But he also represented Leyu in the inter-primary schools football competition, and I think I journeyed to Leyu at some point and saw him there. So he's been well received in the community, in the school as well. I know there are a few others who have. As I said, are placed in other schools. There's one young man whose name is escaping me right now, who I know is at one of the Barley primary schools as well. There are a few more who are out on the windward side again. So, the effects of Hurricane Beryl felt far and wide here in St. Vincent.
But one of the good things, I've had a chance to speak with the area representative this morning, the principal of the Stephanie Brown School, and they're in high spirit and quite sure that they're going to be having a chance at the trophy today, the main trophy in the competition.
And I believe it would be a great boost, especially for the spirits of those in Union, of the Stephanie Brown Primary and those in Union Island generally. If under all these circumstances, Stephanie Brown was able to come away with the title for 2025.
So the athletes are on the way with the 800 meters open boys. We have athletes in there from the Canawan Government School, the Paget Farm, the Chatiblair Methodist School, the Leyu Government School. That's a Rikino Jackson there, all the way from Union Island, representing Leyu. And we have from the Langley Park School, the Kittels, C.W. Prescott Primary, and the Dixon Methodist. 8 athletes. Groovy have got a semi-final part of the competition this year after the big 4 zones. It was quite interesting to know that the competition have taken a different turn for improvement, and I love what I've seen this year.
Yes, of course. There was an introduction of the semi-final aspect of the championship, which is just another step closer to pulling the sports more in line with international standards.
Yes.
There are not many places where you have a national meet where it's just a one-day competition. As a matter of fact, from my standpoint, the next step we'd like to see is the pulling together of consecutive days. So you'll have your maybe 3 days of competition. We had the 4 days of heats, and then of course a day of semi-finals. It also gives athletes an opportunity of not running just one time and then being done. So they run the semis, they run the heats, they run the semis, and then of course they qualify through and come here at the finals. As we see, Rokino Jackson is currently your leader there, still leading. 300 meters left. They've already run 1 lap and just about another 100 meters to go. So it's Jackson, the athlete there from, I think that's Langley Park Government in number 32. Then following him, it is from the Kittels Government School.
I wonder what the people from Union Island might be saying now. Jackson now leading for Leyu.
Well, I think they may understand the fact that he's going to another school, but still when they look at him, they say that's our boy. Though he may not be wearing our yellow and black, he may be wearing a red and white, but still that's our boy. I'm pretty sure that's what the spirit is. As we see him coming into the home stretch, this is Rokino Jackson already starting to pull away now. He's approaching the finish line. The race will be on for second place between Kittels and Langley Park, but it's going to be Rokino Jackson coming through to take the first boys event on the track this morning. The flash time of 2 minutes 31.4 seconds there for Jackson, still showing his prowess here in this event here at the Inter-Primary Schools Athletics Championships. 2:31.49 the official time. You see there on the scoreboard in the back there, Cordell Bailey in second place. I keep looking at the of Kittel, sorry. Yes, and then the runner that looks like Overroy Williams there of Langley Park in third place. Yeah, so our events are up and going, and of course, at the few events that we have, of course, you would have heard Crystal say a little earlier on this morning, the pavilion was about 98% to capacity, but we know that eventually it will get more and more full as we go along.
Of course, the parents are going to come out here to support the athletes, but when after the events get very intense, it's going to be when the relay is about to start. That's when a lot of people are going to be in here, and that's when athletics get very serious at Diamonds.
Yes, indeed. I know one name that a lot of folks are anticipating and looking forward to would be that of Treon Cato of the Canawan Government School. He's in the under-9 division. He really made a buzz last year when he moved up from the under-7. I think he was the under-9.
Is that your
boys.
relative?
I believe, but I mean, the thing is, you know, once you get a Cato on a track, you can't go wrong.
I heard the minister talking earlier about he given a chance to run on the surface here a little later this year. Are you going to be taking him on in the challenge?
I'll check my calendar. Once he decides the date, I'll check my calendar to see if I'm available.
We got to keep the Red Cross very close by.
Very close by, yes. I agree with that. And we have the Subs Polyclinic not too far from here, so let them stock up on their oxygen for both myself and the minister. All right, so yes, I said young Treon Cato is another name you can look forward to. He'll be running in the 80 meters that's set to come up in just a little while. He's a youngster who has christened himself Sonic. All right, as a matter of fact, I have christened him Little Lightning because he really tears down the track, and he showed tremendous effort in the 4x80 last year. You know, it was one of those races, as you mentioned about the relays, that folks walked away from the St Vincent Beach National Stadium talking about. I think by the time he got the baton, when he was on the last leg, the school was in 2nd or 3rd place.
Wow.
And he came from behind, chased down all those who were in front of him, and came across the line in first for Canawan. So we're gonna see Treon coming up a little bit later on. So I know the folks in Canawan are really anticipating, you know, seeing.
Why are we talking the field events are still going on now? We see the 9 to 10 girls long high jump is going on there.
Yes, that's right. The competitors in this event include Nelly Cumberbatch of Kingstown Prep, Adonna Williams, Pamela Spurt Government, Egypt Pereira, love that name, Egypt, from the Layu Government School, Attica Peters of Lauders, Lavanique Williams of Lomans Leeward Anglican, Omra Anthony of C.W. Prescott Primary, Nazia Woods of Fitzhugh's Government, and Jonique Thomas also of the Kingstown Preparatory School. So those are your competitors there for the under-11 girls high jump. As we continue our live broadcast here of the 2025 National Lotteries Authority Inter-Primary Schools Athletics Championships, as we see the lane markers being put out now for the 300 meters events. That will be the next series of events on the track here this morning. As was mentioned earlier on between Colvin and Dion, in terms of the anticipation of seeing folks in the likes like Shafika Maloney, Handel Roban, Vincentians will actually get the opportunity to see these folks taking on the track, on this very track later this year. As part of the Wendell Hercules National Championships, which will set to come up. It's a new regulation by World Athletics, which I will get into a little bit later on to let you know why exactly that is. So for folks who would have seen Shafika place 4th in the Olympics last year, remember she is set to run at the World Indoor Championships, which begins on Friday morning in China. Her first race would be actually, well, close to midnight our time on Friday night. Or would that be Thursday night? Thursday night, actually, yes, because they are ahead of us. So about 5 to midnight is when the Shafika will be running. But of course, we'll give you more information on that, and especially why you'd be able to see Shafika taking part in our national championships here at home. But under the starters orders are your athletes. In lane 1, Ranissa Antwine, Barrowley Government. Lane 2, Zenaya Guy, Kingstown Government. Lane 3, Zorina Harry, C.W. Prescott Primary. Lane 4, Tiana Duncan, St. Mary's Roman Catholic, who I believe set a record for this event in the heats. So we may very well see her go faster than 49.23, which is the time she's coming in with. Nelly Cumberbatch, who we just told you was in the high jump, she's also in this race from Kingstown Prep. Shakira King of Kingstown Government, Nevia Pierre, Chateaubriand Methodist, and Ariana Ross of the Caliacor Anglican School. So they're up and into their running now. These are the athletes in your under-11 girls 300 meters. That is from Kingstown Prep, Cumberbatch. Nelly Cumberbatch she's now going to be passed just on the inside there by Tiana Duncan. Again, as I said during the heats, she ran and set a new record in this event of 49.23. Tiana Duncan, your leader, coming off the stretch and into the home, well, off the turn and into the home stretch here from the St. Mary's Roman Catholic School. Will she go faster than 49.23? Her victory is secured, barring anything unforeseen, but we'll see if she can go better than she did. And yes, it looks like she will. 48.4 the flash time, so she does go faster than 49.3. 48.36 the official time there flashed on the screen. So once again, second girls event on the track, second record set this morning.
We know we were having this kind of bumper day today when it comes to record. This year has been a record performing year. We've seen it across the school when we have the twin sports between the grammar school and the high school. There were a lot of records broken in that inter-house championship there, and I'm quite sure, looking forward to tomorrow, is going to be a lot of records going to be tumbling at the big event tomorrow also. Here.
Yes, of course. And speaking of tomorrow, I know one athlete, as we look at the different persons who will be featured. Folks can definitely be look out for Mr. Aaron Baisden. He's a junior athlete, represents St Vincent Grammar School. He was at the C.W. Prescott Primary last year. I think he was the Victor Ladorum as well. So he has already set 2 records in the heats, the 100 and 200, I believe. And he's coming in with the fastest times already in the 1 and the 2, of course, the 400 as well, and also the 1,000 meters. So Aaron is going to have himself a busy day tomorrow. And again, as we said, under just running regularly, set 2 records, the 100 and 200 meters. So we anticipate that under the pressure of the finals, all goes well. Should he cross the line first, is a chance that he could go lower those records even more.
So the young athletes are getting ready for the 300 meters under 11 boys.
And in your lineup, as they sit or stand just in front of their lane markers, in lane 1, that is Jerome Painter, Kingstown Government School. Lane 2, Plastique Francois, Kingstown Prep. Lane 3, Jaden Smith, C.W. Prescott Primary. Lane 4, Elon Sandy of Kingstown Prep. Lane 5, Joshua Westfield, Spring Village Methodist. Braden John is in lane 6. He's from Barley Anglican. Rakeem Huggins of Mariaqua Government. He's in lane 7. And finally, in lane 8, it is Kesron McPhee of the Caliacor Anglican School.
Well, with almost all the primary schools throughout the island, throughout the nation are here today. Some schools just had 1 representative, but they're still here, and it's really good to know that it's a wide cross section of athletes we have in here today.
That's right. As a matter of fact, there are 68 total primary schools in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I counted the teams represented here. We have 30, so we have just about half of the schools represented here, and we've been seeing over the years, more and more of the schools getting athletes into the finals. So it's something that augurs well for the sport of track and field. Back to on the track, we see the number 30. Well, 2 athletes there wearing 31, but Elon Sandy of the Kingstown Prep School, who is running in lane 4, set a record for this event in the heats as well.
Yeah.
He ran a time of 46.64 seconds. So we'll see what Sandy can do here for one athlete just getting, probably losing his balance, getting just a little bit agitated there.
Do we have foul starts at the primary school? Do we call the foul starts here?
Well, it depends on the level. All right. For the young ones, the only age groups that are disqualified are the over 11, right, for any infringement. If there's an infringement in any of the other age groups, the starter races a false start, they're just called back and they set them and they go again. So it's a way of preparing the athletes for getting into secondary schools. So only those in the over 11 category are eligible for disqualifications, especially for false starts. But your race is up and going there. This is
2 number 31s inside there from the Kingston Proprietary School. One is in lane number 2.
That'll be Plastique Francois. And then in lane number 4, as we see them going around the track, Elon Sandy, the record holder, which he set during the semi-finals last week. But it's 3 coming off the turn there. Jaden Smith with the advantage. We see Elon Sandy just between him, and then there's Joshua Westfield. So as they come down the track, it will be Westfield out in lane 5. And that looks like, if that time is correct, that would be a new record as well.
It's from the Spring Village Methodist School?
Yes, that's right. Joshua Westfield, Spring Village Methodist, running a time of 45, I think that was 0.8 seconds there. So he again breaks the record in a time of 46.64 that was set in the in the semi-finals.
It comes back down to the numbers that I spoke about earlier, that schools like Spring Village may have just 3 or 4 representatives here today.
Yes.
But look what they're doing here. They're
yes, that's right.
History here today.
Yeah, so even though Spring Village may not have a sizable team, like say the Kingstown Prep or Stephanie Brown might have, where they can challenge for the overall title. But the individual prowess that we are seeing, so there we see Joshua Westfield running away there with the under-11 boys, 300 meters, and now establishing a new record.
I was all the way over to the Beckway, the Paget Farm Government School. They have a special slogan over there. They said, "We come out to sting." What is it that the Kingston Primary Prep School, what is their slogan there?
Well, I don't think, and this is something that I like, it's a new development, and I believe, if memory serves me correctly, that the Paget Farm Government School has started. They follow the trend of some of the schools in the secondary level, where they have adopted team mascots, right? So the Paget Farm anointed themselves the Red Hornets.
Oh, that's a dangerous, very dangerous insect. That's very dangerous insect, that is.
Yes, that's right. And just the name of it alone, the Red Hornet, you know. A Jack Spanner could sting me up, but a Red Hornet, that sounds dangerous.
They're actually wearing the red over there. And they had to run out of there because they said they're going to sting you.
They were buzzing.
So you could imagine what they're going to be doing on this track today. Number 46.
Yes.
That's from the Beckway, the Paget Farm Government School.
Yes, that's right.
We come out to sting.
Yes.
Pick up the teachers Agnes over there, and Miss Bino and Tyrese from the Beckway, the Paget Farm Government School. They claim that the burial has damaged the park down there in Beckway, and now they're just training on hard surfaces, but they're still here with a large contingent today.
Yes, of course, and as I said earlier, you know, Paget Farm Government, one of the former champions here of this inter-primary schools athletics championships, you know, so
we're still seeing 2 number 31s in here, so that's the preparatory school?
Kingstown Preparatory School,
that's right. They seem to have a lot of good athletes here today. They are leading the point standing so far. Could you give us some of the points at this time, Groove?
Yeah, sure. So going into the championship here today, the school, as I pull it up here on my nifty device, so the school coming in with the most points was Kingstown Prep School. They had a total of 36 points, and they were followed by the Stephanie Brown Primary with 29 points. Then we had 27 by Paget Farm Government, and then Canawan and Lomans Windward were both next on 24.
Here is this thing from the Hornets as the Canawan school. Here, no, that's a Beckway, the Paget Farm School. Now being challenged by the Stephanie Brown School. Well, they're all from the Grenadines.
From Kingstown Prep, St Vincent.
Yes, that's right. But we see coming around on the inside there from Canawan Government. Okay, let me just switch between my screens here.
It is Stevenson up. Stephanie Brown.
Here's this thing from the Hornets.
All right, so it will be Paget Farm Government there. Odelia Compton, who crosses the line, 45.6 seconds is the flash time here. So she takes the top spot there. Odelia Compton, Paget Farm Government, the over 11 girls.
Well, I think the Hornets here is doing, opposite of what Hornets normally do. Hornets will fly behind you and not in front. The Hornets are flying faster than the
They're clearing the way to make sure that their path to success and to winning this championship is clear, and they have no infringements, no impediments, and they are indeed coming out to sting and trying to make sure that they take that trophy back down to not Lower Bay, sorry, but South Side. That's where the Paget Farm, the area, general area where the Paget Farm Government School is located. South Side in Beckway, Paget Farm. They are trying to make sure that they.
Groovia, we are also in a very historic area here. We have just in the back there, we have the foreground right there. We have the Kingsdale Forest.
Yes, that's right.
That's a reserve, a forest reserve here in our country.
Yes.
Established way back in the 1700s.
Yes, I believe. As a matter of fact, I was speaking to a gentleman who is a forestry officer, and he was saying that actually up at the top there is a gravestone from, of course, back in the days when this entire area was a sugar cane plantation.
Oh, okay.
So Kings Hill, of course, was one of those places. So I believe, kind of jokingly, I said, well, I must see Mr. King that's buried up there. And he said, well, if it wasn't the person who owned the plantation, of course, it was somebody who was affiliated with the family, of course, that would have owned the plantation.
Do you have any idea why they established a reserve in this part of the island, this position?
As to why, no, but of course, we always want to make sure while we look at development, here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we always have to bear in mind that we have to maintain, a balance of things. So the nature, there are areas where we want to make sure that nature has a home, more or less. So usually in a forest reserve, there are things that so for example, hunting of wildlife is prohibited in these areas. I'm not sure if that applies to when the hunting season is officially open, or if it means that, when the hunting season is open, you can hunt anywhere else except in a forest reserve. As a matter of fact, our starter, Mr. Garth Deshong, is the person who was giving me that information, him being a forestry officer. So that's something that, I might have to confirm with him. But as we turn our attention back to the track here, we have on track the over 11 boys, 300 meters. And they are on their way. Sonna Delpesh, Barrowly is in lane 1, Barrowly Anglican. Chris trimming Stephanie Brown in lane 2, Cyan Jack in lane 3, Clifford Phillips lane 4, Rokino Jackson lane 5, and we already see Clifford Phillips of Stephanie Brown moving ahead, taking pole position and pulling away from this crowd here. I believe he is another athlete who would have set a record for this event during the heats. Yes, that's right. He ran 39.40 seconds during the semifinals. Let's keep our eyes on the clock to see if it will be another consecutive record. Remember, 39.40 is the record. He goes across in 39.40. Well, 4. So we'll see when they round it down. What time will it go up or will it go down? So 39.45. So he's just outside of the record that he set last week during these semifinals. That's Clifford Phillips of Stephanie Brown Primary taking the over 11 boys 300-meter event. So this is the first event where we don't have a record for this
so
morning.
A lot of excitement. So early in the games, we are having a lot of excitement, and those who are now joining us on Visitry, I'm quite sure you're enjoying it from wherever you are right now.
So we've already seen victories in the event so far from the St. Mary's Roman Catholic for the girls. We've seen Paget Farm Government. We've seen did we see Kingstown Prep? I believe we saw Kingstown Prep there as well. Stephanie Brown taking one there. Spring Villages who won that event there with the Kingstown Prep, indeed. So it is. So we are fully underway here at the Sir Vincent Beach National Stadium. And all right, so as we get ready for the 50 meters for the under 7s, which I like to call the cutest race in track and field history here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, because when you see these little people take off down the track, it is a wonder to see them, to really see them take off. But as we were speaking earlier about the opportunity for Vincentians to see the likes of Shafika Maloney and Handel Roban, World Athletics, the governing body for the sport of track and field, has moved away from just having a simple one time for qualification for world championships. Now what they do is they go by rankings, and there are certain meets that happen around the world that are designated as team meets where you can get ranking points. Now, depending on your positions that you place in those meets, and I'm not sure if the times are also taken into consideration, but you get ranking points. You get a certain amount of points. When it comes close to the championship, there's a particular cutoff time when they rank where the athletes are ranked. So they will say, okay, athletes from number 1 all the way to maybe 32 are the athletes who will go through to take part in the World Championships. So they've moved away from having, hundreds of athletes possibly where you have qualifying, making a certain particular qualifying time. And because of that, over the years, a qualifying time might shift. It might go fast, it might go slower. So what happens now is that every country's home national championships will be the World Athletics has designated those meets to be the meets where athletes can get the most ranking points. The reason behind that is that they want athletes to be able to feature in front of their home crowds. So with the attention now that is, of course, on an athlete like Shafika Maloney, after her feat last year, her tremendous feat, placing 4th at the Olympics, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, first time an athlete goes past the semi-final round, and she was just steps away from being the first ever Vincentian to bring home an Olympic medal. Right. So now, our co-commentators, Dion and Colville, were saying, children were asking when will Shafika be here and whatnot. So for the national championships, the Wendell Hercules National Championships, which will be in July, I'll have to confirm the date. I do have the calendar here with me. I'll confirm the date for you. So the likes of Shafika Maloney, Handel Roban as well, who was also at the Paris Olympics, will have to be competing here at home if they want to gain eligibility for competition at the World Championships later on, which will be, I believe, in Japan later in August. So for folks who may not have ever seen Shafika Maloney compete, and that would be quite a lot of us, because she started out as a student of the Thomas Saunders Secondary, but at about Form 2 or 3, she then moved to St Kitts, where she finished her high school development in St Kitts and then went on to university. So it would have been a good couple of years since Shafika would have run here at home. So the entire nation of St Vincent and the Grenadines will be in for a treat to see somebody like Shafika Maloney on track right here at the Sir Vincent Beach National Stadium come later on this summer, and Handel Roban, and of course other athletes like jumpers, Uroy Ryan in the long jump, Verrell Sam in the high jump, Makish Compton in races like the 100 meters, record holder Earl Simmons, names that people would have heard about if they follow track and field, but would have never seen them run here at home. So that is a great opportunity for Vincentians to see their own athletics heroes that they would have followed on social media, seen them running at these international meets, to see them competing here at home. So that's something folks can look forward to.
But tell us a little bit more about what happened last year. I think there were a lot of qualifying competition held in St. Vincent. Athletes came all the way from across the region to come here. Barbadian athletes came here.
Yes. So you're referring to the Carifta Trials, right? So for our Carifta Trials last year in 2024, I think there were 3 clubs from Barbados who came across here to St. Vincent and the Grenadines to take part in these trials, because the stadium in Barbados was, right now at that point it was in a state of total disrepair. Okay. So from what I understand that's happening across there now is that the existing stadium it either has begun or it will be totally demolished, and construction on a new revamped stadium is set to begin. So right now the only track that would be available to Barbadians is the Usain Bolt track, which is located at the University of the West Indies at Cave Hill. So these athletes use the opportunity to come across to St. Vincent, to use our Carifta Trials as their Carifta Trials as well, which did well. As a matter of fact, I believe all the athletes who came would have made the Barbadian Carifta team to go to Grenada last year. We would have had our Carifta Trials a few weeks ago, where we didn't have any visitors come over this time around, but of course we have our own qualifiers, who would have made qualifications for the Carifta team. And by the way, as a prelude to tomorrow's competition, athletes who make Carifta standards during the inter-secondary schools championships. Awesome. So those standards will stand. If anybody makes any qualifying
great
times.
Improvement for athletics.
Yes, of course. So even though we didn't have even though persons may not have qualified during the Carifta Trials, it doesn't mean that they can't go. They still have a window where they can qualify. So we could very well see some Carifta qualifications coming out of tomorrow. As a matter of fact, during the semi-finals of the not the semi-finals, the heats of the secondary schools championships, Kessie and John made the Carifta standard for the 1500 meters. I think she just barely missed it during the Carifta Trials, but running last week, she made the standard, and chances are she could go even faster because she also broke the record. So chances are she can also go even faster in the finals tomorrow when you have the best of the lot put together on the one track.
Because what I'm seeing on screen here with the officials and so on, they've come a very long way. I've heard Dion spoke about it earlier, about you and what it takes to bring a championship together, and you talk about the officials and so on. You could see them here well uniformed, and I'm quite sure they're acquainted with the rules and the regulation of the competition. It's a long way from where we have been maybe, say, 10 years ago. We have come a very long way.
Yeah, we have, and this all goes to the development of the sport of track and field, especially with team athletics being the driving force behind that. We always want to make sure that the officials in our competitions have to be versed with the rules under which they operate. So training sessions go on each and every year. As a matter of fact, with the structure of our sports department, most of our staff is made up of persons who are on the YES program, young adults who are on the YES and SET programs, and a lot of times these numbers rotate every year. So every year we do have to do training to make sure that our officials are au fait with the rules and with what is expected of them, especially these championships, because as I said, this inter-schools championships is the premier event in track and field here in St Vincent and the Grenadines, pretty much like it is in a lot of Caribbean countries, because of course we don't have that many seniors who stay in the sport once they would have gone through the prime, well, not the prime, but the schools category. When they finish secondary school, they either move, if they still involved in the sport, they move on to universities outside of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And those who are here, there are very few who still stay in the sport once they finish school. So, you know, the focus on track and field is, of course, we still try to get through team athletics, try to get athletes to stay in the sport once they're finished, because that as well sticks with the development of the sport. And we have gone from where, you know, once our athletes did well in secondary schools, then full stop, that was it. You know, we're at the point now where our coaches have evolved as well, to where they can maintain a high standard of activity. So it's all, but you know, there are many factors that would play into a person's personal life, you know, jobs and whatnot, and time to train and all that. But you know, it's all a work in progress. You know, kind of like the facility here. It's all under construction. You know, there's no complete endpoint, especially to the development of athletes, as it relates to that. So on our screen there, ladies and gentlemen,
the teeny-weeny ones ready for the 50 meters race, and some of them are wearing. Any of them wearing those spiky shoes out there?
It doesn't seem as though any of these are. I see maybe one of them might have socks. Oh no, that's not. No. So these athletes are running barefoot. So again, this is one of the things that
you think they're comfortable. Look, they're sitting.
Well, they're comfortable, but
they look very comfortable indeed. Yeah.
Well, what I was about to say, the fact that they're barefoot, standing on that material out there for an extended period of time, you know, it does get hot. You know, so it's something that we'd like to see persons
get into the heat. I think they're more excited about get that hearing that gun go off. I think
at this stage, yes, you know, but as they get older, I look at 32, the way she came up to that line, she is ready to go.
Yeah.
You know, but we have Nivea Humphrey, Riley Patterson, she's in lane 2, Kimya Bino lane 3, Kayla Stevens lane 4, Zahavia James lane 5, Jamalia Dixon lane 6, Nova Byron lane 7, and Devisha Phillips lane 8. This is Lomans Windward, Fitzhughes, Paget Farm, C.W. Prescott Primary, Lomans Windward, Bookament Government, Langley Park, and Lauders Primary Yard. So we see them.
Still got the Hornets in there. They love to sting.
Of course, yes, that's right. So Paget Farm looking to do some stinging.
Number 3.
So under the starters orders here, number 11 has her eyes on the starter, making sure that she's going to get his cue whenever she is ready. The official just making sure all athletes have their toes behind the line.
You got some record time for this one?
Well, for this one, the record for this event is, let me find it. We're looking at the under 7 girls. So the 50 meters, it is a time of 9.10 seconds by Jovan Peters of Lauders Primary.
This looks like the sting from the back. Oh, from the Paget Farm.
Oh, well, actually, that looks like a close one there between C.W. Prescott and Dubois or Bookament with a time of 9.1. There, so the little ones make their way off the very warm material as quickly as possible. There, but it looked like your winner might have been from the Bookament Government School. That is Jamalia Dixon. Of course, once when these races come in very close, Hooper, you know, it takes the officials a little time to decipher who is who during the photo finish. So for a lot of times when you see a race finish and then you're patiently waiting, you're waiting for a while. Why they don't put it up? It's because the athletes come in so very close. So the officials have to pinpoint and get exactly which athlete's torso crosses the line first. So, you know, it does tend to take a little while. And then once that is done, when that time shows up on the scoreboard, that's the indication that it has been done.
I know we moved from the time when he used to have the tapes across.
Yes.
And you have to see who, and there were no cameras, and then we had those stopwatches.
Yes, you had stopwatches.
And now everything is electronic now, so we could always look back at the tapes and we could
that's right.
see everything happening there.
And as a matter of fact, and I for one can confess to that, because I remember distinctly being in 1993 when I was at the St Vincent Grammar School. So yes, Bookament, your runner there from Bookament being adjudged the winner there of that 9.15 seconds. So she, again, just outside of the record there. Jamalia Dixon of Bookament Government School takes the under 7 girls 50 meters. Yes, so as I was saying, in 1993, when I ran the 100 meters for the St Vincent Grammar School, myself along with my teammate Niall Bernard crossed the line first and second. Now, I know that Niall beat me because Niall was always faster than me. And even when we crossed the line, I glanced to my right and I could see the back of his shoulder, which tells you that he's in front of me. But the officials put me as the winner. And I'm saying to them, I did not win the race. I'm looking at the back of the... But they decided that, look, what we say goes, you won the race, take your gold medal. Now, when the medals were sent to the school, I gave Niall his gold medal because he knew, I knew he was the winner of that. The records might show that my name would be in the first position, but he and I knew that he won the race, so he has the medal.
That's fair play.
Of course. I mean, it's my teammate.
Sportsmanship.
Look, we were at the same school, we were in the same house. Yeah, so I wasn't going to rob Niall of his, and I mean, he's a good friend of mine. I was not going to rob Niall of his gold medal.
So you have some teeny weeny boys here. Can you introduce them?
Yes, of course. So the teeniest of the lot we see over there on the right there, that's in lane 1. He is Markel Dishong. He's of the Lomans Winwood Anglican School. In lane 2, Zaire George, Kittell's Government School. Lane 3, Terrano Griffith of Barrowley Government. In lane 4, Tyree Batiste, Dixon Methodist. Lane 5, Devondre Mars. He's of Fitzhugh's Government. Lane 6, Kareem Delpla, Chateaubriand Methodist. Laquan Johnson is in lane 7. He is from Langley Park Government. And then we round out our field with Raheem Dixon from the Georgetown Government School in their brand new uniforms this year, wearing number 26. So once you see all these little ones take that pose...
You couldn't set off these races as quick as these guys can do it now. What's happening here now?
So down the track they come, and this one again is going to be another close one between the...
You know this to set off these races, and your marks get set, and you're ready, and you go.
well, the command is on your marks, set, and then go. But you know the anticipation. These little guys, once they get to set, because they're waiting for go, so they figure after on your marks, anything you say means go. But that looks like would be the close one there between Mars, Devondre Mars of Fitzhugh's Government, and then Terrano Griffith of Barrowley Government. An all leeward race there for this under 7 boys 50-meter dash. So the officials taking time out there to decipher who is who. So we'll wait once that is done. Of course, that will pop up on your screen.
We're in a place called Diamond. Why did they give this place Diamond? Is it that the cane was considered Diamond at the time here?
Well, I don't know, but considering that we have 2 places, this is Diamond, you know, and then there's another area where on the windward side called Diamonds. I don't know if this had any play into the fact that we have diamonds on our national flag, but of course we are the gem of the Antilles.
Do you think we have a red out here?
Oh, well, I tell you what, during the break, let's get a shovel and we can dig to see what we can find anything of this sort.
While they were excavating here, you think they had
they might have found anything. Well, I believe if that were the case, you know, the St Vincent and the Grenadines would be in a different state, as it were. Because can you imagine if we did have diamonds in our earth? Yeah, you know that.
But this place have really transformed. I know when I was this place used to be there was a dump site around here.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, the dump site is still located. It's further, further south from where we are.
What should we say, dump site or sanitary landfill? Should we use a better word term like sanitary landfill?
Well, I guess so. Yeah. But what I do know is that once upon a time when they used to just because remember what we call Sino or the incinerator at Sion Hill, where they used to just burn all the garbage. Now they are much more environmentally friendly in the terms of the way garbage is disposed of here in St Vincent and the Grenadines. So that site where that is done is not too far away from where we are. But you would never know it because there's no smoke. Whatever burning is done is pretty minimal. So yeah, I remember when this was the automobile used to have racing down in this area.
So we go back to field side now. Here is an interesting one.
Yes, that's right. Our under 9 girls 50 meters. Your lane assignment, Sharia Hooper of Trumuka Government in lane 1, Afisha Charles of Richardson Park in lane 2, Denicia Nimblet of CW Prescott lane 3, Livia Cato, hey, nice name, from Chateaubriand Methodist, she's in lane 4, Cherish Prescott of Bookerman.
She's sort of like, what you call it, what used to call him, a pump, they have a term they use, a colloquial term that we use,
she exudes confidence. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, there's a term that we use.
We also have Cherish
Punctual. They say
Prescott.
punctual. When they say
Okay. I got you. And there goes Miss Cato is your winner. Oh, that was a flyer there. That was Livia Cato.
She is punctual.
Punctual.
Yeah, she's punctual. I know her dad is watching her all the way in England, and he doesn't miss any of her races. I'm quite sure she,
Our flash time there looks like it was 7.9. Let me see how close, if at all, she would have come to our national record for that event. I think that might be because we have a record of 8.13. Okay, so 8.11. So we have ourselves another record here. Livia Cato just getting inside the record of Aurelia, what was Aurelia's last name? DeBeek there of Your Government. 8.13.
Wow.
Livia runs 8.11. So again, a new record set here at the 2025 National Lotteries Authority Inter-Primary Schools Athletics Championships. And just folks, for information's sake, if you wonder how Mr. Hooper might be so versed in a person like Livia Cato, he's a teacher by training, and he's his school is the Chateaubriand Methodist School. So he came.
Boasting about that.
You're not boasting about
No,
that?
not boasting about that. We
right.
have good athletes, but I respect all our other competitors today.
Of course, but I'm just speaking to the fact that you'll be personally familiar with the athletes from Chateaubriand, knowing that her father might be in the UK and probably looking along. So that's a proud father there, looking at his daughter just run and win the under 9 girls 50 meter dash, and doing so in record time.
I got that word now, and it's a colloquial term we call punctual. When
Punctual.
They say punctual. Punctual. That's how they say. They say not punctual as
Not punctual. No.
Punctual. When they say punctual, which means sort of kind of bossy.
Yes.
I'm quite sure Cleo familiar with that. Maybe that's not from her side of the island where she's from. But they say punctual. That means you boast. You're boasting now.
But what I can tell you is I have my own.
You have colloquial words in your area too?
Well, no, but I mean my own interaction with Livia, where a few years ago, she won, I believe it was the under 7 girls champion.
Yeah.
Right, but due to some miscommunication and mishap, there wasn't a trophy available for her.
She still talks about that trophy.
I was just about to say, every time she sees me, she lets me know. But there goes Treon. There goes Treon. I missed that.
Canawan School.
That's right.
That is
Sonic.
School.
That is Sonic there, as he says. He says his name is Sonic. I call him Little Lightning.
Number 15 from the Canawan Government School. There's a little Sonic there in the boys. On the 80 meter
dash. Yes, let me see if he set the record last week, during these semifinals. He ran 7.98 seconds. Didn't quite catch the time there when he came across the line, so I don't know if it hasn't been put up as yet, but this could very well be another record. So he's gone. Okay, no, he hasn't. He was running 8 seconds flat. So he's just outside of his record, but he still holds the record. He set the record last week there, but he runs away with the gold medal just ahead of Javed Anthony of Connery Government and Jamal Lampkin of Barreley second. So we see a spread, a regional spread in terms of medals there. Canawan getting, so Southern Grenadines are getting the gold, the Windward side getting the silver, and then the Leeward side getting the bronze. So it goes to show that the talent here in St Vincent and the Grenadines is spread across the nation. It's not all concentrated in just any one or two places. It's truly, something that is spread across from ocean to ocean, from point to point, from Fancy in the north to Union Island down in the south.
So, Mr. Cato, did you bring across Olivia Cato? That's another Cato again. Olivia Cato. Treon Cato.
Treon Cato. You see, that's...
You owe Olivia Cato a trophy from a few years ago?
Yes, I do, and I will admit it. And if she sees me here today, you might hear a public embarrassment for myself, because she's going to let me know, sir, I ain't get my trophy yet. Every time she sees me,
that's
sir,
like
I ain't get my trophy yet.
2 years ago.
Yes, so it's something that we're still working on. We have got to... I'm making this vow right now in front of you, Mr. Hooper, and all our viewers, that I am going to ensure that Livia gets her trophy for her under 7 girls champion. I'm going to make sure that happens. Don't ask me when.
I think there was a tie that year.
Yes, it was. It was a tie that year. So one athlete got to take the trophy, and Livia didn't. So we got to make sure that Livia gets her under 7 girls champion trophy. But nonetheless, we see exactly why she would have got that. Look at the way she just ran away from that crowd there in that race. And I think we said she set a record there. So we are again coming to you live. There it is, the live stream of the 2025 National Lotteries Authority, the 35th edition of the National Lotteries Authority Inter-Primary Schools Athletics Championships.
So we have completed about 10 events so far for the day, track events. Started with the 600 meters, the 800 meters, the 300 meters, and now we are into the 50 meters.
Yes, so we have one more set. We have the boys, the under 9 boys, to run the 50 meters, and then we move on to the 80 meters for the under 11 and over 11 boys, and then we'll get into those exciting events that you alluded to earlier on, the relays.
Yeah. Do you have special sponsors for the relays today?
We did at one point. I don't think that's the case for this year, but while we talk sponsors, we have to say thank you to Tusty Water for making this live stream possible here this morning. And I can tell you, if you can see the sunshine that is beaming down out there, ladies and gentlemen, so you know that water is indeed essential. Of course, Tussie Water doesn't just have bottled water. As you see on the screen there, they also have the flavored water. My favorite one is actually the cranberry. I really like the cranberry. The cranberry flavored water. They've got cranberry, they've got grapefruit. I believe they also have the moringa and lime is also a very nice one.
Are we far away from Belair? There's a special type of water.
The spa water, yes. The thing with St Vincent and the Grenadines is that distance is relative, and my father always said you could get to anywhere from anywhere because the world is round. All right,
but I tell you, add anything to our athletics?
Well, I don't know, but maybe we can find somebody. Crystal can find somebody from Belair to find that out for us.
Really?
But in the meantime, what we want to do is just take a quick break here from our broadcast. So stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. Don't you go away. Coverage of the 2025 National Lotteries Authority Inter-Primary Schools Athletics Championships continues after this.
So we're back at the St Vincent Beach Stadium here watching the 35th edition of the Primary School Inter-Athletics Championship. And I'm here alongside me is Groove, the governor, no stranger to commentary.
Well, I will tell you what, a lot of folks usually make that mistake because me being a past radio DJ, and there was a DJ once who had the name of Groove Governor. The name I adopted was Groove Master, but he of course had set the foundation there. So I like to tell people when they say, so you the governor, I say no, governor is politics. I'm not in the politics. I'm the master. Right? So governor. So big ups to Groove. I'm sure he's out there, probably he'll taking a little bit of this championship here every now and then. On our screen there, folks, is something I must highlight. So that is a specially made backdrop that was done with the compliments, through the auspices, not the auspices, sorry, but the association, that's the word I'm looking for, between the Carnival Development Corporation and the Ministry of Culture, the Department of Culture. It was, created, of course, designed, and then eventually painted by, I can't remember Panel's, as we like to say, government name, Curtis, I can't remember his last name right now, but he's a tremendous artist here in St Vincent and the Grenadines. So he's the one who would have painted that sign. Well, not a sign. What we're actually looking at is sheets of galvanized that are decorated for just specifically for this event here, as to be used as the backdrop for the medal presentations. Not sure if we're going to do a presentation. Well, I don't think we'll do a ceremony now because as far as I'm realized, we should have one more 50 meter to run. So I'm not entirely sure what the holdup may be, but you know, this is something that is a new addition to the sport here, because the idea coming from Rodney Small, the newly appointed, so I guess we're going to do some medals. I hear the announcer calling for the podium. Mr. Rodney Small, the newly appointed CEO of the Carnival Development Corporation. So under his guidance, this backdrop was created. So it's sheets of galvanized, as I said, that were painted, and it says "Run SVG." Also, and we'd probably get a shot of this during the course of the day, but at the fence that is surrounding
it's just going out
the
to
admin building.
The athletes fence area there. You have seen a lot of graphic work there.
Yes,
also,
that's right. Again, and it's little words of encouragement. Run faster. Keep going.
Keep pushing.
Go harder,
I think
keep
it was
pushing.
keep pushing. That was
So,
I saw it earlier.
So it's just some words of encouragement that are on the fence, on the galvanized barrier there in front of the administrative building there, which we're seeing right there in front of you, folks. Yes. So there's a vehicle that's parked in front of the. But again, these graphics were again painted there yesterday, between yesterday and Monday, again to give our athletes a little more encouragement as they go, because I can tell you, when you're running, and in my day when my event was the 400 meters, when you started coming around that top turn, and as we say, the monkey jumps on your back, it feels like you can barely move, and you look up there and you see a sign that says keep pushing. It really guides you to dig deep and get that. So a little decoration being used to encourage our athletes here as they take part to represent their schools here at the 2025 National Lotteries Authority Inter-Primary Schools Athletics Championships. The athletes being called there for the medal presentation. So we're going to get into a medal ceremony in just a bit here, and something that there's I believe, if memory serves me correctly, so I'll have to do this when I go home, I think I still have a plastic bag with my medals from my career in school. Right? So I'll have to check on that when I go. I remember where I left it. So in my mother's house, I'll have to go back there to see if it's still there. But my son, in my mother, the wall just in the living room area there, all his medals, from his inter-house sports, his inter-school sports, regional medals he got, where he would have got medals at the Whitsuntide Games. So our home is decorated.
Have you ever thought about getting into coaching group?
Well, actually, I do coach. I am a coach. I am a World Athletics Level 1 certified
swimming coach.
Well, not swimming, but track and field. Track and field is in my blood. It's what I did as a youth. That's where my sporting background is. I like to tell people my first love was always football. I love football, but football didn't love me, because I tried to make my school team when I was in the grammar school several times, and was obviously never good enough to make the playing team. And it's not something at this point I'm ashamed to say. It's something that's a lesson you learn in life. You have to accept where you are and find your road. Maybe it was just that the Almighty was guiding me and saying that no, you could kick ball all you want. That's not where your destiny is. I eventually switched to track and field, made a name for myself as a track and field athlete. And even my son now, both my sons actually, my older one took part on the school level, and my younger one is now at Jamaica College in Jamaica, and is one of the premier triple jumpers, probably not only in the country but also in the region. We'll see how well he does at the Carifta Games coming up over the Easter weekend. But just a couple weeks ago, he would have broken the national under-20 triple jump record. He jumped 15.22. So he's doing great things. As we spoke of Livia's dad, who you said might be a proud father. That's why I said I would know what a proud father feels like, because he makes me a proud father.
But now that you mentioned about jumps, jumps hasn't been what we've been synonymous for. We probably know better for racing, for the track itself. But drums, throws, we're not known for those things. What's happening in those disciplines?
But what I'm
talking about from a primary school level, what development programs are in place there for throws and jumps?
Well, what I can tell you is that the field events, and it's not just here at home, it's something that is an epidemic, I'd like to call it, both regionally and internationally, where the focus, once you say track and field, the focus always tends to be on the running events, right? We have athletes who I believe, because everybody wants to run, if they would have gone into the jumps or even the throws, would have been absolutely tremendous athletes. But because the mindset is always about the running.
Can I say our coaches lack that discipline?
No, because what I can say is there are coaches who are versed in the jumps and the throws. For example, the club that I coach with, the Exceed Sports Club, we are one of the few clubs that do a little bit of every single of the events. We do run-ins, we do jumps, we do throws. That academy, under the tutelage of Michael Oliver, is, well, I don't want to say the only one, but is one of the clubs who has now started, not now, but over the last couple of years, focused on trying to develop hurdles in St Vincent and the Grenadines. So the coaches actually have the mindset to try to, to break away from just simply only running.
So Miss Byron is on the podium, receiving bronze medal for the 600 meters.
And this is now Casey Hooper of Fitzhugh's government. She would have finished second, being medaled there by PS in the Ministry of Sports and Housing and Sports, Housing, Youth and Sports. And your winner there, Tiana Scott, who again ran and set a new record in this event.
Tiana Scott set a new record of 1:52.75.
All right, I was just trying to find the time there. Well, there you say 1:52.75. There is your time.
Groove, in terms of the wind, and I heard Dion, yes. Speaking about the development of the track and the facility here. And I think I heard that there's something to go in place to deal with the wind. Is the wind a real problem here?
It can be. I've known and I've experienced times when the wind has been extremely strong. One meet, as a matter of fact, we had where there was a heavy rainfall, and it almost felt as though we were probably in a storm, where we even had the tents down and we had to be physically holding down the tent. The wind, it's not, the good thing about the wind is it's constant.
It's constant.
So even though we are out in the sun, the wind is just coming off the sea. It's a constant cool breeze. You can see from the palms that we have there on screen, so they don't ever stop moving. The wind is always blowing. It's not a very big problem in terms of posing problems for athletes when they run. What does happen though is that because some events, and it wouldn't apply so much to our primary schools, but secondary schools and older in our national championships as well, and development meets, where times because of the wind may or may not be judged legal times. Now, when I say that, what do I mean? I mean that under World Athletics rules, the 100 meters and 200 meters, along with the long jumps and triple jump, the wind factor is taken into consideration.
Okay.
So wind
Could
that
you
is
just explain it quickly and briefly
Sure, no
for
problem.
all our audience to hear what it's about the wind?
So what I'm talking about is they decided that any wind that is stronger than 2.0 miles per hour, any time or distance that occurs during when the wind is blowing that strong would be termed as wind aided. Right now, I mean, and folks who know when a wind is very strong, you can feel that either resistance or you can feel the wind push you. We know the damage that wind can do, and it does. I don't want to say damage, but it does play a role in the events here. Now, if you are running and you're without any wind at all, your general time, let's say, might be 11 seconds flat, right? If you are running into a headwind, meaning that the wind you're running into the wind, so it's blowing in your face. Your time might be 11.05. Now, if that same wind is at your back, so it's blowing in the same direction you're running, your time might now be 10.95. So World Athletics, they with their scientists and whoever, determined that, all right, the same would go for the jumps. If you do long jump, you might jump 6 meters 20, 6 meters, 6.20 meters without any wind. If you jump into the wind, you might jump 6.17 meters. Or if you jump with the wind at your back, you could jump 6.27 meters, right? So the wind is taken into consideration for these events. So any wind that is over plus 2.0 meters per second, you have to say plus, so meaning that it is wind aided. So the wind would have been behind your back more or less helping you out in the direction at which you're either running or jumping. If you jump into a headwind, if the wind is measured at minus, minus anything will be considered legal because you're not being wind aided. As a matter of fact, you're going against the wind. You have the wind as opposition to what you're doing. So, but here I think the direction that the wind blows here would tend to help because of the direction that it blows, basically from the bottom right corner up to the top left corner.
I know they don't.
Southeast,
you have names for these corners. We have.
Well, we have
different corners.
Yeah, I know. I've heard you. I've heard you.
Chichi corner. Do we have names for the corners here in Diamond?
Not.
Can we find some names for them today?
I would not mind doing that because it can give persons who may be familiar with the facility, an idea of or
anyone here from Diamonds who can give us the name of some of these corners here in the Diamonds?
Well, I tell you what, we can knight the top bend, the Kings Hill corner. Since we have Kings Hill just at the top of it,
You think that hill belonged to a king, or is it?
It either belonged to a king or belonged to somebody named King.
But during my research on Kings Hill where I was at school, I understand it was placed there because there was back in the 1700s there was an extreme period of dry weather.
Okay.
And it was affecting the plantations around here, the sugar plantation. So they really wanted to attract a lot of clouds, and that's why they would have really reserved that particular area, because mountains, forests attract clouds, and then the rain automatically comes in and so on.
Okay.
So even if it's in a dry area, because the southeastern end of the island is sort of a lot of dryish, because of northeast trades just pushing into this area and all that sort of stuff.
And something that I've spent so much time here at Diamond, being involved in meets and whatnot, that there are a lot of times when you see a cloud, being more or less pushed over the Kings Hill side, but then when you look back towards the sea, it's like clear sky over there. So I guess there is some point. There's your under-7 girls champion there. From the Bookament Government School, who would have won the 50 meters girls. That is Jamalia Dixon, just getting her gold medal there. Now we move on to the boys, the under-7 boys. I see that distinctive pink color tells you that runner there is from Fitzhugh's government. Yes, that's one of the. There are some uniforms that you can see them from a distance and immediately know. Yeah. Pink, that's Fitzhugh's. There's the yellow, Stephanie Brown. Yes, that's Stephanie Brown. And then the red. Once you see the correct pattern, you know that is Paget Farm.
I want to pick up the principal from the Stephanie Brown Primary School. I spoke to her earlier, and she's very ecstatic and hoping that they're going to walk up with the championship today.
I'm pretty sure that they are, and definitely working hard. So here we have a youngster there that is he's from the Georgetown government, or was that Canawan? I believe that was Canawan. That was a runner there from Canawan. So there's your third place from Georgetown government, Raheem Dixon. Second place went to school number 20 from Dixon Methodist, Tyree Batiste. He just steps up there onto the podium there to collect his silver medal from PS Cordis.
You think these athletes wear these medals to school next week? Will we be wearing those medals to school next week?
I know sometimes, well, it depends on the athlete.
Have you ever worn your medals to school after you won them?
No, I didn't. I can't say that. I can't say that I ever had.
You have that kind of showmanness about you?
No, all my showmanship came on the track.
The National Lottery is doing a great job, and they want to see the National Lottery's medals.
Want to see their medals?
And it's more important to the athletes, the young athletes, having a medal. Being rewarded for their work here.
What I can tell you is that they may wear their medals leaving here today when they go to the buses, or if they walk up to the main road. On the buses when they get home, they'll come off there with their medals. Gladly
you're going to see a lot of medals on Facebook, or kids with medals.
Could very well be because
it's the age of social media.
That's
your friend Liv is up there now. With the under 9 girls collecting the gold medal.
And I tell you what, the parents of these young boys and girls.
So Shati Oliver to the school is up front there on the gold medal podium today.
Yes, that's right. And that's Livia who we're talking about. As I said, if she sees me, she's going to say, "Saw our trophy."
It's really good to know that the athletes are enjoying it and that they're rewarded. The national lotteries and others who have come forward and put their money right here in our young athletes. And
of course. And of course, we always, encourage the partnership between corporate entities here in St Vincent and the Grenadines, National Lotteries Authority, the title sponsor of
We
this event.
have seen a lot of corporate bodies embracing our sports.
Yes, we
here
have.
in St Vincent and the Grenadines.
And it is something that I encourage. It's something that I applaud. You know, it's something that is we've been long waiting for, and still more. And even to take that to another level, what I've realized is that for some, you know, it doesn't have to be a national lotteries. It doesn't have to be a Couriers or a Flow or a Digicel. It doesn't have to be any of these major companies that are in even small businesses have started to get into that. Now they may not come in for the grand inter-school sports, but I've seen for the Central Leeward Secondary School or Barley Secondary School, there are some entities that sponsor the various houses. There's I can't remember which meet it was, but they had community stores or shops, helping with different things.
Snacks and
exactly.
uniforms for the athletes and so on.
That's right. And it's something that it is needed, because what that does is it really starts to build a sense of connectivity between the business and the community, the school, of course. It shows a sense of pride as well. One thing that you're definitely going to see as we speak of pride tomorrow is when those folks from Barley step out here, and I don't mean the athletes, right? I mean the spectators. The spectators. That's right.
That's interesting.
When let me put it, when Bagger come to Diamond tomorrow,
I wonder if they're going to bring across a lot of blackfish oil here tomorrow.
Well, I don't know about
blackfish crisps. Is always a delicacy,
well, you when you pass through Barley on your way home, you could probably see if they
I've collected some blackfish crisps. Those are for me to bring here tomorrow, because it helps the voice and everything like that. Yeah.
I hear you.
As the athletes get ready for the next big race coming up.
Yes, that's right. So we're moving now into the 80-meter event. So, yes, I forgot Treon. We just caught the end of Treon's race, which would have been the under 9 50-meter. So we're now moving into the 80-meter dash. We have the under 11 girls. Those were the under 11 girls who we just caught a glimpse of coming out to the track. We have your runners taking part will be Michaelia Robinson. She's in lane 1. She's from Sandy Bay Government. Sunaya Barber of Barley Government in lane 2. Aviana Carter of Kittell's Government in lane 3. Azalea Richards of Kittell's Government in lane 4. Miley Carter, Fitzhugh's Government in lane 5. In lane 5, Skylar Williams of Kingston Anglican in lane 6. Tiana Duncan of St. Mary's in lane 7. And Zulaine Nichols of Barley Government in lane 8. As we get ready now for the under 11 girls 80-meter dash, which will be followed by the boys who you saw coming out there just a little while ago. So the athletes now making their way from the call room area, which is situated on the backstretch, or well, just past the backstretch on the western side of the facility, where they have to congregate and be sorted into their heats and put in their lanes, or at least they're let known which lane they will be running in. And then they're escorted over to the start line. So the under 11 girls 80-meter dash is coming up next. Let me just give you an idea of what the record for that event looks like. It is under 11 girls. So here we go. So your 80 meters, the record holder is in this race. She set this record during the semifinals, 11.71 seconds. That is Azalea Richards.
Azalea Richards.
That's right, of Kittell's Government School, currently the record holder. So, again, another chance where we could see another record go, because, again, once you get the best of the runners all put together in one race, then we could probably very well see some better performances as they cross the finish line. So Azalea Richards, your record holder, she comes in with 11.71. She is the fastest time. That was the record. She broke the record during the semifinals. Just behind her is Miley Carter of Fitzhugh's Government with 11.88. And then Aviana Carter of Kittell's Government, 11.95. So three athletes running faster than 12 seconds in this race. One athlete setting a record during the heats. So we could very well see.
Two of them from the Kittell's Government School.
Two of them from the Kittell's Government School. So we could
Kittell's is wearing this unique color today.
Yes,
very,
this
very
orange
unique color.
And again, another school that is easily identified once you see that. Once you see that orange, you know that is Kittell's. And there's the pink for Fitzhugh's Government. Well, for somebody like me who has done this so many years, you can see Tiana Duncan there sitting on the number 7. She's from the St. Mary's Roman Catholic School. And then Sandy Bay Government, she's over there in lane 1, just to give an idea of, you know.
Does the colors of the uniform tell us about the uniform, the actual school uniform that the students
I used to
wear,
think so, but no, because we know that Fitzhughes, for example, who's running in pink, but pink is not their school color, you know, school color uniform. So as opposed to secondary schools where you might see that. So primary schools, their sports color doesn't necessarily represent the school.
But I see two schools. I see schools like the Roman Catholic school, which is has maybe their parent school. It might be the convent or the St. Martin. They seem to like that type of blue.
Sort of blue. I guess there's something reverent about the color blue, because yes, the St. Mary's is in that royal blue. St. Martin's color is a navy blue.
Even the prep schools seem to have a dark blue color also.
Prep school also
so maybe they like that duller color.
Well, I guess I'm not sure, you know, the reasoning behind it.
Does it go with all those laws in the public service that we had?
I have no idea.
Sober type color, and those schools evolve out of those situations.
I have no clue, but what I would not mind seeing, you know, a development, brighter. Why not? You know, so you could be from far when you look at a bright orange and you say, look, that child goes to Kittel's government. Runners under the starters orders here. You're under 11 girls. 80-meter dash, they're out and running. Again, your record holder, Azalea Richards, she's in lane 4 and looks like she is running away with this one. She's going to be challenged there.
Challenged by 2.
But yes, she does take it. 11.9 is the flash time there, so it doesn't look like we'll get a new record here. But Azalea Richards, who broke the record, who set the record during the heats, the semifinals last week here at the St Vincent Beach National Stadium, takes this one. So she came in with the fastest time, and she goes away with the fastest time in this final. 11.97 seconds. Your winner there, Azalea Richards, Kittel's Government School.
Groove, what sort of friendship is built when the athletes come together? Their tents are located so close to each other over there. Do you think they talk a lot? Do you think they tell each other, challenge each other a lot? By just sitting there and you know, tents, you can see the tents of the house, the schools are so close to each other.
Yeah,
they talk a lot there?
Yes, they do, because I mean, you know, children are children. You know, no matter where you go. So once
they do cartwheel together, you know, those
they do all sorts of things. As a matter of fact, while I'm just looking across there, I'm seeing, you know, two youngsters they're having their own races going on behind there, you know, and it's something that
who normally set off those races? The one who's faster or the one who's
them. They set off their own races. You know, it's like they say, yes, we don't come here to
groove and gun, all right?
We know we come here to run, but we're not waiting on you to tell us to run. We have space, we shall run. You know?
And that's what the diamond track does. It gives those who are running on the field itself, the synthetic track, the chance to run, and those are outside could still have a chance to run.
Yes, indeed. Moving on now, we have the
boys.
Introduction of the runners in the under 11 boys 80 meters. This is from lane 3. Dre Abbott there of Kingstown Prep.
You could hear the horns from the Kingstown Prep spectators back there.
That's right. Harry Gloucester there in that green, that army green. So it's 2 from Barrowley Government. Kyle Gloucester followed by Aaron Francois. Then we have Kingstown Prep School in lane 6. Helen Sandy. See these prep school runners with this distinctive sleeve on their upper arms. I guess another way to identify them. Joshua Westfield of Spring Village Methodist, who would have won and set a record in the 300 meters. And this is Jaden Smith of the C.W. Prescott Primary. And I believe this is the 3rd installment of new uniforms coming. Oh, no, sorry, C.W. Prescott. I was thinking about St. Mary's. But this is, again, new uniforms
from the C.W.
Prescott Primary.
I was there this morning. They were boasting that they were going to take all the medals today.
Everything
today. Yeah, they were taking all the medals over there today.
Well, here's an opportunity for Jaden Smith to do that. So down on the starters orders, one of the requirements is that the athletes must go into the crouch position. Again, it's to start to get them used to the regulations of world athletics. So you see that line there. They must make sure their fingers are not on the line. They get as close to it as possible. Down in the crouch position. Under the starters orders, your under 11 boys, 80-meter dash, out and away. First time of asking. It is
In lane number 4 there, we have the athlete in the green, but he's been challenged with the one over the 6th lane.
And he's
but look at the
glancing
Spring Village
over.
athlete. Oh, this is a close one.
Yes, it looks as though Spring Village just might have taken that one. Joshua Westfield.
Well, we see jumping from the Spring Village spectators across there.
Yes, of course.
That's the Spring Village spectators right there.
That's just our
and
very
that has
close
to be the
one
dad
there.
right there because
Probably.
he's applauding, you know, like. Yeah.
So yes, Westfield is your winner there, 11.30. Your winner, Elon Sandy, got in there for second place, and you can see how close it was, 11.33 there. And I believe one of those guys from Barley might have taken the third spot. Yes, Kyrie Gloucester. So just 0.07 seconds separating 1 through 3. There, just to give an idea of how close that race there was here, ladies and gentlemen. Your under 11 boys 80-meter dash, 11.20 was still is the record. 11.30 is the winning time. Wow! Here this morning, as we see now sitting on their lane markers, your runners in the over 11 girls category as we move along here with our events for today here at the St Vincent Beach National Stadium. This is Kevinique Jessup of Brighton Methodist. Whose school is not too far from here. She's in lane 1. From Kittels, Alicia Gordon running in lane 2. Kittels Government. Okayla Richards of Richland Park Government. She's in lane 3. Amelia Peniston, Stephanie Brown Primary. Defending champions. Here's Georgetown's brand new uniform again for this year, and there's one of the Red Hornets. This is Odelia Compton, Patchett Farm Government. She runs in lane 6. And that's Ariana Joseph, as you heard there, of Langley Park. And rounding out the field is Alexandria Ned Kittels Government School.
So we've seen 2 Kittels athletes there, one
Yes.
in lane number 2, one in lane number 8.
Yes, that's right. And but you might think your winners may come from the center lanes, as the fastest qualifiers are usually placed in the middle lanes 3, 4, 5, or 6. Excuse me. So as they now go into their crouch position, as you see they're given the instructions there from the starters officials. This is your over 11 girls 80-meter dash.
Off they go. But in the middle there, we see it coming off lane number 6.
And that is Stephanie Brown Primary. It's
Stephanie
going to be
Brown
her
taking it
and
in lane
her
4.
all the way. Crosses that line. That is Amelia Peniston, a flash time of 11.1. This could be another record here. The record is 11.21, held by Jamelia Alexander, also of Stephanie Brown Primary. 11.21 seconds, the record time. 11.21, she equals the record here today. The flash time was 11.1. It's rounded up to 11.21. So it's not a new record, but it's a new person attaining that particular time there. So, and it's something that it's something, you know, now that I think about it, Hooper, it's something we see almost yearly.
Yeah.
Every year we see a tremendous number of records fall, especially in the primary schools category. You would think that, all right, at one point, once they get faster, they'd probably you see a tapering off, and it would take a little extra years before. So, but every single year we have a bunch of records that continue to fall, which again shows you how much the development and the talent here is in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This is one of the races, ladies and
what
gentlemen.
are we seeing in terms of now we have grass surfaces, and now we have synthetic surfaces.
Yes.
Maybe the difference in that also.
Probably.
Yeah.
But this is, as I was saying, one of the races that we can expect some fireworks in. We have Lyndon Nanton in lane 1, Trayvon Laborde in lane 2, he's from Chateaubriand Methodist. Chris Trimmingham, lane 3, Stephanie Brown, Clifford Phillips, who set the record for this event in the heats, in the semifinals, of Stephanie Brown Primary. Tyler Jackson, Tyler Hercules of St.
We have
Mary's.
extreme north, northeast, extreme northwest, over Chateaubriand, and then we go south in Union Island. So you can see the athletes all spread out in
That's
this
right,
one.
and then we have basically in the center St. Mary's and Sion Hill.
And Sion Hill right in there.
Yes, but you can look for some excitement. The between lanes 4, 5, and 6. Tyler Hercules,
a lot
Clifford
of sub,
Phillips,
a lot of sub 11 at
Rakino
times
Jackson.
are here.
Yes, that's right. Again, your leader there, Clifford Phillips. He set this record of 10.27 during the running of the semifinals. And Tyler Hercules, who we see there from St. Mary's in the glasses, looking down on the ground, actually ran
I
the
don't think
heats.
anyone can win that Boston Hercules.
He ran the heats and the semifinals with a cast on his hand. He was involved in a vehicular accident. Yes, but now we see that the cast,
well at that time.
The cast is removed. He now has a slight brace there, so maybe we can see if this might be an improvement in his running. But they're on the line there. Your over 11 boys. 80-meter dash. Nanton, Laborde, Trimmingham, Phillips, Hercules, Jackson, Bailey, and Fergus. Owia Government, Chateaubriand Methodist, Stephanie Brown, St. Mary's, RC, Layou Government, Kittels, and Sion Hill. On the starters' orders here. They're up and set, and it looks like, well, one athlete looks like, well, he's kicking the track that he might have moved.
That's your partner from
Yes,
Union
that would
Island.
be Rakino Jackson.
Layou representing Layou.
Originally from Union Island.
Representing Layou.
There, so what happens now is if there is an athlete who is deemed to have maybe false started, the officials will now basically converse with one another, ensure that everybody saw what they saw, and the decision would be made in terms of whether a red card would be given. So it's a yellow card, which means that it's a warning to the entire field, to basically wait for the starter's pistol, try not to get too anxious. Just wait for the command on your marks and then set and then wait for the gun to fire. After that, it's 80 meters to glory.
Do you think waiting on the blocks makes them a little more comfortable than being like...
If it's something that they're not accustomed to, then they can be a little uncomfortable. Also, if they're not used to going down into the crouch position, because even at the secondary school level, we've seen where we have athletes, we have to tell them, you're going into the crouch start, but they go into an improper crouch start. So obviously it's nothing that they've ever been trained or coached to do.
I certainly can distinguish athletes who are training from those who are not. You can see that one in the watch there. He seems to be one who is into training.
That's right.
As a watch, he's looking at time. As the athletes out there now, it's Stephanie Brown all the way. Woo, Stephanie Brown just walking away this one comfortably and pushing the Roman Catholic school athlete there who seemed to be having a little trouble still with the arm. I guess he's still watching that arm a little bit. Yeah, because you have to move in that arm while you run in groove.
Mm-hmm.
So
yes, that's right.
He might still be thinking about that arm.
So I tell you what, as we look at our time there, Clifford Phillips there, 10.07. That is a new record once again. He ran 10.27 in the semifinals last week. He's now gone even fast, as I said, once you have a combination of the faster athletes in one race. So he runs 10.07 seconds. He breaks his own record that he ran last week. Clifford Phillips there of the Stephanie Brown primary. Another record fall here. So I guess now we see a reason why they might have covered the bleachers. No one wants to get hit by falling records when they are at the stadium here.
Well, I spoke to the coach from Union Island a little earlier, and he said that they had some records and they're going to be breaking a lot more records. They had records in the 80 meters, the 300 meters girls. They had records in the 4x80. They had records in the 4x200 and the 300 meters boys. And they were going to add to those today. So we're now seeing Clifford,
and we're seeing that
Phillips doing it here now for the Stephanie Brown.
That's right.
In the over 11 boys.
As I would have said, your top performers would have come from those lanes of 3, 4, 5, and 6, and those are the 1, 2, 3, and 4 positions. Clifford Phillips, Rakino Jackson in second there, originally from Union Island. Last year he would have run for the Stephanie Brown primary, but now he's resides in Layou as a relocation from the Hurricane from last year. Beryl, he's running for Layou Government School. Tyler Hercules takes third from the St. Mary's Roman Catholic, and then Trayvon Laborde from Chateaubriand Methodist in fourth. But your winner and the new record holder for your over 11 boys 80-meter dash, Clifford Phillips of the Stephanie Brown Primary School. And that wraps up the 80-meter series of events. Well, there are actually a few more 80 meters to come because the under 7 and under 9 boys still have to run their 80 meters.
They will come in the afternoon break.
Yes, that's right. That will have to take place.
8 big teams are here. So the athletes are getting ready for that. I guess they've had their first call or the final call at the call room now for the 4x80.
Yes, actually we're getting to the 4x50 before we get to the 4x80. And again, this is one of the races which, as I said, is always an attraction to our audience.
Yeah.
We saw the 50 meters that just included the under 7s, but now when you have great teams of 4 of these little people.
We call them the battle races.
In
the local communities, the battle races, all right? And when we're at the stadium, we see relay races.
That's right. We call them the relays, all right? The official terminology is we see the official there putting out the lane markers for the team. So
are they penalized if they drop the baton? Can they pick it up back?
Not for these little ones, because of course we understand how it is with little ones as well. The only type of penalization that may happen is, and it's something we have seen, where they don't stick to running in their lanes. So they might, let's say for example, prep school might run out of her lane and she will just give the baton to whoever she sees in front of her. So she might hand it off to the runner from Fitzhughes because that is the lane she ended up in. So there's no disqualification necessarily for running if they drop the batons as well. But we have to do some adjudication.
Do you think the audience enjoy this part? Because at home people talk about it. They come here, they talk about it.
Yes, they do. And I tell you what, when you see especially these little ones really take off down the track, it is a sight to see. So it's something that you can definitely look forward to. Some excitement coming up here.
Back in the community sports, sometimes when the fields are not controlled, the crowd is not controlled, some of the athletes run right into their parents' arms.
Yes, that's right. And also, as I was talking to a friend of mine, actually, to a little social media post where sometimes, we don't do it here for this, but you see it at the inter-house sports where you can see some of the parents running alongside the race.
Waving flags.
Run, baby, run.
Waving flags. Just like our feather banners are flying here in the breeze today.
When you thought you would have had 8 runners, you realize 9 people out there like, who is somebody's mommy running down the side of the track.
Do we ever penalize those athletes for the
No, not at all. Because again, the parents don't infringe
Have you ever found yourself doing that or off your seat when your son was running?
Always off my seat. But with my son, he did more of more the jumps. So I was. But once he was competing, I was always on my feet.
When you're really into sports, like you have football and the game is you're actually kicking, and
you're controlling.
As a spectator, you're there, but you're controlling. That happens at times. You're really into the game.
Yes, or we like to say the couch coaches. So you off on the side, you in the pavilion, or you at home watching, and you say, no, you should have done this. If you cross the ball over there, why they set it like that? So I tell you what, the love of sports is something that you just cannot deny. All right. Looking at the field there, the heat and lack of rain is really starting to take a toll on the grass, because I can tell you last week that entire field was fully green. Right? It was green from side to side, top to bottom. Now you can see the streaks of the brown, and the groundsman has been working, very, very hard to try to really maintain and bring that grass to try to make it, because it's grass that was recently planted, and he's still trying to get it to set and take hold. This again will be the official spot for international football once the facility is completed to a level that is accepted by either FIFA or CONCACAF, or even Windward Islands. But in the meantime, as we mentioned, football, we do have football action tomorrow at the Arnesville Sports Complex. St Vincent and the Grenadines taking on Jamaica.
It's going to be a night game, day night game.
It will be a night game. The game, I believe, the game starts at 7. So it's soccer. It's soccer under the lights.
All right.
And so because of the time, of course.
So what colors we would be wearing as a nation tomorrow? Because the Jamaican color is similar to the Vincentian color in terms of the flags.
Well, I tell you what, I'm not sure if the Football Federation has declared what color uniform that the team will play in.
Okay.
But what I do know is you will definitely see the St. Vincent replica T-shirts out in the gold, in the green, in the blue, all over the Arnesville Stadium tomorrow evening.
I believe we'd have a bumper crowd at Arnesville tomorrow.
It's something I would love to see.
It's a night game.
Yes,
it's Friday. It's weekend.
And I believe that to date, in my knowledge, the only time we've ever seen a full crowd or close to capacity crowd at Arnesville was during cricket. We had a very large crowd during Cricket World Cup. When the West Indies had their series here, I believe the crowd was even bigger. So it's something that we can definitely look forward to as we get ready for the relays that are going to be coming up shortly. So as we wait on that, we remind you of some of the entities that have made our broadcast to you possible, especially Dusty Water. Again, we welcome you back here to the St Vincent Beach National Stadium for this live stream broadcast brought to you by Dusty Water here on VC3 of the 35th edition of the National Lotteries Authority Inter-Primary Schools Athletics Championships, where, of course, we have the pride and best of athletes from the various schools in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 30 to be exact, on track here today. So I'm just, as we were talking about the Vinci Heat color, I was just being made aware that our color for tomorrow will be yellow, or our gold, which is considered our home color. So folks, if you're out there listening, you're watching, you want to... Oh, sorry. Oh, yes, that's right. We keep saying the game is on the 21st, so it's the day after tomorrow. It's not tomorrow. All right, so thank you guys for the correction. The game is not tomorrow. The game is on Friday. Right, but the color for the team will be the yellow, because that is our considered our home color. So, folks, if you've been trying to decide which one of your replica shirts you want to wear to Annisville on Friday, there you go. You know which one you're going to wear. It will be the yellow. If you happen to have it on today, that's all right. The material is such that you can wash it tonight and have it ready to be worn on Friday.
Oh, we didn't talk a lot about the clothes, the athletes' apparel and so on this time, but it seems as though this time a lot of athletes home now are wearing apparels that are more suited athletics. Long ago we used to have all these big T-shirts and all that stuff. Right. Especially in the secondary school competitions, now we see the athletes are dressing more appropriate now to...
Yes, so basically what you have is, as time goes on, development goes on, and you get better at the things that you do, you tend to adopt and adapt more to what the required standard is. So as we look at these little ones who are coming out now, you realize, as you say, there may be one of them who has on a T-shirt, but even the T-shirt that she has on is not just the heavy cotton T-shirt. I know, because I know the material. It's of that sort of polyester type, so it's lighter. It's more comfortable on the skin. They're a little bit more form-fitting, so they're not baggy, and the wind is will cause any issue in terms of when they're running. Some of them are in short pants or short tights. So again, it's something that is we've seen more and more schools as time goes on. There's one little one there from Langley Park. So I think that's her big sister's vest that she might have on there.
You think that the fathers and the mothers, whenever they're walking now and these races are coming up, do they stop, take a little peep? I would not
be surprised if they are, or as a matter of fact, they might have been watching all along.
Because we do have a large crowd in the park here, at the stadium here, but there might be even a larger crowd out there.
Oh yes,
because the people locally and in the diaspora who following us on VC3 and
of course, I mean the numbers that are probably viewing are quite oftentimes more than those who might be here in the stadium, watching the event here at the St Vincent Beach National Stadium here at Diamond, as we bring to you again the live coverage of the 2025 Inter-Primary Schools Athletics Championships. So let me see if I can. Usually
do the athletics federation keep records of these happenings here? Do they have an archive? Because a lot of times when athletes make it internationally, there's hardly anything to go back to. Do you have archives here in the
how do I answer that? Well, of course, we keep track of our national records. right? Now, Team Athletics SVG not only has keeps records of the national records, but we also keep records of our inter-school records as well. You know, but for the record keeping, of course, the Ministry of Sports, the Department of Physical Education and Sport is the entity that is responsible for the execution of these sports. So the sports department also has records of performances and results from time immemorial as well. So
because I did see Dr. Anderson coming here at the sports
yes
grammar school, and someone broke a record that was kept there for more than 2 decades.
Yeah, actually his record was broken. It was last year by Keo Davis, who is now
an outstanding athlete.
Correct. But who is now at the St Vincent and the Grenadines Community College, you know, a name that is again no stranger to anybody who follows track and field here in St Vincent.
We're looking forward to his performance at character this year.
Oh yes, of course.
Exceptionally well last year.
He would have picked up, for those who are following, picked up an injury during the character trials, but I actually saw him at training yesterday, so I know that he's at least recovered to the point where he can get back to training. I know his coach, Coach Oliver, is working on getting him back to.
Groove, I know we'll pick up
shape.
on that because we really have to talk about sports medicine, sports doctors in our country, and how much of that.
Of course.
The young athletes are getting ready. This is an interesting race. It's going to be.
Yes, that's
these
right.
Young athletes in the shuttle run.
So the little ones here, the 4x50 meter under 7 girls is on the track here now. Your lane assignments: in lane 1, it's Sandy Bay Government; in lane 2, South Rivers Methodist; lane 3, Fitzhughes Government; lane 4, Chateaubriand Methodist; lane 5, Kingstown Prep; lane 6, Lauders Primary; lane 7, Kittels Government; lane 8, Trumaka Government School. And this will be, as you see, a shuttle race, so they don't run around the track, they run up and down. Each athlete runs 50 meters. They start at the finish line, they run up, hand off to the second leg runners, who will run back down, who then hand off to the third leg runners, who run back up, and then the fourth leg runners receive, and they run down to the finish line and finish. One thing that is always fun to watch is you realize the officials are making sure that they're holding on to the girls
at the back
who are running the next leg.
Because sometimes they run too.
That's right. When that gun goes off, everybody takes off running. You know, so you have to make sure. So it's something that is an unofficial technique. It's, you know, that we have learned as officials, that, you know, when we start in these races, make sure that you have these other runners hands on them and a little bit back from the line, because you want to make sure that there are no mishaps or no accidents when the runners take off.
This one looking very intent here in lane number 1.
Well, this is the outside lane. Lane number 1 is on the far side.
There's what LPG? What's that? That's the
LPG would be Langley Park
Government School.
All right, so it looks as though, I'm looking at the wrong
Langley Park is the Stingers from Beckwith Paget Farm there. There's Canawan in there, in the purple.
Okay, so it looks like we're missing Kingstown Prep from this race. I might have read the wrong list. So these are your lane assignments, ladies and gentlemen. My apologies. So your 4x50 meter under 7 girls. Lane 1 should be Kingstown Prep School. I don't see them there. Lane 2 is Kittels. Lane 3, Chateaubriand Methodist. Lane 4, Lomans Windward. Lane 5, Fitzhughes Government. Lane 6 is Canawan. Lane 7, Paget Farm, who we see the athlete holding, the official holding on to there, the Red Hornet. And then on the outside in lane 8 is Langley Park. So yeah, Kingstown Prep is not in the lineup here. Interesting, but, you know, I'm not sure what that reason would be. But they're just awaiting for the start of this event, the under 7 girls 4x50. Just trying to see if I can. Okay, here we go. So 4x50, a record was set by Lomans Windward Anglican, 38. So 38.10 seconds. So race is off. And there goes Chateaubriand Methodist. So it's Chateaubriand and Lomans, your record holders, already moving out to the lead. So there's the exchange, and now Chateaubriand now takes the lead. Chateaubriand getting a better exchange, and she's starting to run away. So, no correction, that is Lomans. It's still Lomans.
Lomans is still leading.
Oh, and as you mentioned, the baton dropped, but she manages to pick it up. Okay, there seems
Chateaubriand gets up their baton.
There's a mix-up there.
No, that's not Shadi Blair. No, Shadi Blair is way back.
I think we had a situation that I mentioned there just
Yeah,
now, where one athlete would have run out of her lane
and passed the
gave,
baton to another.
gave it to the other team, because we would have seen, you know, as the teams ran away, there was one girl standing there with her arms open, like,
that's
so,
Shadi Blair. We didn't get our baton.
Where's my baton?
We didn't get our baton.
So
I guess she's highly upset about it. Yeah.
What can happen here, right, is that either they may, I'm not sure, we'll have to see what happens. Of course, it's not our decision to make.
Right.
But if there's a mix-up like that, we may have the race run again.
Yeah, because they received the wrong baton.
Because they received the wrong baton. So we'll see what happens. But we'll come to that when we get to it. So on the board here, we have Lomans Winwood being adjudged the winner, Canawan Government second, Langley Park Government third. So I don't know if there will be any further looking into that, but it looked to from our vantage point, of course, we don't want to say just because we saw it is exactly the way it went, but it looked as though from our standpoint that there may have been a mix-up with the...
But just as you were saying, the group, some of them carry the baton to the wrong
yes,
you just get the you just give the baton to someone.
Yes.
Whether you're from my school or not, man, I give you the baton, you take it.
We're looking here now at the high jump, which I believe should be the over 11 girls, the high jump competition. That is going on. That was what you call the scissors technique. There, most of the athletes who have any sort of introduction to the high jump tend to use that sort of technique. Then we have those who, well, let's see if I'm going to see a headers coming here, because of course, so she does the roll. All right, so she rolls herself over
where you
the bar.
started to learn to jump at the beach, where you build that stuff in the water and you try to jump over it.
Actually, no. My first jumps came through from my experience in the jumping through actually the high jump, like this. But
because those schools had those facilities a long time.
Not necessarily, but because I was always aware. You know, I followed sport even from a young age, so I was aware of what the techniques looked like. You know, so but we see here the little fella. Look at this young man here. He has his hand cocked and he's ready to go. Here from the this would be the young Red Hornet there from the Paget Farm Government School. Here's your lane assignments for the under 7 boys. 4x50 meter from the outside going in. So we see here, this is lane 8, Paget Farm Government. Inside of him from South Rivers, wearing number 61, South Rivers Methodist. In lane 6 is Caliqua Anglican. Lane 5, Kittels Government. Lane 4, Lomans Winwood. Lane 3, Chateaubriand Methodist. Lane 2, Fitzhughes Government. And lane 1, Barley Government. And they're off and away. Looks like the little runner from Kittels had a slow start. And, well, somebody's out of their lane. We'll see. All right, they find themselves. But we have Fitzhughes currently in the lead, running in lane 2. That's Fitzhughes, but now Chateaubriand goes by. Coming into the second handover. Exchange made. Let's see who takes off. And again, the 3 athletes on the inside, Barley, Fitzhughes, and Chateaubriand. Chateaubriand Government, now your leader. Under 7 boys, 4x50 meter relay. Exchange made. And there goes Barley Government, followed by Fitzhughes. It's Barley, Fitzhughes, Kittels. Barley, Fitzhughes, Kittels. What happens at the finish line? Barley Government takes this one, running from lane 1. And you can see the smile on his face even from here. Winning that event there, your under 7 boys 4x50 meter relay, Barley Government School.
So a lot of mix-up going on inside there, but we are still enjoying all of it here.
Yes, that's right. Look at the big knot in the young man's
I was in awe because I see my athletes passing baton to the wrong person. Do you think we have to color code the schools now?
Well,
we have to get 60-something different colors?
It's not that. What needs to happen, and some schools do it, some schools don't, but the schools really need to do some, practicing, if you will, so that the athletes can get familiar with
those who are in the team.
Those who are on their team, what their uniforms look like. Because I can tell you what, I know some schools will do some practicing, maybe doing a PE class or even a little bit after school. Some teachers take that responsibility. But when you get out here in the competition, when you get into a new environment, because you're on the track, you're not at your school,
right?
You know, the hype and the excitement, you can get a little bamboozled. And if you end up going out your lane, you may say, okay, here, take this baton. So we saw in that race where one athlete did run out of his lane, but he realized once he got to the exchange that, oh, my teammate is over there, so I need to go back over there, which is something that we see happen as well. You know, so, but Barley Secondary, Barley Government School coming out on top there in the 4x50 meters for the under 7 boys.
I think the athletes are all excited about the races. Even if they didn't win, they can still see that they're excited. And,
Yes, yes.
They just want to be here at the St Vincent Beach Stadium. It's really a lot of, and it's a
Oh yes, because I can tell you,
experience to be here.
I can tell you, back at their various schools or back in their various communities, because folks know that the championships are coming closer. You know, the buzz about it, the talk about it. You know, they start to hear more and more and more about it. So it's not like anyone woke up this morning having no clue what was about to happen.
Yeah.
You know, they knew exactly from probably ever since the heats, ever since after their inter-house sports, that they all the work they would have done, if at all, but was definitely going to be leading up to today, where they're going to be on show here at this national championship for the primary schools, of course, sponsored by the National Lotteries Authority, and our live broadcast sponsored to you, ladies and gentlemen, by Tusty Water. So again, we're looking at the high jump competition. I believe that, let me see if I see an athlete from prep school who I recognize. So let me see if looking at my list here. Okay, I thought I saw Tiana Duncan there, but no, she's not from prep school. She is from St. Mary's. So I thought I saw her, which would have meant that this would have been this is the athlete I thought was Tiana Duncan from the St. Mary's Roman Catholic there. But nonetheless, this should be the over 11 girls high jump, and your competitors for this event, which I saw a while ago, so I'm just scrolling on my computer screen in front of me. So these should include Shanice Peters of Lee Government School, Nyla Stevenson of Kingstown Prep, Peach Pitt of Pamela's Burke, and it's funny that name, Peach Pit. In the fruit, the peach, the little area where the seeds are located is called the pit. So we have Peach Pit there. We have Chadonna Richards from Lomans Leeward Anglican. We have Kyla Stevens, Leyu Government School, Gianna Samuel of Pamela's Burke, Mello Kamejong of St. Mary's Roman Catholic, Naira Kidd, Paget Farm Government, Casey Hooper, Fitzhughes Government, Kamara Stapleton, Kingstown Preparatory School, Catalea Sutherland of Lomans Leeward, and Marina Grant of Paget Farm. These are your competitors taking part now in the high jump competition for the over 11 girls. Here, this is athlete with, I believe that's a 47, who I believe is Pamela's Burke. Yes, so that more than likely would have been Gianna Samuel. There she is. No, she's not the only one. Peach is also from Pamela's Burke. So I'm not sure if that was Peach or if that was Gianna. Yes, Peach Pitt. Here is the 63 from St. Mary's. Oh, she goes over that one like a hurdle, actually. So she's the only competitor from St. Mary's. That might be Mello Kamejong, taking that one more like a hurdle as opposed to trying to do the high jump clearance. But
Khalil, these names of today, they're like this was they're strange. Like
well, I know what's strange, but what I can say is
yours is Khalil.
Yes,
is it Muslim?
It is. I believe it's Muslim. Yeah, I mean Khalil is a Muslim.
Because I have a son. His name is Khalid.
Khalid, with a D. So yeah,
Canadian, but he's
actually my
my
parents named me after the famed poet Khalil Gibran.
Oh, Khalil.
You know, so yeah.
So
don't ask me any of his poems. I know you're about to ask me that.
You had an anthology. Want to had an anthology or something?
None whatsoever. I just know because mommy told me so.
Okay.
All right.
So is there any way you like poems or?
I can be honest. I was never much of a writer or a reader. I mean, no.
But did you ever change
English?
You said
no, not at all. I have an uncle who did. Bong Sukano is actually my uncle.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. I remember that.
May he rest in peace.
He had a very famous song. I'm trying to remember the name.
Bong Sukano Rock.
Yeah.
Yes. If I try to sing it, I may sound like him.
Yeah.
Which they say you shouldn't speak ill of the dead, so I will say nothing more on that. But I love my uncle. But, you understand? But we're getting ready for the 4x80 meter relay. But you were talking about the names there, Lawrence. And I remember when we were doing the heats in the Zone A, which was for the schools on the windward side, we had a series of names. So I remember these distinctly. There was Blessing. There was Glory. I believe Praise wasn't one of them, but there was another name that had that sort of spiritual annotation to it, which I found to be, so you can tell that a lot of people the influence of religion and God in their naming of their children.
I think there's a lot of fruity names around now. Orchard and
Peach.
Peaches.
I remember now that you say that. There was a Cherry Ann, and cherry as in CHERRY, cherry the fruit, Cherry Ann.
Yeah.
You know, so. So yeah,
a lot of fruity names.
Fruity names. Let's say sweet names for the sweet children.
Sweet names. Yeah. Oh, look how she cleared the bar.
That's right. She did
That's
again.
From the Roman Catholic school.
Yes, that would be Mello, I believe. Mello. What was Mello's last name? Again, Mello Kamejong. Mello. I don't know if she's mellow in nature, but she's mellow in name. Number 37 there is from that might be Shadonna Richards there, or Catalea Sutherland. 37 is the Lomans Leeward Anglican school. One of the things that I would like to see in terms of a development, and it would help especially in the broadcasting and the identification of the athletes, is individual numbers being given to the athletes. So, for example, we have 2 athletes here from the Lomans Leeward Anglican school. We only know that is Lomans Leeward because they have 37.
Yeah.
Right? The individual numbers would now tell us, all right, number 167 would be Sutherland, and number 168 might be Stevenson. Well, Stevenson's not from there, but just as an example. So it really helps with the identification of the athletes, and that is a move that I know that I can't say it's in the pipeline, but it's definitely something that would definitely help with the broadcasting and the identification.
Yeah, because it comes at a cost. It comes at a cost.
It would, because you would have to get these items printed, and when you look at these international meets and even regional meets, each athlete is given a bib number for that purpose, for the sake of identification. So when you might have 2 athletes from a school, they don't have to be guessing which is which. Because, like, in the case of, you may be able to identify the athletes from Chateaubriand Methodist by sight.
Yeah.
I wouldn't, So it's something that I'd like to see. One of the developments as we get closer and closer to, as we like to say, international standards, the development I'd like to see taken on in coming up.
But here the young athletes are ready for the 4x80.
Yes, that's right. And let me find my 4x80 start list to let you know what schools are where.
Certainly Sandy Bay is out there.
Yes, definitely. So we have Sandy Bay in lane 1. This is your under 9 girls 4x80 Sandy Bay Primary, lane 1. South Rivers Methodist, lane 2. Fitzhugh's Government, lane 3. Chateaubriand Methodist, lane 4. Kingston Prep, lane 5. Lauders Primary, lane 6. Kittell's Government, lane 7. And Trumaka Government in lane 8. There she is, TGS there from Trumaka Government. Behind her, the orange vest and blue pants, that is Kittell's. And behind her, the 33, that is Lauders. Now under starters orders, Mr. Garth Dishong is your starter. Prep school getting a little ahead of herself, so she goes before the gun is fired. Again, your under 9 girls 4x80. Let me pull up the record for this event here, just so that we can all be on the same page. Hello, open. All right, thank you. So 4x80, no, that's the wrong one. That looks like it might have been one of the 4x50s. Where is my folder? Yeah, folks, I'm just taking you through under 9 girls. Right, open. What are you doing? The computer's doing its own thing. It's already open. All right, so the 4x80 under 9 girls, the record is 53.71 seconds, set by the Lauders Primary School in 2023. All right, folks, so who knows if we may have another record fall here today. The fastest time coming in was from Chateaubriand Methodist, it seems like, 53.36. So 53.71. Okay, that might be a record there, but nonetheless, they are out and away. Your under 9 girls 4x80 meter relay. So exchange is now being made. We see Chateaubriand Methodist running that number 16.
I believe your friend Liv is in this one,
What's that?
Livia
could very well be. Maybe
she's there and she's waiting on that button. She's over there.
So this is Livia. So there she goes, and they make the first exchange. It's all Chateaubriand, followed there by Lauders Primary and Kingston Prep.
Once you get a button, you can't catch
She's gone.
Yeah, she's gone. You can't catch up.
And look at the preparation there in anticipation, the fourth and final leg, and out and away. So it's Chateaubriand Methodist running away.
Livia, your friend.
Prep school takes second spot.
Can't get it from Livia at all. she bought before she gets to the line, Yeah.
And a flash time of 52.4 seconds. This could be a new record here. We'll await for the times to be posted. But Chateaubriand Methodist would have come in with 53.36, which would have been the fastest time and would have been a record. So 52.38 Chateaubriand Methodist. Yes, so they maintained the record, breaking the initial record of 53.36, smashing it as a matter of fact. 52.38, almost an entire second off the existing record there. And while we talk about family, this young man we're sitting here on the number 8 is actually my second cousin.
That's not a Cato.
No, that's not a Cato. He's a Francois. He's a Francois. He's a Francois there. He's running first leg for the St. Mary's Roman Catholic. He know what talking about him. You see, nodding his head. Yes, that's right.
Sometimes they actually hear us.
I believe so. It's the blood. It's the blood. He's giving the thumbs up. That's right. That's Sage Francois there from the St. Mary's Roman Catholic. So the rest of your lanes will be in lane 7, Stubbs Government School, lane 6, Chateaubriand Methodist, lane 5, Georgetown Government, lane 4, Kingstown Prep, lane 5, Canaan Government, lane 2, Kittels Government, and lane 1, Fitzhughes, of course, as we said, St. Mary's Roman Catholic, out in lane number 8. Now, again, keep your eyes peeled here, ladies and gentlemen, because depending on how this race goes, if Canaan Government is anywhere near the lead, look out for Treon Cato. He more than likely will be running the last leg. Sonic, as he said, he said, my name is Sonic.
Where do you put the best athletes to run in the relay? Is it the third leg, the second leg?
Well, I can't speak for like a 4x80 because I haven't had experience in setting this up. But let's take a 4x1, for example. When you set up your race, you want your person who has the quickest reaction time to start your race, the best start. All right. In a 4x1, your fastest athlete tends to run the second leg, right? Because that is considered more or less the longer leg. Of your top 4 100-meter runners, you want the person who can run the turn the best. So maybe like a 200-meter specialist, you put them on the third leg, and then your strongest finisher will always run the last leg. Somebody who has that great top-end speed, we'll put them on the last leg. And that I can speak for is for Canaan, because I know that
so let's see if Canaan or the Roman Catholic will be doing it in this one.
Yes, let's see what happens
is out there. The Roman Catholic school is there. That's where Groove Cousin is, in lane number 8.
In lane number 8 on the outside there, yes.
Fitzhughes in lane number 1, waiting patiently for the baton there.
So here where we see Georgetown coming on the inside there.
Is it goal I'm seeing in the Chateaubriand athlete here there? Is it a goal? Is a special hairdo? The athlete on the 4th leg?
I'm looking, I can't see.
He's
gone now. All right, but here we are, third leg. So Chateaubriand out front. Canaan is just on the inside of them. And
Chateaubriand making this move, you know.
So as they come around the turn, the exchange made, and it's Chateaubriand, Kingstown Prep.
Kingstown Prep seems to be getting
looks like Georgetown.
Is it Chateaubriand still?
And there comes Treon on the inside. I think it's going to be too much for him to get back there, but it's going to be Chateaubriand. Chateaubriand takes this one. It was a little too much work there for Treon. As you can see, his unhappiness as he
cuts across the line. The young man head from
yes, it is.
He's
gold.
representing my school with gold in his head. Wow, that means
he brought his own gold.
Is it because we're in diamond? He's trying to get gold out of diamond?
Well, I guess the precious metals are coming out here today. All right, there's that number 15. That is Treon. You're going to see more of him later on. But Chateaubriand Methodist taking that one. 52.27 seconds there is the winning time for your under 9 boys. 4x80 meter relay. They're off the record. The record is 50.10 seconds. So it's not a record, but it is a gold medal there for the Chateaubriand Methodist and the gold-headed runner there on the last leg. So he brought his own gold, and he's taking away extra gold here today from this event. High jump is one of the events, Hooper, that is always, I always look at it and cringe. More or less, because
high jump.
Yes, the high jump. Because if you don't clear the bar safely, depending on how you land, you can hurt yourself. And I've seen athletes hurt themselves, because because of the way they approach and the way they clear the bar.
You think their efforts?
Well, I'm hearing an announcement of a new record.
That's probably with Olivia.
So we're just awaiting the
52.38 seconds.
Okay, so it is indeed a new record from Chateaubriand. The guys with the gold in their hair, they run away with gold around their necks, and also a new record here for the under 9 boys.
As young athletes, you think they patronize, you think they look a lot at TV and see all these athletes?
I believe so.
International showmanship out there.
Yes, because I can tell you, even today, if you ask any of these athletes, they can tell you who Usain Bolt is. You know, so yes,
they do
definitely.
it in football because when they score, they act like Ronaldo.
Yes, they do the Ronaldo celebration. You know, they know the name. So yeah, they definitely follow these.
You think any all Vincentian footballers have a special style when they score goals?
I haven't seen any particular. The only thing I've seen that I can, and I don't know if something that he created, but Stephen Pear, there's a sort of walk that he does. You know, that I can't describe it, but he keeps his knees together and kind of wobbles from side to side. So if he scores tomorrow, I'm pretty sure that we will see that celebration. That celebration.
So that's going to become synonymous with Vincentian. We start wobbling like that.
Well, I don't know if it's something that he got from somewhere or if it's just something he created. But he is the first person I've ever seen do it.
Okay.
You know, so we have on the track. It looks like the under 11 boys. Surprised that the under 11 boys are running now. Should be the under 11 girls, but it's CW Prescott Lane 1, Beckway Anglican 2, Georgetown 3, Kingstown Prep 4. Chateaubelair Methodist 5, Barley Government 6, Kingstown Government 7, and Caliaqua Anglican out in lane 8. So we're on the second leg now, coming into the second exchange. The exchange is made, and Kingstown Prep with the first exchange. And see another distinct hairstyle going around there for the Kingstown Prep athlete. So it's Kingstown Prep now moving out to the lead, and it looks... And again, 2 hair colors. Prep School running away with this one. Your under 11 boys, 4x80. Chateaubelair Methodist way back there in second, but it's all Kingstown Prep School, 45.4 the flash time there as the athletes run across the line. So maybe the hairstylists have just arrived.
Yeah.
You know, because I don't think that runner there that is Elon Sandy. For Kingstown Prep, we saw him run an earlier race, and I don't think he had that design in his head. So I believe the hairstylist might have just arrived and have started doing the decorations.
So all that happens here?
All that happens here.
Diamond,
yes, that's right.
Stadium.
Oh. Almost. And I'm hearing that there's a new record.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
Wow.
So new record there for the Kingstown Prep School in that event, and we see on the screen the starters there for the girls. Under 11 girls, 4x80. Where is my list? So we have out there in lane 8, that's Georgetown Secondary. In lane 7, Canawan Government. In lane 6, Fitzhughes Government. Lane 5, Kingstown Prep. We are counting back here. In lane 4, it's Kingstown Government. In lane 3, Kittels Government. In lane 2, the Bookament Government. They have Dubois on the front of their vest, because Dubois is the area where the school is physically located, but they're called the Bookament. They're in the Bookament Valley, so Bookament Government School. And then in lane 1, it is the Lauders Primary. There was some reshuffling of the events because the girls usually run before the boys. So we have now have the girls under 11 who should have run before the boys, but I'm not sure why there was a reshuffle. But nonetheless, once the desired outcome takes place, we're now going to have the under 11 girls, or 9 to 10, as we call them.
Is it the schools with the larger population has more representatives here, or those are the better coaches here?
I don't necessarily think it has to do because of the population so much, but what I do know is when you have a larger pool to choose from, you know, so chances are you might have more athletes who have better talent. That's one thing that a lot of folks ask. For example, a country like Jamaica. How is it Jamaica has all these great runners? And well, part of the reason is because Jamaica has over 1 million, I'm not sure the exact number, but over 1 million inhabitants. Compared to St Vincent and over 3 million. Compared to St Vincent and the Grenadines, 100 and how many thousand. So, once you have that much people, that many more people, you have a bigger pool, of athletes. And I'll come back to that in just a little bit as we see the under 11 girls now under starters orders. All right, so they're out and running. I guess that athlete from Canawan didn't hear clearly the start, but they're out and running. But Prep School already running up and going there with Fitzhughes Government. So it's Prep School, Fitzhughes, and on the outside there, Georgetown Government. But Prep School looks like the team in control here. Kingstown Prep. On the outside, Georgetown Government. On the inside of Prep School, it is Kingstown Government, but it's going to be Kingstown Prep, Georgetown Government on the outside. Coming on the inside there in the orange, Kittell's Government. Rounding the turn, coming into the third and final exchange. Exchange made, and Prep School is away. Kittell's is away. It's Prep School, Kittell's, Kingstown Government. Prep School getting some test here from Kittell's Government, coming down to the line, but Prep School is going to hold on and get us across the line. There. She was pressured there from the Kittell's Government school runner. She started out with a bigger lead. Kittell's caught up to her. I think she felt the pressure of the athlete coming and found an extra gear and was able to maintain that.
There's a red flag there. What does that signify?
Okay, well, if we're seeing a red flag, it seems as though there's an the officials might have seen some sort of infringement. So I'm not sure. It would have either been a lane infringement, meaning an athlete may have run out of their lane, or they made their exchange outside of the zone. So it would depend on what the actual infringement was. But if there's a red flag, it means that there is an infringement. What will happen now is they will hold that red flag up. The track referee will come to them and record whatever the information is. And then the decision will be taken by the track referee as to if whatever happened was indeed an infringement, which would lead to a disqualification, or if it's something that they will say, okay, it was an infringement, but it won't be ruled as a disqualification. So I can't say what the outcome will be, but again, if there was a red flag, then the official may have seen something that they determined to be an infringement. So on the track now,
that could keep the results pending, or
yes, it can. It can. So the results won't be officially announced until once that is declared.
Here are the big guns. Here are the big guns now. Right
yes,
now.
that's right. So we have the over 11 boys. There we see number 64 there, who I call the young man from the Stephanie Brown Primary School.
We see Roman Catholic School in this one also.
Yes, they're out in lane 8.
What else we got in there?
Okay, well, according to the lane assignments, this is the over 11 boys. I don't think they're in the lanes that they're supposed to be in, because I can see Stephanie Brown Primary in lane 7, but according to this list, they should be in lane 4. But we're hearing that the Kingstown Prep has set a new record
again,
in that event. Okay, now we're seeing the reshuffling of the event. But this is the under 11 girls. So Kingstown Prep breaking the under 11 girls 4x80 meter record there, being as they were pushed to the line there by the Kittell's Government School.
Records just keep tumbling.
Records keep tumbling. That's right. If you're coming to Diamond, make sure you keep your head covered, because you don't want to get hit by falling records. Okay, so initially it seems as though the athletes were in the wrong lanes. So let me let you know what the lane assignments should be for this event. In lane 1 should be the Kingstown Prep School. In lane 2, Beckway Anglican Primary. Lane 3, St Mary's Roman Catholic. Lane 4, Stephanie Brown Primary. Lane 5, Canawan Government. Lane 6, Layu Government. Lane 7, Dixon Methodist. And lane 8, Kittell's Primary. So again, Kittell's and Dixon need to be exchanged, because Kittell's is in 6, and one of the issues that we tend to have here is, and even I can attest to it, is that sometimes you're looking at a list of relays, but you happen to be reading from the wrong one. So you might have the under, so these are the over 11 boys on the track, but you might just happen to be reading from the over 11 girls. Right? So you're just saying, all right, school in this one, when you're really reading from the wrong list. And we can appreciate it, because in the heat and excitement of everything, and the way the lists are placed on the sheet, your eyes can tend to wander. So it's just left for the officials to ensure that they're reading correctly. So it now looks like everything is right. Kittell's in lane 8, right in front of us here. Dixon Methodist.
Are these athletes taking supplements, or because they're breaking all these records? They're taking supplements?
These younger athletes, I don't
legal supplements.
Legal supplements. Yeah. I'm not sure. I don't think it's not anything that we can consider to be a requirement. I don't know in terms of multivitamins how many of these athletes are given multivitamins at their homes.
Have a lot to do with all this. There's a lot of sugary snacks around now.
Well, the thing is, the way you manage your energy, and looking at this, the athlete here from Kittel is actually standing on the wrong line. He needs to come forward, because we're not, okay, that yellow line isn't the line he should be on. He should be on that sort of half mark in the middle of, okay, now he's moving forward. Okay, good. So I was worried that he would have stayed on the that
This is
yellow
going to be a
mark.
very interesting race. Very
Yes,
interesting.
yes, indeed it is,
No
because
time for snails out here.
no time for snails. I know it's too hot for snails to be out crawling about. All right, so getting ready for the start. You're over 11 to 13 boys, 4x80-meter relay. Prep School Lane 1, Beckway Anglican 2, St. Mary's 3, Stephanie Brown 4, Canon 1 5, Leyu Government 6, Dixon Methodist 7, Kittels in Lane 8. They're set and they're out and running, so that's the start. Clear start around. Stephanie Brown primary already moving out. That's Clifford Phillips, their big gun. He ran past his runner there, but he gave them a good lead to Stephanie Brown, so we'll see if they can maintain it through the rest of the race. So into the exchange at Stephanie Brown. On the outside of them is Canawan. It's Stephanie Brown, Canawan, then Kingston Prep back on the inside. Running in lane 3, that's St. Mary's, sorry. So exchange made. Oh, and a messed up exchange there cost Stephanie Brown. So it looks like Canawan is who is going to take this one. It's Canawan Government. St. Mary's comes third. Leyu in fourth. And that botched exchange there by Stephanie Brown. They were leading from the start.
This might have been one of those record-breaking performances.
It could have been, who knows. But unfortunately, Stephanie Brown with a botched exchange there on the last leg. The baton actually fell, so they had to pick it up. So they lost the advantage they had, and they finished, I think, at the back of the crowd.
Have you ever found yourself in a situation like this, Groove, in all your years of running? Like the baton fell and...
Not for any teams that I had ever been on, and I'm thinking back to my days in secondary school. When I started secondary school at the St Vincent Grammar School, my first couple of years at inter school, I was only on the relay teams. But we always won. We won.
Well groomed to pass in the baton. We were well groomed. I remember.
We were coached in especially exchanging the batons. And then by the time I got to third form, it was at my third form year. Well, actually, I repeated form 3. So it was my second year in form 3 when I picked up. When I say football, decided it didn't. My chair was very comfortable. I did not want to leave it. It was physically suited. I was always a tall guy,
Well, your grammar school with Ezward Coombs, he was one of the
No, well, Coombs was in St. Martin's, but he was a few years ahead of me.
Because I remember I ran against him at Arnorsville, and by the time I look around, he was at the end.
He was out.
He was at the end. Time I call it my bat and look back, because sometimes. Those days you were not well trained to call it back.
Right.
You look back by the time he was at the end.
He was already at the finish line.
Trying to get it back.
As a matter of fact, there's a joke that Coombs and I share when I remember, I think in 1995, I made a joke with him, telling him that I was coming to break his 200-meter record, and he said, "You can't break that. Don't try that." And it was all in jest, I wasn't absolutely serious. And then, as it turned out, the following year, I did end up breaking the record. On the track here,
we noticed that the boys are running before the girls today.
Yes, there was a switch.
Alphabetically now today?
Well, no, I don't know. I'm not sure, because usually we run the girls first, and we started with that. So I don't know. There was a switch for some reason. I'm not sure why. But nonetheless, we have Leyu Government in lane 8, CW Prescott 7, Kittels 6, Prep School 5.
Kittels is everywhere.
That's right. Georgetown 4, Canawan 3, Panchet Farm 2, Kingston Government 1. This is the over 11 girls 4x80-meter relay. So they're out and away. The start being done, and it looks like Georgetown already making up this stagger, and Georgetown is moving past Kingston Prep School.
Wow.
Flying there. Also going well, CW Prescott. So it's CW Prescott, Kittels, Georgetown. Those are your leaders here so far. Exchange made. Exchange is fairly even, but it's still Kittels. So Kittels going. There's the 15 of Canawan trying to catch up, but it's now Kittels and Georgetown into the third and final exchange. Exchange made and Kittels away. Georgetown away. CW Prescott on the outside. Going down the track, CW Prescott fanning and trying to get by Kittels Government, but it's Georgetown all the way. Georgetown goes across this one. Kingston Prep comes back for second, and Georgetown. Was that Georgetown or on the outside there? That would have been CW Prescott. Sorry, getting in third there.
Groove, do you track these athletes, because we are seeing some outstanding performances here at the primary level? Do you track them into the secondary school?
Actually, yes, because they are athletes who, I personally myself, who I've identified and seen and watched their progress. A young man who goes by the name, for example, of AJ Del Pleasure. You should be familiar with that.
He went to my school
with that youngster. he, and as you're talking tracking, and it's something it always pops into my head, is that he is one of the athletes who I saw. I think when I saw him the first time, he was in grade 5 at Charterville Methodist. At that time, I had responsibility for the schools on the North Leeward side. So, I would have
Still
seen.
crying.
I would have seen, seen AJ and would have saw his progression as he went through the Petty Bodell Secondary School. Last year, he then went to Trumaca, and now he's at the St Vincent and the Grenadines Community College. AJ, one of the athletes who would have already made qualifications for the Carifta Games. Coming up over Easter weekend, he qualified in the 100 and 200 meters. So yeah, we tend to see some of these athletes who would have made names for themselves in primary schools and then do so again going out through secondary schools. Another one being Aaron Bazen, who we are going to see tomorrow. But right now, again, we say thanks to Tusty Water for their sponsorship of this broadcast of the 2025 National Lotteries Authorities Inter Primary Schools Athletics Championships. We come back with more after this. So we say welcome back to the St Vincent Beach National Stadium. There is an aerial shot of our facility. We are in the tents just off to your left corner if you're looking at your screen right now. We can't wave to you because you can see us, but we can't see you because we're undercover. But this again is the St Vincent Beach National Stadium here at Diamond. As we said, a construction site, still officially listed as a construction site because the facility is not complete. We have the track, we do have the seating area for the bleachers. There's, of course, restroom facilities just situated behind the bleachers there. And the construction now is right in your left corner, bottom corner there, the storage facility. And then we have also under construction, which should just be coming into frame on your right, is the administrative building here. So, things are happening here at Diamond in terms of development and continued development here for sports in St Vincent and the Grenadines. This will be, well, it's already the home of track and field here in St Vincent and the Grenadines. It will also be, it's also destined to be the home of football. The cricketers will have a sigh of relief once we're at the point where football can be played here. So,
I'm going to ask you a very interesting question. Maybe you may not be able to give me the answer to it, but do you think you're going to see a facility like this further on the countryside, or that's further east, or one on the western side? I
can't say because, one of the factors that would have to be taken into consideration is the topography of the land. I mean, the building of the airport has shown us that we can literally move mountains if we want to get things done. But I can say at this point, I don't know of any particular plans to put any other facilities in place anywhere else around St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Again, we do have the restriction of land space because we are 133 square miles, and a lot of that is mountainous areas, But the fact that we do, I believe, one of the few places where a facility like this, if not an entire stadium, at least a complete 400-meter track could be situated, would be at Sion Hill. Right, but Sion Hill is, of course, a multi-use facility, and cricket is one of the sports played there. But if you put a track, you can't put a track around a cricket field because of the shape, the shape of it. So I believe, as it is, the facility here is what will be in existence for a while. And I mean, we're glad to have it. We make absolute good use of it. And we of course welcome the continued development of the facility here. Don't know if we can take the audio from the stadium announcer as we get the medal ceremony done here this morning for our second medal presentation ceremony here for the 2025 National Lotteries Authority School Inter-Primary Schools Championships.
We start with the relays. Girls 4 to 6. In third position, Langley Park. Langley Park in third position. In second position, this is the 4 to 6. In second position, Canoan. Canoan Government School, and the winner, Lomans Windward Alicant. 4 to 6. Girls 4 to 6. Do we have the girls 4 to 6 winners? Girls 4 to 6. Langley Park in third, Canoan Government second, and Lomans Windward Alicant first. Do we have those teams, please? Let's go 4 to 6, boys. In third position, Kittel's Government. 4 to 6, boys, 4 by 50. In third position, Kittel's. In second position, Fitzhughes. And the winner, Barley Government School. Champions for 2025. Girls 7 to 8. Girls 7 to 8 years. 4 by 80. In third position. In third position. Girls 7 to 8, 4 by 80. Third position, Fitzhughes Government. Fitzhughes Government in third. In second position, Kingstown Preparatory School. And the winner, with a record time of 52.38 seconds, Chateaubelair Methodist School. Boys 7 to 8, 4 by 80. In third position, Kingstown Preparatory School. Kingstown Preparatory School in third. In second position, Georgetown Government School. The winner, champion 2025, Chateaubelair Methodist School. Girls 9 to 10, 4x80. In third position, Kingstown Government. Third position, Kingstown Government. In second position, Kettles Government School. And the winner, champion 2025, with a new record of 47.60 seconds, Kingstown Preparatory School. The boys, 9 to 10, 4x80 meters relay. In third position, Barley Government School. In second position, Chateaubelair Methodist School. And the winner, champion 2025, with a new record of 45.55 seconds, Kingstown Preparatory School. Girls 11 to 13, 4x80 meters. In third position, C.W. Prescott Primary School. In second position, Kingstown Preparatory School. And the winner, champion 2025, with a new record of 45.11 seconds, Georgetown Government School. Boys 11 to 13, 4x80. In third position, Layu Government School. In second position, St. Mary's Roman Catholic School. And the winner, champion 2025, with a new record of 42.81 seconds, Canoan Government School. We now have the girls 9 to 10, 80 meters. Girls 9 to 10, 80 meters. In third position, Miley Carter, Fitzhughes. Second position, Aviana Carter, Kettles. And champion 2025, also from Kettles, Azalea Richards. $80 meters, boys 9 to 10. 80 meters, boys 9 to 10. In third position, Kyrie Gloucester, Barreley. Kyrie Gloucester, Barreley. In second position, Ellen Sandy, Kingston Prep. Ellen Sandy, Kingston Prep. And the winner from Spring Village, Joshua Westfield. Girls, 11 to 30, 80 meters. Girls, 11 to 30, 80 meters. In third position, Natalia Collins, Georgetown's Government. Third position, Natalia Collins, Georgetown Government. In second position, Odelia Compton, Paget Farm Government. And the winner in a new record time of 11.21 seconds from Stephanie Brown, Amelia Peniston. Boys, 11 to 13. Boys, 11 to 13. 80 meters. In third position, Tyler Hercules, St. Mary's RC. In second position, from Layu Government, Recano Jackson. And the winner, champion 2025, with a new record of 10.07 seconds from Stephanie Brown, Clifford Phillips. Congratulations to all the winners. And thank you, Minister King. Thank you to the Fosters and, of course, the Rangers and Girl Guides. As we are halfway through the proceedings, we want to thank the St. Vincent Red Cross, our meet management and photo finish team, the police, VC3. We want to thank the National Lotteries Authority, ECGC, through their products, Zest Cola and Island Sips Water. Thank you all so much for your contribution to the success of this event. We have a short break. Give the athletes an opportunity to recover before we resume. We will resume at 2 or 2:05? 2:05.
All right, so there, welcome back. As we are, we didn't really go anywhere. You took in that medal presentation ceremony there, the second one for the morning, which included the relays and also the 80-meter events here for this morning, which is basically at the midway point in the program. Hooper, Lawrence, where we just heard the announcer, one of the announcers, Mr. Keith Joseph, indicate that there'll be a short break in the events here, just to give the officials and the athletes a well-deserved break. And well, we're going to take you back now to Mr. Joseph as he's going to do a rundown of the points, current point standing.
Right Methodist.
2 points. Rose Hall Government, 3 points. Richland Park Seventh-day Adventist, 3 points. Bayaboo Methodist, 3 points. Pamela'sburg, 4 points. New Prospect, 5 points. Lomans Leewell Anglican, 6 points. Connery Government, 6. Barley Anglican, 6. Layu Government, 7. Schumacher Government, 8. Barley Government, 11. Richland Park, 12. Sandy Bay Government, 13 points. South Rivers Methodist, 14 points. Canaan Government, 16 points. Bookament, 19 points. Langley Park Government, 21 points. Lauders Primary, 22 points. Stephanie Brown, 24 points. Kingstown Government, 28. Now for the top 10. Tied for 8th position. 10. In 10th position, St. Mary's Roman Catholic with 31 points. Tied for 8th, Chateaubelair Methodist and C.W. Prescott Primary on 37 points each. In 7th position, Georgetown Government, 42 points. In 6th position, Canoan Government, 43 points. In 4th position, tied, Lomans Windward Anglican and Fitzhughes Government on 54 points each. In 3rd position, Paget Farm Government, 56. In 2nd position, Kittell's Government, 78. And in the lead, with a total of 106 points, Kingstown Preparatory School. Now let's give you the boys. For the boys, Maricoa Government, Lauders, and Brighton Methodist, 1 point each. Richland Park, 5. Greg's, 6. Stubbs Government is tied with Langley Park and Owea Government on 7. Then there's Diamond Government, tied with Barley Anglican, Sion Hill, New Prospect, and Pamela'sburg on 8 points each. Then we have Bookament, 9 points. Beckway Anglican, 10 points. Lomas Windward Anglican, 13 points. South Rivers Methodist, tied with Kingstown Government on 14 points. Then we have another tie. Dixon Methodist and Connery Government tied on 19. Then we have another tie. C.W. Prescott, Spring Village, Caliacoa Anglican on 20 points each. That's Caliacoa, Spring Village, and C.W. Prescott. Then we have Paget Farm on 23. Then we get into the top 10. In position 10, Fitzhughes Government, 30 points. Position 9, Georgetown Government, 32 points. Position 8, Kittell's Government, 40 points. Position 7, St. Mary's Roman Catholic on 47 points. Position 6, with a total of 49 points, Canoan Government. Position 5, Stephanie Brown, 50 points. Position 4, Layu Government, 51 points. Position 3, Barely Government, 53 points. Position 2, Chateaubelair Government, 62. And leading the men, leading the boys, with a total of 71 points, Kingstown Preparatory School. So let's give you the combined scores. In position 41, Clare Valley, Maraqua, and Kingstown Alicon on 1 point each. In position 40, Brighton Methodist on 2 points. In position 38, Bayaboo Methodist and Rose Hall Government on 3 points. In position 36, Greg's Government, Lomans Government, 6 points. In position 34, Stubbs Government, Owea Government, 7 points. In position 30, Schumacher Government, Diamond Government, Sion Hill Government, and Richland Park Seventh-day Adventist Primary on 8 points. In position 27, Richland Park Government, Pamelarsburg Government, Beckway Anglican Primary on 12 points. Position 25, Sandy Bay Government and New Prospect Primary, 13 points. Position 24, Barley Anglican, 14 points. Position 23, Canaan Government, 16 points. Position 22, Dixon Methodist, 19 points. Position 21, Spring Village Methodist, 20 points. Position 20, Kaliaka Anglican, 21 points. Position 19, Lauders Primary, 23 points. Position 18, Connery Government, 25 points. Position 15, South Rivers Methodist, Bookament Government, Langley Park Government, 28 points each. Position 13, C.W. Prescott, 57 points. Position 12, Layou Government, 58 points. Position 11, Barreley Government, 64. Position 10, Lomans Windward Anglican, 67. Position 8, Georgetown Government and Stephanie Brown Primary, 74 points each. Position 7, St. Mary's Roman Catholic, 78. Position 6, Paget Farm, 79. Position 5, Fitzhughes Government, 84 points. Position 4, Canoan Government, 92 points. Position 3, Chateaubelair Methodist, 99 points. Position 2, with a total of 118 points, Kettle's Government. And position 1, leading combined total of 177 points, Kingstown Preparatory School.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the ranking of the various schools participating in this, the Inter-Primary Schools Athletics Championship here at the Diamonds Athletic Stadium, the St Vincent Beach Athletic Stadium. And we're grateful that you stayed with us, and a reminder that the coverage today brought to you with the good wishes of Thirsty Water, originating from VC3 Television, also involved in this production, the Agency for Public Information and the National Broadcasting Corporation. It's been a wonderful morning of keen competition into the afternoon. We're already moving close to 2 o'clock. There's a break in the track events at this point in time as the officials refresh themselves. And likewise, our commentary team taking a breather as well. We promise to have much more for you coming up, but we've seen quite a lot of records being set today, that's for sure. And we'll continue to follow the activities live across the various platforms here so that you can get the latest information. Tomorrow we'll be back here as well to bring to you the secondary aspect of competition, the Inter-Secondary Athletics Championships here at the St Vincent Beach Athletic Stadium. And we look forward to some very great competition like we've seen thus far today. Excellent weather terms of a track event, a bit on the warm side for those who are outside of the tents, and we do hope that everyone is staying hydrated. What we'll do at this point is say thanks very much to our sponsor, Tusty Water. We'll take a short break as our commentary team takes a refresher, and we'll get right back here across the platforms VC3, API, and NBC. We'll be back. Welcome back to the St Vincent Beach Athletics Stadium here in Diamond. And just in case you've missed at least half of the competition thus far with the primary schools across St Vincent and the Grenadines. And today we've seen some great competition, the very spirited races from those who are participating from the various schools across the country. And we want to say welcome to you. If in case you were joining us before and you're back, welcome back as we continue with our coverage from VC3 Television, the API and NBC Radio across our various platforms. Thanks as well to Tusty Water, our sponsor for this live broadcast. Khalil Keto, you know as Groove, is here, and shortly we'll be taking you back to Groove and his co-commentator who will be taking you through the remainder of the races. Some 14 events, Groove, about remaining for the afternoon.
Yeah, that's right. Individual races, of course, but in terms of the grouping of the events, we have the 150 meters that are about to get going. That will be followed by the 80 meters for the under 7 and under 9s, and then following that we get into the relays. So in terms of the grouping of events, it's just a handful of events that are remaining. The relays, of course, will include the 4x150 and the 4x200 meter events. So the races for the individual races in the individual categories, and then the relays. So not much left to do here. There are also, of course, the field events. So the high jump event is, I think, just began. The under 11 boys high jump is in progress, and that will be followed by the over 11 boys high jump. So we're maybe past
midway point.
2.5 hours of non-stop track and field action remaining here at the St Vincent Beach Stadium.
And it's, just to note as well, the track events and the on-field events also go side by side, because even when they're having events, there are other bits and pieces happening on the side as well. But this morning you were here and you took us through the entire morning's event with your commentator Hooper. And we saw a number of records being broken, some new records being set today. And the news is, for those who didn't get the news before we took the break, that the Kingstown Preparatory School is ahead in the points.
That's right, yes, they are.
That can change, but that is it as we headed into a little break.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I'll give you the quick the points. So for the girls, it's Kingstown Prep leading with 119, Kittell's Government second with 78, Paget Farm third with 72, Lomans Windward fourth, Lomans Windward and Fitzhugh's Government with 54, and then Canawan with 43. On the boys' side, it's Kingstown Prep with 71, Chateaubriand Methodist 62, Barley Government 53, Leyu 51, Stephanie Brown on 50, Canawan on 49, and overall it is Canawan in 5th with 92, Paget Farm 4th with 95, Chateaubriand Methodist 3rd with 99, Kittell's Government 2nd with 118, and the Kingstown Prep leading with 190.
Yes, and quite a different lineup to what we saw last year in terms of the leading at this point. That can change, of course. Crystal Olivers is here with us, and she'll be joining us from where all the excitement is in the stands, where the parents are and the siblings and the brothers and sisters, the entire family here to support the little ones. Crystal, over to you for a bit.
Colville. Thank you so much, Colville. And we're here on the stands. The stands are packed to maximum capacity. And here we have Sarah. Good afternoon, Sarah.
Good afternoon.
How are you feeling this afternoon?
Good, I'm good.
So what brings you to the stadium today?
So basically, I'm visiting St Vincent for the first time. And I'm here with a good family friend, and she told me to come out and see all the activities of the kids and their schools. And it's unbelievable seeing all this country pride, the students, everybody is supporting the kids, everybody's cheering for the specific school that they're affiliated with. It's really incredible seeing this amount of pride with everybody.
All right, thank you. I hope you enjoy the rest of your stay.
Definitely, thank you. It was a good experience, definitely.
All right, thanks. Take care.
Take care. I don't know if he heard me.
All right, thanks very much, Crystal. I think we've had our first track race there.
Yes, that was the running of the under 9 girls 150, which looks like it was won there by Sharia Hooper of the Trumaka Government School with Deshante Castello, I believe. Okay, there are your results on screen there. So it's Shante Cyrus of Kingstown Prep who was in second, and that is who was just behind Sharia Hooper, with Kalia Craig of Evesham Methodist in third, the under 9 girls 150 meters. Stepping up next will be and of course we'll await as the placements come through from the finish line officials, that's how we'll then line them up there for you. So that will play out. But in the meantime, on track now, we have the boys under 9, 150 meters. Running in lane 1, it's Dizon Sam of St. Mary's Roman Catholic. Lane 2, Elron Spring, Georgetown Government. Lane 3, Jamal Lamkin, Barley Government. Lane 4, Treon Cato. He says, call me Sonic from Canawan Government. In lane 5, Malachi Roban of Pamela's Burke. Lane 6, Javed Anthony Connery. Lane 7, Omarion Arthur of Layu Government. And lane 8, Kai Batiste of the Connery Primary School.
And the powerhouse in this lineup appears to be Treon.
That's right.
He's been performing exceptional over the past few hours in the earlier competitions. Let's see if Sonic can keep his name.
Yes, so it will be over to him in just a while. Let me see if he would have, let's see, nope, this is, okay, so he doesn't have the 200-meter record, not 200, sorry, the 150-meter record. He is coming in, however, with the fastest qualifying time from the semifinals of 23.72. The record is 22.92. So we'll see how well he does. Now on the starters' orders, again, under 9 boys, 150-meter dash. Sam lane 1, Spring 2, Lamkin 3, Cato 4, Roban 5, Anthony 6, Arthur 7, and Batiste 8. The runners told to stand. I think one of the athletes again showing a little over-enthusiasm. Might have been the athlete in lane 3 there from Barley Government. That's Jamal Lamkin. So once again, they're on the line under starters' orders for this under 9 boys 150-meter final. And Lamkin again. Getting
Lamkin seems very excited.
Yes, he does. Actually, you see, it's as we termed earlier on, what happens when they're not accustomed to using the 3-point, the crouch start. You know, so at this age, they're still used to their 8 friends running, and your man gets it, and away go.
And on the word go.
And on the word go.
Right.
So they've not been fully used to the 3-command start for this event. So just a little talking to from the officials to remind him what the commands are, to stay patient and wait until the gun fires. Sometimes it can be a little bit of nerves as well, but we'll see what happens here for this event. Again, it's Kingstown Prep overall in the lead, both the boys and girls, and the combined scores. So they're allowing them to do a standing start, it seems, and they're allowed to go. So they're away and going. Surrounding the turn and into the home stretch, and already there we see, here he comes. This is Sonic. He says, call me Sonic. Treon Cato there with the white spikes being chased by the field. He's not completely out of the woodwork yet. We have the athlete there from Layu on the outside, but it's going to be Treon Cato all the way to the finish line again with a flash time of 22.9 seconds.
And he gets to keep his name for another race.
He gets to keep his name for another race. That's right. Little Lightning, as I have termed him. But he says, call me Sonic. That was your under 9 boys. And there's your lineup. So Treon takes first in 22.93. Omarion Arthur of Layu in second, 23.26. Jamal Lamkin of Barley Government in 23.68. There for your under 9 boys, 150 meters. Up next will be the under 11 girls. So we'll have Tiana Duncan of St. Mary's in lane 1, Jadine McNeil of Bookament in lane 2, Zanaya Guy of Kingstown Government in 3, Azalea Richards of Kittell's Government in 5, Miley Carter, she's from Fitzhugh's Government, she runs in lane 5. In lane 6 is Blossom Thomas from Stubbs, Ariana Ross of Caliacor in 7, and Magdalene Smith, she is from the Sion Hill Government School, and there she is just waving and acknowledging the crowd as we get ready now for the final of the under 11 girls 150-meter event. The fastest qualifying time goes in lane 4. It belongs to Azalea Richards of the Kittell's Government School, a time of 22.51 seconds. Here for this under 11 girls 150.
And Groove, is it as they're briefed as they come onto the track and they take up their positions as to what to expect in terms of their starting, etc.? I see sometimes there's a few words being shared with them as they
yes, of course,
take their places.
Because, as I say, because they wouldn't, a lot of them wouldn't be exposed and accustomed to using the 3-point start. They are told by the starters that you have to go down into the crouch position. They understand getting into the crouch position as they're off and running here. You're under 11 girls, 4 by by 150. This is the 150 meters. So here's Azalea Richards, your leader, coming off the track. She has some competition on her outside there. That's Blossom Thomas from Stubbs. And then on the inside, Tiana Duncan from the St. Mary's. St. Mary's, Tiana Duncan gets in. Running on the very inside, lane 1. And finishing in position number 1, Tiana Duncan. She came in with a 23.10 qualifying time. The flash time there, 22.3.
For the boys, 9 to 10, 150 meters.
And at this time, we welcome back our co-commentator Hooper, who's rejoining the broadcast.
Yeah, we had a very sumptuous lunch, and we're back here
in 3, also
Diamond.
from Barley Government.
It's nice being out there, Groove.
Of course. Lovely
talk
to be in
about
the atmosphere.
the Blossom inside there. There was a
That's
Blossom.
right, yes, and Blossom was there.
Blooming out this afternoon.
So here we have your lineup for the under 11 boys 150. In lane 1, it's Cale Drayton of Liu Government. Lane 2, Aaron Francois, Barley Government. Lane 3, Kyrie Gloucester, Barley Government. Elon Sandy in lane 4 from Kingston Prep. Dre Abbott from Kingston Prep in lane 5. Andre Simmons of Clear Valley in lane 6. Jaden Smith, C.W. Prescott, lane 7. And Kadeem Charles goes in lane 8. He is from the Beckway Anglican Primary School. Your under 11 boys, 150 meters. I'm seeing lane 6. I'm not seeing an athlete sitting on the lane marker there. That should be Andre Simmons from Clear Valley Government. So I'm not sure if he's, well, I guess he's not there. So runners now being given their commands on your marks from the starter. So they're down, the prep school athletes with their, as I said, the hairdresser might have come a little bit late, but they're all decorated and ready to go. That would be Sandy and Abbott's, Kingstown Prep. And they're out and away running for your under 11 boys, 150 meters. And the running on the inside there in lane 3 comes from Kyrie Gloucester. It's Kyrie Gloucester now, Sandy there, Elon Sandy. Sandy is going to be taking this one just ahead of Gloucester of Barley Government, and Dre Abbott there of the Kingstown Prep School. Finishes unofficially, of course, in the 3rd position. I believe 4th place might have gone to either Charles or Smith out in lane 8 and 7. That's Charles of Beckway Anglican and Jaden Smith of the C.W. Prescott Primary.
Well, I'm quite sure the athletes are now feeling refreshed after that that lunch break. We have seen some entertainment from the cheerleaders from various schools.
Just a little bit, yes.
We have seen that. Did you have any thirsty water during the break, Goof?
Of course. No. On a day like today, it's the only water that one would want to
Yeah,
consume.
one of our big sponsors.
Can
you give us the name of maybe 6 of the flavors that the thirsty water produce?
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll get to that as soon as I tell you your lane assignments for this next race. We have the under 11 girls. So we have Alexandra Ned of Kittels in lane 1, Natalia John of C.W. Prescott in 2, Amelia Peniston of Stephanie Brown in 3, Sky Kane is in lane 4, she's from Georgetown Government, Zariah Joseph of Connery, she's in lane 5, Odelia Compton, Patchett Farm Government in 6. In lane 7, Tanaya Stapleton of Rose Hall, and running in lane 8 on the outside, Alia Young of the Kittels Government School. As said there for you, those are your lane assignments. Those are your 8 athletes on screen there for you. Of course, Thirsty Water, a variety of
breakfast and
the school's breakfast program. That's right. So we have to say thanks to them.
Flavors that they
so yeah, of course, they have for their Thirsty Water. They have the dragon fruit. There's the cranberry, the moringa and lime, which is one of my favorites as well. There is the grapefruit. They've got the grapefruit.
Do they have a pear?
They don't have a pear, but they have what is called dragon fruit, and then there's lychee.
Oh.
So yeah, those are the 6.
What's the difference between the dragon fruit and the lychee?
Well, it's
in terms of the taste. Because Thirsty Water is known for this quality taste water.
Dragon fruit has a little bit more of a citrusy type of taste. The lychee is kind of like, remember back in the day when they had the white juicy, the cream soda. So it's kind of like that. But here we have what we have on track now. The start of your 150 meters for the over 11 girls. And it is Kane there. Kane and Peniston, Stephanie Brown, and the Georgetown, but it's going to be Sky Kane. Sky Kane gets there.
Sky Kane.
That's right.
You think she had thirsty water in the break?
It seems so, because it seems
What
she like
flavor she was drinking.
whatever flavor gives her the speed that what was required in order to win that race.
Yeah. Could you just go over those flavors again? Because I think at my school we are part of the Tusty Water breakfast program. So we sell Tusty Water at our school. Also.
Okay.
Tusty flavor water.
Okay, sure. So as I said, so there's the cranberry.
Yeah.
There's the
that one seems to
grapefruit.
be very, very popular.
Yes, yes. That's one of my favorites. So the grapefruit, lychee, moringa and lime. What's that grapefruit? There's the lychee. There's the dragon fruit. There is. Can't remember the other two right now.
I wonder if they have any plans to try like plum rose flavor or the flavors like that.
Well, I'd like to see more, a lot of local flavor, plum rose, maybe mango. Damsel might be good as well.
Yeah. The Tusty Water probably could get into some extra.
Of course.
Fruit.
So here we've got
It'll
your...
be very fruity all day, right?
So here we've got your finalists here for the 150 meters for the over 11 boys. These are the big boys. So in lane 1, it's Amali Lavia, Owia Government. Lane 2, Rakino Jackson, Leyu Government. Chris Trimmingham of Stephanie Brown in 3. Clifford Phillips of Stephanie Brown in 4. Tyler Hercules in 5. St. Mary's. Saint Jack of Canawan in 6. Trayvon Laborde, Chateaubriand Methodist in 7. And Roger Bailey of Kittell's Government in lane 8. So under starters, order starters, just making sure the start officials there, making sure everybody is in the positions that they need to be in. Roger Bailey of Kittell's nearest to your screen. And they are out and away. And already it's Clifford Phillips. It is all going to be Clifford Phillips as he rounds the track and comes into this home stretch. Strong running there from Clifford Phillips. Behind him there we have Tyler Hercules. He's got some competition there from the youngster there from Canawan on the outside, but it is going to be very close. Phillips. Close for second there. Between Jack and Hercules, and I think also Trimmingham on the inside. So we'll await to see what the finish line results will be. So here we've got Clifford Phillips. So second goes to Tyler Hercules. This is again the over 11 boys. 150 meter 150 event. All right, so he's
maybe Clifford was one of those athletes who had a miss passing of the baton, and he probably want to take some advantage in this 150 meter.
Well, that's right, and then he has
Stephanie Brown.
So he has this event, and then he would have the 4x200 meters coming up later on. So I'm sure him and his other compatriots will definitely want to be taking, making amends.
You think they could add adhesive to their hands to make sure that baton doesn't?
Well, that would be against the rules.
Could they wear gloves?
No, they're not allowed to wear gloves. They're not allowed to wear any sort of. No. That's why they run no gloves, no sort of assistance or whatever.
What if the athlete hand is like damaged and he could probably have to wear a bandage there? You think that is in a way advantageous to him? In terms of holding the baton?
I don't know. That's a good question, because depending on how the bandage is wrapped, it may not be flat enough for the baton to really fit in there. As we mentioned, Tyler, remember, Tyler's running with a brace on his wrist. Tyler Hercules there from St. Mary's. During the heats and the semifinals, he had a cast, but the cast was on his left hand, so I guess he did most of the running with the baton in his right. But we're getting ready now for a medal presentation ceremony for the 150 meter events. Just to remind you, we have in progress the under 11 boys high jump. That will be followed by the over 11 boys high jump. Taking part in the high jump, we have Addison Maloney of Paget Farm, Bertram Ash, Leyu Government, DeAndre Warren, Connery, Romel Morgan, Leyu Government, Raphael Miller, Lomans Leeward, Seth Derrick, Paget Farm, Classic Francois, Kingstown Prep, along with Elon Sandy. So he's now at the medal presentation. He'll be going back to the high jump. R.J. Duggan of Connery, Deshaun Davis, C.W. Prescott, Caden Slater, Fitzhughes Government, Rolex Gordon. Talk about some names. That's an expensive name right there. Chateaubriand Methodist.
Yeah, he's a Rolex.
He's a Rolex. Yeah. And then we have Rayon
He spells it like R-O-L-E-X-S with an extra.
There's an emphasis on
the X still put S.
It says Rolex.
Yeah, Rolex. Yeah, so that's a real expensive Rolex.
Indeed. All right, so as soon as the medal presentation begins,
you ever worn a Rolex?
We'll be bringing that to you. I have never worn a Rolex. I have no need of wearing a Rolex. I'm good with my digital stopwatch timepiece.
Well, let's go back to the Tusty Water. Tusty Water has been associated with a lot of development in school, education, and now with sports and coming out there with youth. Do they have agencies around the island, distributors around the island?
Well, I don't know about the distributors, but I know that Tusty water is a water that is, can be easily found anywhere. Of course, any shop or store, supermarket, even the gas station, convenience stores. Once you open a refrigerator, freezer section, you can definitely find Tusty water on the shelves there. So, it's folks can
affordable.
Of course. Yes, of course.
And
so,
the varying sizes and
and of course, any the
capacity
proceeds
that's
from purchases from Tusty water, of course, goes towards the school breakfast, the Tusty school breakfast program.
Excellent initiative.
As you mentioned there, you said your school was a part of that.
It is a part. It's still a part of it. Yeah.
Yeah. So we know that the strain sometimes on and especially athletes. There are a lot of kids who go to school without having breakfast, and they feel it in particular when they come to athletics championships. Yeah. Breakfast, one of the, if not the most important meal of the day. You want to make sure that you get your sustenance in. So to have that Tusty water breakfast program implemented in schools around the country is a real boost and a real help to ensuring that our children are well, sustained for their learning and for their activities.
Most definitely, Groove. Most definitely.
Yeah. All right. So in just a few, once the announcements begin, we'll be taking you to the medal presentation ceremony. We see the athletes standing there. There's the music, presentation music that is going. So we're just waiting for, well, I'm not sure what they're waiting on, but we're just waiting for the announcements to begin. Remember, following this, we'll have the 80 meters for the under 7 girls and boys and under 9 girls and boys. And then we move into the final set of events for the afternoon, the 4x150 relays for the under 11 boys and girls, and then the 4x200 meter relays for the over 11 boys and girls. Following that, we'll have the final tabulations of points and our presentation of trophies to the various winners. We, of course, will have the divisional winners, the under 7 girls and boys champ, under 9 girls and boys champ, under 11 and over 11, Victor Victrix Ladorum, and then, of course, the trophies going to the deserving teams. So we've got the medal presentation going now. We join them in progress.
Bronze medal.
Jamal Lamkin. The silver medalist from the Lake Government School, Omarian Arthur. And your gold medalist and champion 2025, Trayan Cato of the Kanawan Government School. We go to the girls, 9 to 10, 150 meter dash. Your bronze medalist, representing Saginaw Government School, Magdalene Smith. Your silver medalist from the Stubbs Government, Blossom Thomas. Gold medalist and champion 2025, Tiana Duncan of the St. Mary's Roman Catholic. We move on to the boys. 9 to 10, 150-meter dash. In third place, your bronze medalist, representing the Kingston Preparatory School, Dre Abbott. Silver medalist from the Barley government, Kyrie Gloucester. And your gold medalist and champion 2025, representing the Kingston Preparatory School, Elon Sandy. We go to your girls, 11 to 13, 150-meter dash. Bronze medalist representing Paget Farm, Odelia Compton. Silver medalist from the Stephanie Brown Primary School, Amelia Peniston. And your winner and champion gold medalist, representing Georgetown, Sky Kane. All right, we now move on to the boys, 11 to 13, 150-meter dash. In third place, your bronze medalist, Ricano Jackson of the Layou Government School. Your silver medalist from the St. Mary's Roman Catholic, Tyler Hercules. Gold medalist and champion 2025 from the Stephanie Brown Primary School, Clifford Phillips. And that concludes this medal presentation ceremony. We say thank you. We say thank you to the Deputy Chief Education Officer, Mrs. Blake Brown, as well as girl guides.
Clifford Phillip, could you please report to the finish line, please? Clifford Phillip. We will have the recalling the athletes
for the high jump, the last of the high jump.
So that was the medal presentation ceremony there for the 150-meter series of events as we get ready to wind down our championships here this afternoon. So just to give you a reminder of the point standings before we resume this afternoon up to the lunch break. So the girls, we had the Canouan government in fifth with 43 points, Fitzhugh's in fourth with a tie with Lomans Winwood on 54. Paget Farm third with 72. Kittels second with 78, and Kingstown Prep leading with 119. For the boys, it was Canawan Government sixth with 49. Stephanie Brown Primary fifth with 50. Leyu Government fourth with 51. Barley Government third with 53. That's Chateaubriand Methodist second with 62, and Kingstown Prep out front with 71. And the overall team total, Canawan Government fifth with 92. Paget Farm fourth with 95. Chateaubriand Methodist third with 99. Kittels second with 118, and the Kingstown Prep out front with 190. And of course, as I said, that was before we took the lunch break, so these following the events that have taken place since we've resumed have not been factored into those points, but that is just an idea of where we are in terms of the points. We got a little confirmation, Hooper, when we were talking about Rukino being from Union Island and coming up. But I was made to understand Rukino Jackson, of course, the athlete from the Leyu Government School, that he's originally from Leyu.
All right.
So his father lives in Leyu. You know, he of course moved down to Union Island, and since the passage of Hurricane Beryl, he, like so many others, had to relocate. So he came back home. So he's not necessarily visiting Leyu. He came back home to Leyu after the passage of
and really contributing to the total.
Yes, that's right. Indeed. Looking at the points, though, there are some surprises because, as we said, Kingstown Prep and Stephanie Brown really dominated last year. Yeah. But I'm looking at the boys. Even your own school, Chateaubriand, has almost come out of nowhere to be in second place on 62 points.
Yeah.
You know, and we also see schools like Barley Government in the boys, who normally previously you wouldn't have seen them featured. Kittels has always been one of the teams that have always been in the region of breaking through. Well, we see that it seems like they have broken through this time to be in second place overall with 118 points. Chateaubriand Methodist in third with 99. So it's still all to run for here, as we see on our screen. We see the under 11 boys high jump is in progress. That would have been Elon Sandy. Yes, we saw him just run the 150, so that was a field attempt there at that height. But coming up next on the track will be the under 7 girls 80-meter dash. So we'll have the under 7 girls and boys, followed by the under 9 girls and boys. The reason why these races didn't run with the regular 80-meter series is because they were so close to the 50 meters.
Yeah.
So we had the 50s, then we had the 80s. So to give our little ones a little break.
Tusty water break.
A little tusty water break. the events for these young ones, these little ones, have moved to after the 150s. So we're getting ready to bring to you the under 7 girls, the under 80 meters, under 7 followed by the under 9. Yes, under 7 followed by the under 9. That on your screen is Madison Ledger of Kittels Government School. She's in lane 1. In lane 2, it's Kimia Bino, Paget Farm Government. In lane 3,
those are the Hornets.
The Red Hornets, that's right.
The Red Hornets.
Kayla Stevens of C.W. Prescott. She runs in 3. In lane 4, this is Xavier James of Lomans Windward Anglican. In lane 5, Jamalia Dixon there of Bookament. In lane 6, we have Navia Humphrey. She's from Lomans Windward. Another one there from Lomans Windward. We also have, after her, Riley Patterson. Riley is from Fitzhugh's Government. And then on the outside, we have Nova Byron of Langley Park Government. There she is. That's Nova. Running out in lane 8 there. School number 32, the Langley Park Government School. Your finalist for the...
Groove, you have to really commend the officials. They have been doing a marvelous job out there today. You can see things are going very smoothly. And they're well attired. You can see they have their headgears on and so
yes,
on.
That's right. And it's something that is always stressed to them. You know, your hats if needed, and of course your sleeves, because I can't. If you could see the discoloration between my arm with my watch here, and so you know, and the time is always a factor. With these events, we always want to make sure that we have the smooth flow of events. When one event is finished, we get the other one ready to go as soon as possible, because of course we do have light to attend with.
Do you have like a time factor? Say, I'm going to pack these events within 3 hours. I'm going to pack these events within 4 hours. And that's where we are. Because we had a late start this morning, and,
Yeah,
look how where we are right now. At a very good point now.
And we usually do, which kind of makes me think maybe we don't have to stress that the start time be at 8:30 or 9 o'clock, because this happens every day for the heats. Actually, we say we want to get started by 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
Usually we don't start till after 10, probably even close to 10:30. One morning we almost started at 11, but yet by 4:30 we were finished. We got through the events. And part of it is, of course, due to the weather. The weather being and the hard work of the officials to make sure that the athletes are out and ready to go. I'm not sure what the holdup here is. I think usually this may be the finish line system just trying to get themselves ready in terms of the program used to capture the finishes, the finish line camera and the meet manager system. So usually they just want to make sure that that is up to date and ready to go. That's one of the issues. For
how many times or what type of queries do you have after the games? Games like today, do the teams complain today after the games? Things didn't go well?
It depends sometimes.
Or is it very minimal?
Yeah, it's minimal a lot of times.
Okay.
There have been times when teams would have queried if some events would have been tabulated into the total like that, But as I said, the team is very efficient in what they do, and usually there has never been any major reverse of any decisions coming out of it. So we're getting ready now as we hear the announcements in the background there for the finalists of the under-7 girls 80-meter dash here at the 35th National Lotteries Authority Inter-Primary Schools Athletics Championships.
I wonder what those athletes could be thinking about right now. What are they thinking about right now? Look over there. They're just so quiet.
Yeah, that's a good question. Sometimes they actually ask the officials, they say, we ain't ready yet, we ain't going to run yet, because they're out there, they're anxious and they're ready to go, but they've just they've just been told to sit again. So maybe a bit of miscommunication there between the meet manager and the starters.
You ever had a case where boys, now it's the marble season, they carry little marbles in their pockets, and someday they could stop and play the marbles while
they run it?
While the officials are there waiting
no, because the boys are there focused and ready.
Anyway,
ready to go.
Smooth, they're ready to play marbles. So, they would have been wanted, they walk with 1 or 2 little marbles still. Any other chance? You have a stars right there.
All right, then. So here we go. Under the starters' orders, your under-7 girls 80-meter dash. Madison Ledger, Kim Yabino, Kayla Stevens, Xavier James, Jamalia Dixon, Nevia Humphrey, Riley Patterson, and Nova Byron. And they're out and away. And already we see pulling away in lane 3. That looks Kayla Stevens there of CW Prescott. Now she is going to be challenged there by Dixon of Dubois. Looks like Dixon just gets there, just a step ahead of Kayla Stevens. Jamalia Dixon of Bookerman, from our standpoint, looks like she might have taken that one. Just ahead of, she really came on strong in the end and got there just ahead of Kayla Stevens. So we'll see if that's what the officials see as well. Yes, and that is what they see. It's Jamalia Dixon, Bookerman Government, coming from behind. She ran from about a good second place because Kayla Stevens got a flyer of a start and left everyone on the line, but she was unable to hold out and could not hold off the challenge there of Jamalia Dixon of Bookerman, who takes that under-7 girls 80-meter dash.
Interesting race. But Groove, we talk about sports now. Marble playing, can we make it a national competition? Marble playing?
You know what? It's
marble playing.
Well, because of it could be unique. If you want to call it the advent of technology or the time has gone by. It's funny enough now. It's not very often, at least in the area where I live, to see little boys pitch it. So much so to the point that when I see them, I say, well, look at that. I can't tell. Well, I see some young boys playing.
Every day's confusion in my school.
Marbles.
Every day's confusion in my school about marbles.
Okay.
Who won which game and who should have had, who bought a man, and have all these rules in the game. you ever play marbles, Group?
I did, yeah, back then.
You make rules when you're losing, all right?
Right, yeah, suit yourself. So here we have on screen now the finalists for your under-7 boys, 80-meter dash. We have Omari Glasgow in lane 1 from Park Hill Government, Tirano Griffith in lane 2 from Barley Government, Raheem Dixon in lane 3, Georgetown Government, Tyree Batiste of Dixon Methodist goes in 4, Devondre Mars of Fitzhughes in 5, Markel Deschong of Lomans Winwood in 6, Orande Stevens of Kittels in 7, and Jagwane Bailey of CW Prescott. He runs in lane 8. There, so they are ready, already under the starters' orders. your under 7 boys 80-meter dash, your finals.
No marbles in pockets.
No marbles in pockets here, no.
No pockets at all.
That's right. They know that the only thing they want to get is that gold medal.
Gold medal, yeah.
So starter's assistant making sure all toes and feet are correctly placed behind the line. Now on the starter's orders. Boys 80 meters, and they are away and running, and it's lane 4. That is Tyree Batiste, who looks like he's already in control of this one. We're going to see if he can hold off the challenge there from Georgetown's Dixon. But yes, Batiste. So, yes, Tyree Batiste, Dixon Methodist, gets in just ahead of Dixon of Georgetown. He held off the challenge there of Raheem Dixon.
But while we were here, a principal just came and hinted to me, Spring Village Methodist, they have one athlete here, but walking home with 2 medals.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent.
One athlete,
right,
walking home with 2 medals.
So it proves the point that I said about, you know, a lot of schools don't have the numbers to bring to the championships, but when they do bring their athletes, they do bring athletes with talent.
I wonder what it's going to be like tomorrow in Spring Village Primary School with that athlete showing off 2 medals.
With his 2 medals.
Hey, we can do it. We can do it. If one can do it, we all can do it.
Of course. Yeah. So here we're seeing the finalists now as we move up in age group, still with the 80 meters. These are the under 9 girls, 80 meters. We have, this is Olivia Phillips of Lomans, Levia Cato, my little friend there from Chateaubriand Methodist in lane 6. Kiana Chance of Lomans in lane 7. Kylie Edwards is in lane 8 of Cattell's. Back in lane 1, it's Karenique Lewis of South Rivers. Cherish Prescott is in lane 2. She's of Bookament. And Sharia Hooper of Trumaka Government in 3. And Shante Cyrus of Kingstown Prep running in lane 4. Your under 9 girls 80-meter dash. Sitting on there, there's your lineup on our screen. And just so you know, the numbers that you see.
We have the starting area cleared.
Apparently, folks starting to encroach out of the stands, which tends to happen when you have that packed area. You know, it's just one of the things that we have to deal with and manage when we have the meets going on. But again, your start list there, those numbers on the other side of the school's names are the school team numbers. So when you see 61, you know that's South Rivers. When you see a 16, you know that Chateaubriand Methodist, 52 for Cattell's, and so on, just to give our viewers an idea of, you know, exactly how these things pan out here. So again, the announcer asking for area to be cleared. Just near the start area, of course, we need silence.
Do you think they want autographs from these young athletes?
Say again?
Do you think the spectators want autographs from these young athletes?
Well, I tell you what, if they want autographs, they definitely have the chance to do it, because, you know, they have easy access to these athletes. And then when we talk about the factors I mentioned earlier, the likes of Handel Roban and Shafika Maloney would be coming home here to compete at our home national championships. They'll have that chance to get autographs, probably even to get pictures.
What do you think about Friday night, or the football with Leon Bailey coming there? I think they're going to be a lot of people wanting autograph there. Like we have seen Messi in Jamaica a few days ago.
Oh well, I know that the reception that Messi got was absolutely crazy. The national stadium was so full. As a matter of fact, Messi scored, and from what I heard, the entire stadium was cheering. Oh. Now he scored against the Jamaican team, but the Jamaicans were cheering that Messi scored. So on the line now, your finalists, under 9 girls, 80-meter dash, they're out and they're running. Karenique Lewis, Cherish Prescott, Hooper, Cyrus, Phillips, Cato, Chance, and Edwards. And there goes Cato, running away. Levia Cato, Chateaubriand Methodist. Oh, she stops a little bit before the line had time to do it. I hope she's not. No, she looks like she's okay. All right. Oh, she has a surprised look on her face there. So Levia Cato takes that one there. She has a surprised look on her face, like she's almost surprised herself.
Yeah, she got a late start.
Yes, she did.
Didn't come out the block as she wanted to.
And there we're going to see, well, from one Cato to the next, because I see Treon now taking. Treon is now coming up here. He'll be running in lane
number 6, like Leah Kit.
Lane 4. Let's see. He's sitting on the lane 3 marker. But our lane assignments have him in lane 4. But anyway, in lane 1, should be, so they're not in their correct lanes. So they'll have to get that organized. But in South Rivers, Kadero Campbell is in lane 1. Malachi Roban from Pamela's Burke is in lane 2. Javed Anthony from Connery is in lane 3. Treyon Cato, Sonic, he says to call me, is in lane 4 from Kanawan Government. Jamal Lamkin of Barley Government in lane 5. Omarian Arthur Leyu Government in lane 6. Cale Williams of Kanawan is in 7. And Kazari Simon of Stubbs is in lane 8. So it seems like lane 2 is going to be vacant, as we see the runner sitting there on the lane marker for 1 and on 3, but there's none in lane 2. So I guess we have a vacant lane. So it will be Campbell, South Rivers 1, Anthony, Connery 2, Cato, Kanawan in 4. Sorry, Anthony's in 3. Anthony of Connery is in 3. Cato of Kanawan is in 4. Lamkin of Barley Government, lane 5. Arthur, Leyu Government, lane 6. Williams of Kanawan, lane 7. And Simon of Stubbs in lane 8.
But Groove putting an activity like this together causes a lot of work in the background. Who does all this work in the background?
Well, of course, we have the staff of the Division of Physical Education and Sport, along with other partners like the National Lotteries Authority, members of the Ministry of Education as well, and Housing, Youth and Sports. You know, so it's an entire effort, and of course input from Team Athletics SVG. So it's an entire effort that's put on there, as we're going to check the effort being put out here now by our finalists of your under-9 boys 80-meter dash, and they're out and they're running, and already it's Treyon starting to move away. That's right, Sonic in full flex. He's going to get some competition there from Lamkin, but he's going to hold him off. Jamal Lamkin got there, but Treyon Cato was able to put on his Sonic boosters and maintain that lead from start to finish to get there in front of Jamal Lamkin, who finished in 2nd place, and Omarian Arthur of Leyu Government in 3rd. Your top 3 there for the, top 4 we see on the screen now for the under-9 boys 80 meters. So I'm just, while I'm seeing that, trying to listen to what the stadium announcer is saying. See, we're going to have a slight hold. Oh, so they're getting ready to do now, Hooper, another medal ceremony. So they're going to do, I guess, the 80 meters and some of the field events.
So when they do come back now, it's going to be
straight into the relays. We go straight into the 4 by 150 and the 4 by 200 meters. All right, so we are getting to the point where it's getting close to crunch time here, where we'll be crowning the champions for 2025 in the Inter-Primary Schools Athletics Championships. And we go home, take a break, eat some food, get a rest, and we're back out here again tomorrow for the turn of the big folks, the Secondary Schools Championships, as we see the boys under, well, it's the boys high jump. This looks like they might be this is the over 11 boys. So I had to look to see if I recognized anybody. I do recognize that's Keverson Kidd there with 46 from Patchett Farm Government. And also
Prescott just cleared the bar.
Okay, and then I see the 63 there, who looks like he might be the next competitor there. Did I say C.W. Prescott? Yes, Azaniah Webb. So I just recognize those. So this is the over 11 boys high jump. This is Kidd with his attempt. All right, that's a successful clearance. He gets over the bar. Unable to say for sure what height the bar is at the moment. But this is a final. And of course, at each height.
On a day like tomorrow, when there's so many people tune into the sports, you have someone putting up something. This is the height of the bar this time. So there
was an apparatus that had that there earlier today. So I don't know if maybe they would have repositioned it. I'm looking now and I don't see it. So I don't know if they moved it for some reason. But I'm not seeing that apparatus there now. But they did have something out there that was showing the heights that the bar was at. Not sure why it would have been moved, but nonetheless. So here is Webb from CW, sorry, not CW Prescott, St. Mary's.
St. Mary's.
Yes, St. Mary's Roman Catholic. That is himself and Seals of Kingstown Government, Jurain Seals. standing there. So Weber there with an approach, but he doesn't have himself a good clearance. So if he goes back to the top, he will have one more attempt at that height because he would have done one before. That was his second. But now it's Seals. Jerain Seals getting ready to make his attempt. So here he comes. Over 11 boys high jump. Again, not successful with that one. So we see might be some prayer that Webb is trying to summon some divine intervention to help get him over the bar.
Third position,
You talk about triple jump and high jump. What about the pole vaulting? Any efforts to get that going here?
Well, the thing with the pole vault is we have one active pole vaulter in the country, and that's a successful clearance there by Webb, so he's through. He passes that height. We have one active pole vaulter here, but he doesn't do the event here because, well, one thing, historically we haven't had the pole vault equipment here. And he did the event while he was in St. Lucia. There's a sports academy in St. Lucia. So when he was a member of the student body there, that's where he did the pole vault. By the way, O'Neill, or is O'Neill his surname? O'Neill is his surname. I'm not thinking of his first name right now. But he is qualified for the Curfew Games as well. He went to to Martinique, sorry. But we're going to try to see if we can get the audio from the medal presentations. We see, well, on one of our screens, we see and we hear the music for the medal presentations. And on one of our screens, on our preview screen, we see the three girls there getting ready for their medals. So we're going to take you now to the medal presentations for the 80 meters and I believe some of the high jumps. While the previous high jumps, while the over 11 boys high jump is in progress. So as soon as we can, we take you to the medal presentations for the 80 meters.
Girls 7 to 8, 80 meters. In third position, Sheriff Prescott Buchanan. In second position, Shante Cyrus Kingston Prep. And the winner, Levia Cato, Chateaubelair Methodist. Boys 7 to 8, 80 meters. In third position, Omarion Arthur Leyu. Arthur Leyu. Jamal Lampkin Barrelly. Champion 2025, Treon Cato Canoan. Girls 4 to 6, 80 meters. In third position, Zahavia James Lomans. Zahavia James. In second position, Kyla Stevens of CW Prescott. And the winner, Jamali Dixon Buchanan. Boys 46. Boys 46, 80 meters. In third position, Tirano Griffith, Barrelly. Tirano Griffith, Barrelly. In second position, Raheem Dixon, Georgetown. Gold medalist champion 2025, Tyree Batiste Dixon. We have the athletes for the high jump. The girls 9 to 10 high jump. Girls 9 to 10 high jump. In third position, Atika Peters. Atika Peters of Lauders. Atika Peters of Lauders. Second, Omra Anthony C.W. Prescott. Omra Anthony C.W. Prescott. And the winner, Nelly Cumberbatch, Kingstown Prep. Third position, Atika Peters. Second, Omra Anthony. And first, Melik Cumberbatch. (11 to 13) girls high jump. 11 to 13 girls high jump. In third position, Marina Grant, Paget Farm. Marina Grant, Paget Farm. In second position from Kingston Pret, Kamara Stapleton. And the winner from Paget Farm, Naira Kidd. Naira Kidd. Under 9, 80 meters, girls. In third position, Cherish Prescott from Bokamen. Cherish Prescott from Bokamen. (80 meters, under 9. Third position, Cherish Prescott, Bokamen. Second position, Shanti Cyrus, Kingstown Prep. And the winner, Levia Keto, Chatibele Methodist. Under 9 boys, 80-meter dash. Under 9 boys, 80-meter. In third position, Omarian Arta Leyu. In second position from Barley, Joma Lampkin. And the winner, Treon Kato, Canoan. Do we have the long jumpers? Foster, do we have the long jumpers? Girls long jump under 11. We have high jump girls. High jump girls. High jump girls under 11. High jump girls 11 to 13. Okay, we thank the Chief Education Officer until we sort out the rest of the awards.
Okay, so that was the medal presentation there, Lawrence, for the 80 meters events for the under 7 and under 9 boys and girls. And I also think they were hoping to have some high jumpers, but it doesn't look as though that they were there in that mix for this particular time. So this, we hear them still calling some of the events because usually this tends to happen every year. While you try to get through all of as many of the medals as possible, you still end up with some schools or some athletes who don't turn up for the medals. You have to send medals to the schools. So you're trying to really trying to get through the process. And we always realize that because of the constraint of time and so many events happening at the same time, that you tend to find when you're doing, an athlete might have just done something, now you're calling them for medals, but they go into the courtroom to prepare for another event. So again, there are a lot of things that can fall into place if we have, well, I say, once we have lights, set up, because now we don't necessarily have the constraint of daylight to try to get everything done before a particular time. So again, that's why I mentioned earlier, that's one thing that the track and field fraternity is really looking forward to when the lights are eventually erected here.
But while you're saying that, you're also cognizant of time because a lot of people don't want to come into a stadium if they know they should be spending 2 hours there, and then you're giving them 3 hours,
right?
And maybe they have other obligations. So you want to fit your event in a particular time,
right?
Time slot. So
and especially if, as it is right now, where you have it during the day. If you have it during the evening, so we wouldn't necessarily have to start at, let's say, 8 or 9 in the morning. We could start at maybe 2 or 3. So you maybe wouldn't mind missing like the first 2 or 3 hours of it because you may be finishing up work or whatever, but then you know that later in the evening you can come and really take in the bulk of the activities happening. We see that they are wrapping up the mats at the high jump area. So the over 11 boys high jump is complete. I believe that would bring an end to all the field events here. That's something that we always strive to do, because there have been times when we would have finished all the running events but still have to wait because we have a high jump that is still ongoing. So we need to make sure that that is finished before we get into the final ceremonial aspects of the sport. So we see that the high jump is finished. They're taking down the equipment. A shot of the patrons here at the St Vincent Beach National Stadium for this 35th staging of the National Lotteries Authority Inter-Primary Schools Athletics Championships. And I can tell you that the crowd for tomorrow is going to be even bigger because the stands are going to be full, and also that area back behind the start of the 100 meters and going back around that top turn is usually, packed with standing patrons as they take in the secondary schools action.
Groove, you have seen a lot of, we have the all Leewards. We had the really classics in Adventure Park.
Yes.
All Windwards. What are you looking forward to tomorrow?
Well, basically, we're going to see the best of the best on show. And
which school is leading now in terms of the points?
It's between the grammar school and Central Leeward, right? I'm not sure off the top of my head exactly, but I know those. So I know Central Leeward is leading for the girls. Yeah. Girls High School is second. For the boys, it's either grammar school or Central Leeward. I believe it's grammar school, and I'm not sure off the top of my head again what the space, the range is, between the points, between the point standings are. But it is Central Leeward leading the girls and grammar school leading the boys. So when they come in tomorrow, I'm sure that the grammar school will be seeking to extend that gap. Central Leeward is going to try to catch them and pass them.
Champion?
Grammar school is the defending champion.
So they're the defending champion. Are they behind here? Which is the Stephanie Brown. They're behind this year.
Well, yeah, they are not. And surprisingly, not only are they behind, but they are a good distance away from the top. I believe, if I check the points again, and I remember these points, ladies and gentlemen, are up to when we took the break. Or wait, is that points that I'm hearing? Well, I'm hearing third place. Oh no, could that be medals? I'm not sure what he's calling
probably
there.
High jumps. Probably high jumps.
Or that might be. Anyway, I'm not entirely sure what he's calling out there. But again, talking about the points. So overall, the Chateaubriand Methodist in third place. Kittell's government in second. I was looking for where Stephanie Brown is. So at the point when we took the break earlier on, Stephanie Brown was actually in 8th place. And usually they are up, in at least the top 3 by that point. So that is surprising. What is also surprising, and I have to say, is the fact that your Chateaubriand Methodist, has really climbed and gotten up into 3rd place. Canawan is a little surprising as well because they have been on an upward trajectory over the last few years where they finished 3rd last year. At the point when we took the break earlier, they were at position number 6. But again, Barley Government, a surprise there under the boys. They have moved up to 3rd place under the boys. For the girls, I think we see some of the top schools, some of the schools that would have normally dominated. Kingstown Prep being first, Kittell's Government always a strong contender in second, Paget Farm historically a strong contender as well in 3rd place. But again, these points were right up to when we took our break after just before the 150 meters. So from the time when we resumed the 150s, the 80 meters for the under 7 and under 9s, and these relays that are about to be run along with the high jump events, these events have not been put into the point standings. So what I just call out is not the current points. All right, those were just up to our midway point there, just to give our viewers.
What do you think the coaches are going to be saying? We didn't make it this year, we didn't do well. You think they're going to be saying that? Or the athletes did their best, but our preparation was not up to 100% this year?
Well, I don't know, because it depends on we know that each coach will be coming in trying to get the prize, trying to get the golden prize, It would vary from team to team. It would depend on where the teams built up, where they fell short. Some teams probably would not not have performed on the track as well as they could. We saw the instance there with Stephanie Brown Primary, where they were leading that 4x80 right up to the last exchange, where they dropped the baton, and ended up in last place.
Could you say that there is an improvement in schools athletics in terms of performances? Because
definitely,
maybe the coaches are doing the work. Are they following the curriculum, the kid athletics program? Because we're seeing a lot of records going.
We are seeing a lot of records.
Better starts in the race, better passing of batons, and all of that.
Over the years, especially since the sports have now started to be had here at the stadium, right? This has been a boost in terms of the interest in the sport, right? Nothing will happen without the interest. You might have, and I've said this as a coach myself, I've discovered, you might have all the talent in the world that if the athlete is not interested, you're not going to get anything out of them.
I agree with you 100%.
Yes. So we go to back to the track as we get ready for the the first of our final set of relays. We have the under 11 girls 4 by 150 meters.
And group, this is when all the horns come out. I've passed there in the lunchtime and there was a lot of horns ready.
Yes.
Layu School had about a half dozen of them. And they said that they're going to move from that area and get into the spectator area because they want to blow those horns when the Layu School. So let's say if Stephanie Brown always have a lot of those horns too. Let's see what's going to happen in this race.
All right. So for the under 11 girls 4 by 150 your lane assignments, it's Fitzhughes in lane 1, Canna 1 in lane 2, Kingstown Prep lane 3, Kingstown Government lane 4, Kittell's Government lane 5, St Mary's RC lane 6, Paget Farm lane 7, and there we see the runner from Bookament in the green there in lane 8. So the 4 by 150 they are in lanes. I can't remember if they're going to be running in lanes all the way around, but we'll see as the race unfolds. It's 150 meters going to each athlete, and then this will be followed by the boys, and then we'll have the 4 by 200 meters.
So that's like a 600 meters.
Yes, that's right. Correct is right. So these runners are actually, well, spread at the distance there. It looks as though they may be running in lanes all the way around, because the first leg runner, well, lane 1, the run in lane 1 would be at the 200 meter start. We see the runner out in lane 8. She's actually way around the turn, almost past halfway in the turn, which tells me that all the legs should be run in lanes, but we'll of course see how that goes. So the runners have been called to their feet from sitting on the lane markers here to get ready for this final under 11
do these
girls
athletes
event.
know the point standard for the schools at this time? Do they have an idea where it is? Is it shown anywhere in the stadium?
Usually there's a technical area that is over on the far side where updates are posted. I can't see if anything is posted from our vantage point here. But the athletes individually usually know. They know they're just going out there to run, and they will hear what happens after the end of everything. So here we have the start of the 4 by 150 under 11 girls. Fitzhughes 1, Canna 1, 2, Prep School 3, Kingston Government 4, Kittell's 5, St Mary's 6. Lane 7 is Paget Farm, lane 8, Bookament Government. And already we see making up the stagger. That is St. Mary's there. Looks like they'll be making the first exchange. On the outside, Bookament apparently, but St. Mary's is going well. They're running in lane 6. So those are your top 2 runners going around there. St. Mary's in the blue and Bookament in the green. So yes, it's going to be lanes all the way around for your 150 meters. Let's see who makes it the first exchange. It's going to be Bookament. So Bookament exchanges followed by St. Mary's. We see Kingstown Government back in the crowd there along with Kittell's and the Kingstown Prep. But it's all St. Mary's and Bookament. Running around the turn, coming into the third and final exchange. This exchange will be absolutely crucial and critical to both teams. St. Mary's will make the first exchange. It's a clean one. Now goes Bookament. And it's going to be St. Mary's running away for this one. So it's St. Mary's RC, Bookament Government in second place. They are out in lane number 8. But it's all St. Mary's. Tiana Duncan there of St. Mary's running away with this one. Bookament is going to be second. We'll see who comes across in third. Actually, Kingstown Prep, along with Kittell's Government, making a comeback and getting by the Bookament Government School there on the outside. So that was interesting. St. Mary's was in the lead, a comfortable lead there. But we see what can happen. That's why we always tell the athletes, well, at least I always tell my athletes, don't stop until you cross that finish line.
Over the finish line, yeah. Do we see a young Alfred here among our athletes here? Are we seeing potential of that here?
We're seeing, and it goes to how early, our athletes start training. So Tiana Duncan, for example, has already proven to be a powerhouse, and she is just in the under 11 age group. And I know that she's one of the few athletes who actually train with a coach. And I don't mean, not to knock any of the school teachers or games teachers at the primary schools, but I'm not referring to those who might do a little practice with the teachers, with schools coming up. She has been training with a coach, with an established club for a good while now. Which lends to why she would have broken some of the records that she has. So you see the way that she finished there. So once the earlier they start and the more they stick with it, it's always the better. You see them coming through later on. So we can imagine if she and persons like Treyon Cato, Livia Cato as well, who are running at this level at this weight, Imagine what happens when they get now into secondary school, when after the body starts to go through certain physiological changes, because that is also another aspect of that has to be taken into
Tell
consideration.
me about your club in terms of the percentage of young people in your club and the recruiting of young
Well, yeah,
athletes.
what has started with a lot of the clubs is that we have now started looking at the primary schools. You know,
how young do you get them? How young do you take
the youngest that we have in our club is how old is he? He is 6.
All right.
He's 6 right now, and then his sister will just run.
So that's the minimum at which you go.
Well, it's not a minimum. Usually we see 6, about 5 or 6 is what we usually see.
Okay.
You know, see them coming. As we get ready now for the
and
boys.
You have like club registration and parental involvement.
Parents are always involved because you can't really do anything without the parents, and parents are very involved. When we have the meets and we come out for the meets, you know, the parents.
What's
come
your greatest challenge
and
as a club manager?
For right now with us, because of the location, my club is based at the Thomas Saunders Secondary, so that is on the tarmac. Now, when we were at the original Thomas Saunders location in Kingstown, we had a lot more access to a lot more children from around the area to come in. But now because we've moved, it's difficult for some parents to get their children from town out to Arnesville. You know, not many parents are capable or willing to make that effort, because that means they might have to run away from work to get them there and then go back to work to come back for them. So you see, it can be a little cumbersome there. So that's one of the disadvantages in having the Thomas Saunders secondary move. But as with anything, we just have to make do with what we have and what it is. Here we have the start of your under-11 boys, 4x150. It's CW Prescott Lane 1, Kingston Government Lane 2, Barley Government 3, Kingston Prep 4, Georgetown 5, Fitzhugh 6, Beckway Anglican 7, and Canawan Government in Lane 8. And there we see Canawan being challenged there by Beckway Anglican. This is the Battle of the Grenadines coming on here. Looks like Beckway is going to make the first exchange. Yes, they do. Not to take your eyes off of Kingston Prep, who is back in Lane 4. Because of the distance of the staggers, we probably would have just missed them. But it's Beckway Anglican Primary moving around there on the outside of them. That is Canawan here. We see now Prep School coming into the shot. We'll see how things pan out here. Let's see who makes this first exchange. It's going to be Beckway. Beckway makes the first exchange. Kingston Prep is now away. So we are going to see it's still Beckway in control of this one. Kingston Prep starting to move around the inside. Now we'll see what happens as I said, on this last exchange, and Kingston Prep really making a run for it. Now going by Beckway Anglican Primary. Kingston Prep going to make this first exchange. This could be Elon Sandy. Yes, it is the 150-meter champion, and he's already moving away from Beckway Anglican Primary. It's all Kingston Prep School down the home stretch and towards the finish line. Kingston Prep in complete control of this one. Elon Sandy will take them home to gold and glory here in this under-11 boys 4x150.
Do you think that strap on the arm has something to do with it?
Well, it's not a strap. I think what it is just a sleeve. You know yeah. So it's more style. It's more style.
Because the hair
like for the hair.
Yeah, you can see the hair. Maybe just the colors just match there.
Yes,
and all the athletes in the team had sleeves on and so on.
Yes, that's right. So you know, it's just a thing that the athletes.
Showmanship today.
Yeah, we've seen it. We've seen it in secondary schools, in colleges as well, for those who really follow the sport. And as you ask the question overseas, and as you ask the question about how well do these kids, you know, follow what's going on, so that's a clear indication.
You can get some scores now.
Okay, so some points are being called out now.
It is 129. Paget Farm 129. Kettles 138, and Kingston Prep 230.
All right, so that might have been the overall standing, the combined scores call out there. We just caught the end of it there, but Kingston Prep still with a commanding lead there of 200 plus points, good distance away from the next second placed team. The next two relays will be the final track events here for this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and we will move into the 4x200 meter events for the over 11 girls, followed by the over 11 boys.
The group, something that I missed today is I haven't seen the warm-ups from the athletes. I'm not sure if there's a designated area for warm-ups here. That's something I haven't seen.
Well, from where we are, we wouldn't be able to see them because if aside from our screens, our monitors here, if we look towards where the tents are over there, there's an area behind the tents. So that's where they would be doing their jogging, their stretching, their drills and whatnot. So as we look at the screen now, so those are the tents there. The two on the very right are the call room tents. The others from the 3D sign going backwards are the athletes' village. That's where the athletes are there. So we see that whole grass area there. Of course, the toilets, portable toilets are there, and then back behind the tent. So there's a lot of grass area there for the athletes to be doing their jogging, their running around. Those two tents off by themselves, just behind where the 3D signs are change rooms. So there's one on the left, one on the right. These have enclosed so the boys and girls can change if needs be. Right. So again, that grass area behind there is where they'll be doing most of their warm-up activities.
Well, we haven't seen many athletes come out with injuries today, so it seems as though they have done well in terms of warming up. The coaches have been doing a lot of
usually
good work out there.
what I find is that that is not as much of a risk with the primary schoolers. I don't know if it's because of the physiological level where they are, because they're still growing. So I hardly ever see I'd see injuries if like they run and fall and maybe trip, bruise somewhere. But in terms of cramps and pull muscles, you rarely ever see that excuse me in the running events. Now, as I say, after they go through their physiological changes, when they get into secondary schools, that now is where we start to see the effect of these things and the lack of training, lack of proper warming up, lack of proper nutrition as well. So what some kids, some children.
Water could do a bit of it.
Well, Tusty Water could only do so much.
They're part of our sponsors today, all right?
Of course. But because the thing is that with the young ones, the young ones can easily get away with, as you made mention of eating the sugary snacks, because the effect it has on their bodies is not as much as it would once they get a little older. Because you would know, dealing with primary school children, they don't keep still. They're always moving, always burning up that energy. As they get a little older, it starts to get different. They tend to slow down a little bit. They don't be as active unless they are designated athletes. So that now is when you might find the overuse or the too much taking of the excess salt, excess sugars, where it can have that effect. And it's something that as we said about the Tusty Water breakfast program, it's something that can attest to. I know that there have been moves in some schools to try to limit the amount of sugary snacks or salty snacks, the fizzy drinks that they have in the schools. But then again, as I say, the schools can only do so much, because
so that's why they need to take a little more Tusty Water.
That's why they probably need to take a little more Tusty Water.
It's just flavored, not a lot of sugar.
Not a lot of sugar.
And
that's right.
And most times natural sugar from the fruits. Yeah.
And what I think a lot of folks, even our athletes, don't understand is when you're thirsty, you don't really want to be drinking these sugary drinks. Drink as much water as you can. Yes, your body's going to be craving the sugar.
Do you do education program on your radio show? Do you do education programs or tips?
No, but I know that there is the Health World program, which is on one of our partner platforms here, NBC Radio. There's the Health World programs where all sorts of helpful tips and hints are given. Can't remember what time it's aired on, but Colvin or Dion might be, but I remember that being a part of the morning's regular broadcast. But I think today, in today's day and age, with the access to information so much more easily and readily available, right? People can easily find what diets work for whatever environment you're in, right? And can make use of the different things that are available, because that's what's needed. That is why the snacky foods tend to be more prevalent, because they are more easily available, right? So so that's why I was saying that it's all well and good for in the schools, for some schools to decide they want to cut down on how much sugar or salty intake they have. But once the kids get out of the schools, when they get into their homes, get into their villages,
Can't
the outsiders, you can't control that, you know. So it's just something that
I notice as the athletes come across here now, I'm seeing some who are wearing shoes, the spiky shoes. I call them the spiky shoes.
Spiky shoes.
We call them cashy shoes back home, because if you never get mashed by cashy.
Cashy, yes.
You know. And then we have some who are without shoes.
Yes.
Any advantage for those? And tell me about the type of shoes they wear, because I think people just going to buy a spike. Which spikes for which type of races, short races have?
Well, that's it, because there are different spikes for the different events that you may want to run.
Yeah.
Most of these athletes are doing sprints, right? So spikes that are better geared to the sprint events are what?
Longer ones, longer spikes?
No, short spikes. Spikes. There's a limit to the length of the spikes that is allowed on the track, which is, I believe, 1/8 of an inch. You can't have spikes longer than 1/8 of an inch.
Do you test athletes for that, or you just send it out and expect the athletes to just
Well, no. Usually, what let me tell you, what should happen is in the call room, they're really supposed to check the thing, but it's not always something that can happen, because but usually when you buy the spikes will come with the required length.
Definitely.
Yeah, so they don't usually come with longer. I've seen cases where athletes have come out there with inch-long spikes, because those are what you call spikes for grass. You know, so you would say to them, you can't go on the track in that, they're too long. They will dig up the track, you know. But but even shoes, one of the benefits, because I was even going through the comments, you know, on our live stream. Again, greetings to those of you taking time out to take in this live stream as we get ready to run our final relays of the afternoon. You know, folks talking about the fact that so many of these children are running barefoot, right? And sometimes they say why the teachers don't make sure that they have. Well, the teachers can't make sure the children have the shoes. They have to come with the shoes. So it's the homes that they come out of that has to make sure. And a lot of times and it's just a fact that there's a lot of information about the sport that doesn't get home to in terms of the requirements. So for example, if you come from a background where your child is accustomed to running barefoot, and that's another thing, because you're accustomed to running barefoot, when you put them in shoes, they complain.
Yeah.
Right. Now you come 2 weeks, maybe a week before the sports. Oh, I need a pair of sneakers. There are not many households that can say, okay, let me just go and get a pair of sneakers. And it's not just a pair of sneakers, it has to be the right pair of sneakers. Because sometimes we see children coming to train in their school shoes. The shoes that you wear for school
might be too heavy.
It's too heavy. It doesn't give the amount of flexibility you need.
Yeah.
It can do more harm than good, you know, to the athletes running. So there are a lot of things that go into it that you know, and again, this is why you need to have a collaborative effort between the schools,
the clubs,
coaches, and even those from team athletics. I remember team athletics once had a program where there was a shoe, an entity based in the US, you know, that was providing shoes.
Okay.
They would send them through and they would distribute them. But again, there's only so much that anybody can do. So it's a work in progress. Not everyone
we are seeing improvement.
But we are seeing improvements, yes. And as a matter of fact, if you talk in spikes, I believe all of the athletes who we would have seen, I don't want to say that's definitely true, but all of the athletes who we may have seen breaking records or winning are athletes who would have run in spikes.
Yeah.
You know, so it's something that I'm not saying that you have to wear spikes in order to win your races, but just saying that the shoes and the spikes do help, especially when you have to be standing out there on that surface. Because I think Dion made the comparison between walking on the surface and walking on the tarmac.
Yeah.
You know, where it's more comfortable on this, but also the heat that comes off the tarmac is much different than the heat that comes off. Although if you stand out there barefoot for a long time, because of the contact, you're going to feel. We've had meets where kids came off the track and had blisters on the bottom of their feet because they were standing out there so long. So that's why we tell them to sit, get their feet off the track. Usually, if we can, we'll just keep them on the grass area if they're barefoot. You know, in order to.
Well, so much I've learned from you today. I'm sure our audience have learned so much about athletics and the requirements.
That's the idea. We have to educate. We have to educate the folks out there who some people think they know, and some people think that the little that they know is all that there is to know. You know, so it's just for people to be open to the information, you know, and to be able to take it as So as we're looking on our preview screen, there's an athlete there in socks, which, by the way, is something that should be disallowed more or less.
Would it be done tomorrow? Would athletes?
Because we even now really
they're at older.
But this is why having the socks on this gives you a greater chance of slipping. So right, so if you have your barefoot or the shoes, the contact with the ground, you get more friction with that. The sock material is a little smoother. There's less friction, so we don't want to encourage them to run in socks. But every now and then, you know, they slip through. But we're about to get into the girls 4x200 meters for the over 11 category. The final track event for the girls here this afternoon. We have lane 1, Stephanie Brown Primary. Lane 2, the Red Hornets of Paget Farm Government.
They've been stinging all day long.
Yes, they have. Here's Georgetown's lane 3. She looks tired. She's ready to
But
go.
they can't sting the prep school at all.
And speaking of prep school, here they are. Reigning, well, you're leading in the points. Then we have CW Prescott Primary. They're running in lane 5. Kittell's Government in lane 6. We have our friends from Kanawan there in lane 7. There she is, Yona from Kanawan. And then on the outside in lane 8 should be South Rivers. Is South Rivers there? Yes, there she is. That's the runner there from South Rivers Methodist School. So these, your lane assignments ready. Now for your over 11 girls, 4x200 meters. Each athlete running 200 meters. So the first leg starts at the finish line area. The second leg at the 200 meter mark. Third leg, once again, close to the finish line area. And then the fourth leg, the final 200 meters. A total race of 800 meters for the race.
Group that is when all the spectators are out of their seats.
Usually.
These races, eh?
And I will tell you what, if the points were any closer, because prep school is, has a mammoth lead right now, but if they were close, this kind of race would be absolute pandemonium. But here we go. Down on their starters orders there for the girls over 11 4x200 meters. Stephanie Brown, lane 1. Paget Farm, lane 2. Georgetown, lane 3. Kingston Prep, lane 4. CW Prescott, lane 5. Kittell's, lane 6. Kanawan, lane 7. South Rivers, lane 8. And the gun is set. And they're off and going. And we see already, looks like Georgetown in lane 3. And Kittell's moving well on the outside there in lane 6. But it's going to be Georgetown as they come out of the turn and into the straight.
But you could already hear the uproar.
That's right, that's right. Youngster came out of a lane when she should not have. That's Kittell's. She's a little confused, but she should have remained in her lane. The first two legs run in lanes until they get around. So we'll see what happens there, but nonetheless, it's still Georgetown Government, Paget Farm, sorry, not Paget Farm, Stephanie Brown in lane 1. On to the very left. Round in the turn, Georgetown, Stephanie Brown. Paget Farm coming around. Kingstown Prep is 4th. CW Prescott 5th. But at the front of your race, getting ready to make their second exchange. And the exchange is made. They stay in their lanes and then they cross. Once they get by the finish line, they go into lane 1 into a scratched running position. So it's all to be had for here. Georgetown Government. Not Paget Farm. Paget Farm is in 3rd. Stephanie Brown in 2nd. Surrounding the turn, coming up the backstretch. Georgetown, Stephanie Brown, Paget Farm, Kingstown Prep. Kingstown Prep now trying to reel in the Paget Farm Government School. But still Georgetown maintaining that lead over Stephanie Brown. Coming into the third and final exchange. This is where it's all going to happen here on this final leg. It's Georgetown Government, Stephanie Brown, Paget Farm away, Kingstown Prep away. Georgetown Government rounding the turn. Long strides there for the young lady there from Georgetown Government. She's starting to extend that lead. Paget Farm has now moved into 2nd. It's Georgetown, Paget Farm.
But those are the Hornets, Those are the Hornets.
Kingstown Prep, that's right. Odelia Compton, they're working, trying to catch Georgetown. Georgetown looking back to make sure that she's not going to sting me today. She's going to get across the finish line. Georgetown Government gets across. Paget Farm 2nd. A close one between Prep and Stephanie Brown. From here, it looked like it might have been Stephanie Brown, but this is one race where we'll have to wait for the photo finish officials to separate them. But Georgetown taking that one basically from gun to tape from the start of the race, had control into the first leg and just maintained that all the way around. So there on your screen is Georgetown, Paget Farm, Stephanie Brown giving the edge just in front of Kingstown Prep. And look at the difference. 2 minutes, 5.61 seconds for Stephanie Brown. 2 minutes, 5.65 seconds for Kingstown Prep.
We have one more.
So the excitement is on. Even though the in terms of the points, it may be over. In terms of the leaders, I can't remember how close 2nd and 3rd might be when they were announced by our stadium announcer. So as is being said there on the in-stadium PA system, we'll have one more track race to go, the over 11 boys 4x200 meters, and then we'll do the final set of awards in terms of medals, and then get into the trophy presentations.
In lane 1.
So your lane assignments for the final event.
What's
here?
your pick in this one? We have inside there, we have Canawan, we have the Stephanie Brown. They're in lane 4 and 5. There, and then we have the Hornets. Is the Hornets down in lane 2 down there?
Yes, that's right. The Hornets are in
the
lane
final
2.
sting.
But we'll see what happens because Stephanie Brown comes in with the
Is prep school
fastest,
in this one?
fastest time. I don't see prep school here. No, there's no prep school. In lane 1, we have CW Prescott, Paget Farm in lane 2, Kittell's Government lane 3, Stephanie Brown lane 4, Canawan lane 5, Leyu lane 6, St. Mary's lane 7, and Sion Hill Government in lane 8. I believe Kingstown Prep had some difficulties during their semi-final run, so they weren't able to make it through to this grand final here today for this event. But nonetheless, the final 8 teams on the track for the final event here this afternoon. The over 11 boys 4x200 meters final. Again, CW Prescott 1, Paget Farm 2, Kittell's 3, Stephanie Brown 4, Canawan 5, Leyu 6, St. Mary's 7, and Sion Hill Government on the outside there in lane 8. One more track event to go, and then we go into the final tabulation of points, do our final medal presentations, and then, of course, trophies, which is what everyone will be anxious and waiting to see happen, of course, especially those who are vying for the individual awards, in terms of under 7, under 9, under 11, and the over 11 individual categories.
A lot of people leaving work at this time and probably grabbing their phones at this time, picking up the last race of the day. It's the 35th meet of the primary schools.
That's right, National Lotteries Authority Primary Schools Athletics Championships here at the St Vincent Beach National Stadium. So final event on the track. Runners on the starters orders. This is your 4x200 meters over 11 boys. CW Prescott 1, Paget Farm 2, Kittell's 3, Stephanie Brown 4, Canawan 5, Leyu 6, St. Mary's 7, Sion Hill in lane 8. Now the athletes being asked to stand. Just a little time being taken there to ensure that the runners are positioned properly. So once again, being sent to their marks by the starter for this final event. And the gun sounds, and they are off and going. And again, as they did in the 4x80, Stephanie Brown primary with Clifford Phillips on the first leg, moving into an early lead. So it's Stephanie Brown moving away. They've got Canawan just on the outside of them in lane 5. And then there's Kittell's back in lane 3. But it's all Stephanie Brown right now. What they'll be hoping is that the other 3 runners will just be able to maintain and hold that lead that they are being given there. So it's still Stephanie Brown all the way out front. Now we're hearing that Paget Farm is the team in second, so there could be that telltale of the distance because we can't even see them. Okay, so we just about to say we couldn't even see them in the shot. They were so far in front. So it's Stephanie Brown still, Paget Farm coming on the inside, CW Prescott primary. Kittell's also making a move. They are now running away from Paget Farm Government. Stephanie Brown makes their exchange. So it's Stephanie Brown, Kittell's, Canawan, CW Prescott. We're going to see if any of these teams can reel in Stephanie Brown. We might have a change there. Canawan now challenging for the second spot. They go ahead of Kittell's Government. So it's Canawan now moving into second. It's Stephanie Brown, Canawan, Kittell's, CW Prescott primary. Your over 11 boys, 4x200 meters. Third and final exchange now being made. Stephanie Brown is away. Canawan is away. Kittell's Government is away, but it's going to be Stephanie Brown all the way, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Stephanie Brown still in complete control of this one. Stephanie Brown doing all the running. Canawan working hard to maintain that second. They're way out ahead. It's about 10 meters or so between first and second, another 10 meters between second and third, but Stephanie Brown goes across the line first. Canawan second. Let's see what happens for third. It is Kittell's, and Leyu gets in for fourth. CW Prescott fifth. That looks like St. Mary's might have gotten sixth just ahead of the Red Hornets there from the Paget Farm Government and then Sion Hill Government School. Brings up the rear. So there's your results on the screen. Stephanie Brown taking that one. It was another gun-to-tape lead from the start to finish. Kanawan Government made a move on the second leg, well, third leg actually, to take the second spot. Kittels in third, Leo Government fourth, C.W. Prescott Primary in fifth. So we'll have the final medal presentation ceremony. The medal presentation party are being called to assemble in order to do those medal presentations. And then, of course, we'll have the trophy presentation to be done to wrap up this first day of the Inter-Schools Athletics Championships. Primary schools today. Tomorrow would be the day of the secondary schools tomorrow. So as I said, I'm not sure what the final points will have. We'll find that out when they
things may just change.
Things may change,
but not from the very top.
No, not from the very top. I think prep school has all but wrapped this up here. So we'll have to see what happens between second, third, and maybe fourth. But I have to say, on behalf of your school, congrats, because again, to see the Chateaubriand Methodists come through in the way that they did, something that is again not termed or deemed one of the usual powerhouses in the primary schools championships, but to see them where they were at least during to the half point of the day was really a great show, a great effort.
Well, all I can say, a lot of our athletes are now in clubs. There are a lot of athletic clubs around, and a lot of athletes have joined. Young athletes are in clubs now, and that's really paying off for us at the school now.
All right, excellent. All right, and we see that persons in the persons of great work also being done down there in the Grenadines. And what's even better about the Grenadines, that fact is that we have the clubs here on the mainland, but there are no clubs that are established in the Grenadines. So whatever work is being done is being done by probably persons in the community or teachers at the school, the Kanawan Government School, Mr. Scrubbin in Union Island, doing it there with Stephanie Brown Primary. And ever since
you have Tyrese and Beckway with the Paget Farm.
Yes. Yes, that's right. So we've seen the efforts of training really taking hold and bearing fruit here. So we always want to urge parents or whoever, if you have a child who says, look, they want to get involved in training or being coached for some sport, and
keeps them away from deviant behavior.
It does. And then there's something that there's a mindset that we fight against so badly, which is the mindset of, because they just look at track and field as running. Running can't carry you nowhere. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Differently.
Shafika Maloney, yes.
It's just the evidence. A few months ago, we've seen what she has done for our country.
And we're about to see what she can do on the World Championship stage. She's in China, getting ready for the World Indoor Championship. But right now, we have our finals. Oh, I thought they were already out there. They're just bringing out the trophy table and presentation there. But again, we want to say thanks to Tusty Water, for being able to.
Grapefruit and cranberry.
Yes.
And you call it one? You call
grapefruit,
special one.
Cranberry, of course, the lychee, the dragon fruit there as well.
I'm going to try the lychee when I leave here, because the way you call that word, like lychee, it just kind of add a little taste to it,
because as I say, if you remember the club soda, red, white, juicy, I don't.
But this isn't no connecting Tusty Water with juicy.
No, I'm just trying to, just taking you back to before Tusty Water came on board. For persons who might have a remembrance of that cream soda, the lychee has that sort of flavor, just not as sweet, and that's one of the good things about the Tusty Water beverage. It's not heavy on the sugar, which is when I started saying for kids when they are thirsty, you don't want to drink these sugary drinks. Tusty Water for me, and this is the Tusty. You get a free plug here. When there are days when I am really thirsty,
you go for Tusty Water.
I go for Tusty Water.
Not only they have the flavored water, but they actually have
the regular water. But there are times when the body, of course, when the body needs a little bit more than just regular water,
and different capacity of the bottles,
different sizes as well. Yes, that's right. So again, we want to say thank you. We're not ready to break our transmission here from the St Vincent Beach National Stadium as yet. To those of you who are viewing us live on the VC3 platforms, by chance, are we live on NBC? Yes, we're also live on NBC. The NBC team is here. Matter of fact, Colvin is here telling me to hurry up because No, I'm just joking. He's got the news coming up on
yes,
NBC
news
Radio
coming.
at 6. So, you know, you see, he's already said his keys in his hand. He got his bag on his back. This Dion John is here waiting. Say, boy, sit down and wait here. After we get the results, API as well. We're also live on API. Thank you. Yes, they are indeed. And that's an excellent collaboration, you know, to have the media entities really bring out national events like this. And of course, it's not just sports. You know, it's a variety of different things that happen. Of course, when there's Parliament, you know, API always brings coverage of that as well.
I'm quite sure the spectators are satisfied with the product that you have offered today.
Of course, and this is always, as we say, the prelude, because when what we see today is really only just a slice of what tends to happen the following day for the secondary schools championship. Oh yeah, that is amazing. So if folks, if like the lady who Crystal spoke to a little earlier, who said this, she was visiting St Vincent for the first time. I hope she'll be here tomorrow.
I guess they're going to be back in here very early tomorrow.
That's
they
right.
don't want to miss anything tomorrow.
They don't want to miss anything at all.
From the start is with the 1,500 meters, they're going to be here.
Yes.
And the parades and all that. The police band did so well this morning, and the march past was excellent, you know.
And you know, something I've always said, one of the things I absolutely love to hear the police band play our national anthem. I don't know, I get a feeling. I don't know how many Vincentians know what national pride feels like, but the only time I felt better hearing our national anthem was back when I had traveled to Japan. I think this was in 1995 when Edward Coombs won the 400 meters at the World University Student Games. And I saw our little flag with the 3 diamonds rise above Jamaica and the USA with their stars and stripes. And you heard the music of our national anthem.
I always cry inside when the national anthem is played, you know, because the words, I don't know if people listen to the words of the anthem, you know. It's so much belong to you.
Yes, it depicts St Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yeah, it's just so much belong to you that, you know, you just can't believe that, there's any other place as beautiful as our country.
Correct. Okay, so we're now getting into the final medal presentation ceremony here for this afternoon. So we're going to take you trackside to hear the medalist for this segment.
In second position, Team Kingstown Prep. Champion 2025, Team St. Mary's RC. Next up, boys 9 to 10, 4 by 150. In third position, Team Georgetown Government. Team Georgetown Government. In second position, Team Barreley Government. Team Barreley Government. Gold medalist, champion 2025, Team Kingstown Prep. There's a query over the girls 11 to 13, so we will leave that for the time being and go to the boys 11 to 13, 4 by 200 meters. There's a query, so we will go to the boys. Boys 11 to 13. In third position, Team Kettles. Third position, Team Kettles. In second position, Team Canoan Government. Team Canoan Government. And champion 2025, Team Stephanie Brown. Because there's a query, we will have to hold the medals for the girls. Thank you very much. Mrs. Tenica Jones, President of the Primary Schools Principals Association. And now we go to the divisional awards. The divisional awards, we ask the representative from the National Lottery, as well as the Chief Education Officer, to come to the fore as we make those presentations. So we will have the Chief Education Officer giving the award to the males and the lottery giving the award to the females. We like gender equity and inclusion and everything. Okay. So, first up, in the under 9 category, the female champion with a total of 18 points, sorry, a total of 20 points, a total of 17 points, from Chateaubelair Methodist, Levia Cato. Levia Cato, our champion in the under 9 category. Levia Cato, could you please come to receive your award? We're asking all the schools to please be part of the closing ceremony. Levia Cato. $20 points. Chateaubelair Methodist. In the male category, from Canouan Government School, with a total of 30 points, Treon Cato. Treon Cato. So we go on to the next category. Under 11 champion. Under 11 champion, female, with a total of 25 points. From the St. Mary's RC, Tiana Duncan. Tiana Duncan, St. Mary's RC. Tiana Duncan, St. Mary's RC. Is St. Mary's RC still here? Tiana Duncan is your champion. Is there anybody from St. Mary's here? Well, maybe they weren't expecting her to win the championship. St. Mary's RC. She's coming. St. Mary's RC. Tiana Duncan, 25 points. And the male divisional champ, with a total of 24 points. A total of 24 points. From the Kingstown Preparatory School, Ellen Sandy. Give him a round of applause, people. Proud father by the same name, Elon. The 11 plus category. You would think it's Ellen the senior who win the award. He dressed for the occasion too. All right. The senior division, 11 plus, with a total of 24 points. 24 points. From the Paget Farm Government School, Odelia Compton. Odelia Compton. Paget Farm Government School, Beckway. The divisional champion for the 11 plus category with a total of 38 points. From the Stephanie Brown Primary School, Clifford Phillips. Then we have the Victrix Lodorum. The female athlete adjudged to have accumulated the most points for this competition, the female athlete, with a total of 25 points. From the St. Mary's RC, Tiana Duncan. She's still running. The games are over. She's still running.
And the male athlete who would have accumulated the most points through his performances during the championships. Ladies and gentlemen, with a total of 38 points from the Stephanie Brown Primary School, Clifford Phillips. The overall winners, ladies and gentlemen, with a total of 151 points. The third place trophy goes to the Paget Farm Government School. Paget Farm. A total of 151 points. Well, put one on top and let the others be the backdrop. Let them go behind as part of the backdrop, yes. They're all proud that Paget Farm has finished overall third. In second position, with a total of 168 points, Ketel's government. Ketel's government, please receive your trophy. Ketel's government, could you go for your trophy? Ketel's, could you please send someone to collect your trophy for your overall second place? Ketel's government, everybody wants to be in this picture. The whole school is here. Wow. Well, Kay, I want to see who you're giving the trophy. All right, let the smaller ones get a little piece of the action too, yes? The 4 to 6-year-olds. Ketel's Government School, second overall. And ladies and gentlemen, now that you have all gotten all your photos, we want to announce
the champion team for the 35th edition of the inter-primary school competition with a total of 276 points. The Kingstown Preparatory School. Well, we're not sure who gets to hold the trophy with this one. Let's see. Let's see what Mr. Lottery will do this time.
So there it is, ladies and gentlemen. As we're just here saying on our broadcast team, it seems as though every single person who's affiliated with the Kingstown Prep School has gone up there to make sure they get a piece of the action here.
Are you going to join the celebration now?
Well, I felt so because I went to Kingstown Prep. I feel like I need to go and join the crowd there. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is it here for us here this evening at the St Vincent Beach National Stadium. There you've just witnessed the final medal presentations as well as the trophy presentations for the teams. Third place went to the Paget Farm Government, 151 points. Second place, Kittell's Government, 168 points. And first place, Kingstown Prep, 276 points. And on that note, Hooper, I'd like to stress one thing when we spoke about teams that have the numbers to win the championship.
Yeah.
And then we say that there are those who may not have the numbers but might have individuals.
Yeah.
That is where Kittell's would have started, because a few years ago, Kittell's was one of those schools who had maybe one or three or a sprinkling of their athletes, in the events, until eventually they came on, and over the last 3 to 4 years, have really came out, put on athletes like Jaheim Joseph, Skylar Francis, both these two athletes are now at the secondary school level, and others. So we see, the prowess of the Kittell's track and field program really taking force. So they have come from being in the midst of the crowd, to really elevating themselves to finishing second here for this year.
Most definitely. All the teams deserving of their position today. They work real hard, and they at least can celebrate at this time.
Yes, that's right. So again, we say thank you so much to you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to Tusty Water as well for our providing our broadcast here, sponsoring our broadcast here for this evening. And as we shut this down for today, of course, we are back here again tomorrow for even more action, greater excitement for the Inter-Secondary Schools Athletics Championships, National Lotteries Authority Inter-Secondary Schools Athletics Championships. So, Hooper, again, thank you for being here with us, and we look forward to tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right.
Hope you enjoy your coverage of our people.
Indeed. So as that shuts us down here, we throw you back to our NBC broadcasting team of Dion John and Calvin Harry.
Khalil, Groove, Cato, and Lawrence Hooper, thank you so much for being our commentary specialist today. What an electrifying day it was, a day of sports with the primary schools here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Certainly had lots of fun. Calvin, you enjoyed every moment of it,
every
and
moment
congratulations
of it.
to the winners.
Congratulations to the Kingstown Preparatory School on taking the Champions Trophy this year, and quite a lot of celebration. As someone said, the entire stadium went down to take a photo of the winners there. But it started out tame this morning, but I think the hive of activity built up over the hours, and then into the afternoon it got really charged in terms of the energy and the vibe from the players, and you could see the parents and the teachers and the other students were really into it as well. And after all, we've had some great weather, no disruption to speak of in terms of on the track, and we were able to have a very smooth competition between the primary school students today.
Well, commendations to the Director of Sports in an acting capacity, Mrs. Simone Joseph, and her team for putting on a grand spectacle here at the St Vincent Beach Athletic Stadium in Diamonds. Kudos to you, Simone, and your team. I certainly look forward to what they have in the offing for us tomorrow. on field, all the athletes, the teachers, the coaches, the officials, all who combined and collaborated to ensure that we had what I thought was a very successful day one. As we look ahead to tomorrow, Colvin, what are your thoughts? What are you looking forward to
Even more
most?
energy tomorrow. Tomorrow is day two, generally has double the energy of day one. The secondary schools, you have a lot more of the following, not just online, but here physically at Diamond at the St Vincent Beach Athletic Stadium. And I expect an even more charged atmosphere tomorrow when we come back for day two, and this time the turn of the secondary schools.
Well, it certainly has been a culmination of a lot of our efforts, a lot of work taking place behind the scenes. And even though we go off air shortly, we're staying here for a bit because, of course, we've got to prepare tomorrow, God's willing, and we'll be back on air from approximately about 8:30 or so, all things being well. And we really want to thank you so much for joining us and for being part of today's broadcast. Many thanks to our sponsors, the National Lotteries Authority, and to Tusty Water, all those who made today's broadcast special one way or the other. You know who you are. I'm hoping that tomorrow, God's willing,
we'll have a
at
full
the
list.
end of it, you'll have a full list of all
Over
those
2
who had a
dozen in
hand.
terms of our production
Well,
team.
in fact, I think when we were checking at just about midday, there were like 23 of us, and I anticipate that it could be very well more than that
Larger tomorrow,
God's willing. Yes. So it really has been a wonderful day on and off the field, and we really want to thank all the stakeholders who had a hand in today's exercise. All that's left for me to do is to thank each and everyone for being part of it. Sponsor, Tusty Water, thank you again. All the stage hands who work behind the scenes, those who weren't here today, all the officials from the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Sports, the Sports Department, what have you. Colvin, your final thoughts?
Final thoughts. Thank you, each and everyone. See you tomorrow as we bump the energy up a bit, a lot more as a matter of fact, for day two of the Inter-Secondary Schools Athletics Meet. The secondary schools come to face each other here at Diamond. And that's so long from us.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. I'm Dion John.
I'm Colvin Harry.
Have a good afternoon.
Take care.